Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Priyamada Singh, and it's my privilege to be your host for today's proceedings. On behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, it gives me immense pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to all our esteemed dignitaries, industry leaders, academicians, exhibitors, delegates, and participants to the National Conference on Technical Textiles, Sportech Bharat Vision 2047, Innovation, Manufacturing, and Global Competitiveness. This significant conference is being organized by Phdcci in collaboration with National Technical Textile Mission, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. May I request all our esteemed guests to kindly take their seats as we are about to commence the inaugural session. Today's conference aims to deliberate on the future of technical textile in India with a special focus on sports tech, indigenous innovation, sustainability, and global competitiveness, while charting a roadmap towards achieving the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. To formally commence the proceeding, I would like to invite our distinguished dignitaries to kindly take their seats on the dais. Mr. Pabitra Margarita, Honorable Minister of State for Textile, Government of India. Ms. Manisha Chatterjee, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Textile. Mr. Harish K. Chatterjee, Director General, Wool Research Association. Mr. R. K. Vij, Co-Chair, Phdcci Textile Committee. Mr. Deeprita Ghosh, Vice President and Sales, Barmeg India Private Limited. Mr. Shantanu Agarwal, Co-Chair, Phdcci Textile Committee. Mr. Rakesh Sangrai, Director, Phdcci Textile Committee. As we begin this significant conference, may I now request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly join the Honorable Minister of State for Textile for the auspicious inauguration of the conference by lighting the ceremonial lamp. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly proceed for the lamp lighting ceremony. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries, for inaugurating the conference with the traditional lamp lighting ceremony. May the light continue to guide us towards innovation, collaboration, and excellence in the field of technical textiles. To deliver the welcome address, I invite Mr. R. K. Vij, Co-Chair, Phdcci Textile Committee, Secretary General, PTAIA, and National President, Textile Association of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Vij.
सर्वशक्तिमते परमात्मने श्री रामाय नमः। सर्वशक्तिमते परमात्मने श्री रामाय नमः। सर्वशक्तिमते परमात्मने श्री रामाय नमः। कोई भी शुभ काम करना हो, जैसे हमने दीप प्रज्वलित किया, उस ईश्वर को भी हम अपने अंग संग साथ में रखना चाहते हैं कि जो हम कार्य करने चाहते हैं उसमें आपका आशीर्वाद बना रहे। Our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Minister of State for Textile, Mr. Pabitra Margarita ji, our Guest of Honor, Joint Secretary, Mrs. Manisha Chatterjee ji, my fellow industry leaders sitting on the dais, distinguished delegates, and friends and media. A very warm welcome to all of you to PhD House for this pivotal national conference of textile. Today, we are gathered here under the aegis of the Ministry of Textile, National Textile Mission, NTTM, the Government of India. NTTM mission has done for the textile industry what a good pair of technical performance shoes does for an athlete. It has given us the grip, the balance, and the momentum to move faster. I want to take this moment to express our deepest gratitude to the Ministry of Textile, whether it is the launch of the NTTM industry-friendly policy guidelines, the push for indigenous R&D, or the focus on the quality standard. The Ministry of Textile has been a true partner. We, the industry, often come with demands. The ministry listened with patience and respond with their suitable policies. And Sir, Honorable Minister Ji, and Mrs. Manisha Chatterjee Ji, we must address you directly here. It is rare to find a policy maker who is as accessible as you are. In the industry, we often say about bureaucracy, but we have found that whenever we hit a wall, the ministry is not just a regulator, it is a facilitator. You both have always been available to pick up our phone, to listen to our grievances, and most importantly, you have been remarkably forthcoming in resolving our issues. That kind of leadership does not just build policy, it builds trust, and trust, as we know, is the most durable fabric of all. Thanks, both of you, sir. As we march towards the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, we must also talk about the knots we need to untangle. Under the leadership of our Honorable, respected Prime Minister and you both, sir. While the Government of India has provided the wind of our sails, we still face some of the very little problems. The GST inversion issue in MMF, where the tax rate of input is higher than the output, continues to be a significant drag on our working capital. It is like trying to run a marathon while wearing a weighted vest. We have the potential to win, but the structure is holding us back. Another thing, the basic raw material PTA MEG, which is 90-95% used to make man-made fiber, which is in turn to make all technical fibers. World over, man-made is growing. Still, it is short, I think, for next 1 year. So we want, at the PX, the raw material of PTA and MEG is 0% custom duty, and fiber filament is 5%. So PTA and MEG is also 5%. We are requesting to the government that at least give some cushion, PX 0, PTA, MEG 2.5%, and rest is 5%. That is a very simple thing is there. We are not asking for fabbies. The Indian textile entrepreneur is resilient, hardworking, innovative. What we are asking for it, a tax structure that is logical and administration environment that is a frictionless. I'm just telling you inverted duty structure, as the cotton is 5%, downstream fiber, fabric, yarn is all 5%. So PTA and MEG at present, while it remained at 18%, and then fiber filament, which used to be earlier 18 and 12%, so no inversion was there. So now it becomes 5%. So ultimately, it is an inversion for us. Suppose, I just give an example, suppose PTA and MEG is 100 rupees melt, 0.86 kg of PTA we mix with 0.34 kg of MEG, we make 1 kg of man-made melt. So if we pay 18%, means we are paying 18% while buying the raw material. And when we sell the fiber, filament, yarn, fabric, we get 5%. If the cost is 120 rupees, so we get from the custom 6 rupees. So unnecessary 12 rupees is lying in our books and we get after 3 months, after so many hassles. So it is unnecessary. Government is not doing to anything. We met the industry also and they are satisfied, and we hope that within this budget or this our problem will be also solved, because as this problem will be solved, the man-made fiber will grow. Because if the downstream will grow, if we have to reach $350 billion of, so we need fiber filament yarn also. So if we will not grow, another thing is there, the capital blockage is there. Suppose if we put a plant of 1,000 crore, we pay 18% GST duty on the machinery that remains lying in our books. We are not able due to inversion. So we request that we invite the ministry to view us as an extension of their own team. Let us work together to make the Make in India label for textile, technical textile, the global gold standard. We don't want to be the factory of the world, we want to be the innovation lab of the world. Today is the day for celebration, collaboration. We have expert researcher and CEOs in this room. My request to you is simple. Don't just attend this, have a lunch and don't go there, but attend the sessions, engage, argue, purpose and challenge. Honorable Minister Sir and Madam Manisha ji, thank you for being here. Your presence sends a strong signal to the industry that we are on a right track, we are ready to work, we are ready to scale, and we are ready to build a Viksit Bharat. I just give you a small 4 lines. कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती, लहरों से डर कर नौका पार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती. नन्ही चींटी जब दाना लेकर अपने बच्चों के लिए चलती है, चढ़ती दीवारों पर 100 बार फिसलती है, मन का विश्वास रगों में सांस भरता है, चढ़कर गिरना, गिरकर चढ़ना ना अखरता है, आखिरकार उसकी मेहनत बेकार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती. और लास्ट में लाइनें हैं, असफलता एक चुनौती है, इसे स्वीकार करो, क्या कमी रह गई देखो और सुधार करो, कुछ किए बिना जय जयकार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती. Once again, a very warm welcome to you all. Let's have a productive, insightful day. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. आप सबका धन्यवाद. भारत माता की जय.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful remarks and for setting the tone for today's deliberation. It is now my honor to invite Mr. Harish K. Chatterjee, Director General, Wool Research Association, our esteemed knowledge partner, to deliver the theme address.
Honorable Minister of State, Shri Pavitra Margareta ji, Ms. Manisha Chatterjee, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Textiles, my all colleagues present here and on dais, good morning. It is a privilege for Wool Research Association. I actually lead the team in Wool Research Association, so it's a privilege for us to serve as knowledge partner for this prestigious national conference on textile, technical textile. I really congratulate Phdcci Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Ministry of Textiles for bringing together policymakers, academia, all innovators, and discuss about the future of technical textile under the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. Today, we speak technical textile. Sportech stand one of the very important visible and high growth segment. The modern athlete demands for more than apparel. They demand performance today is driven by science, engineering, material data and innovation. Sportech products are expected to be lighter, stronger, breathable, moisture managing, proactive, intelligent, and increasingly sustainable. So these are the important criteria now, and when our sports persons are either practicing or playing on the ground, these all parameters are very important for them actually to take care of. WRA, being a research organization, we are working from last decades. And we are working in different areas. We are not only working for textile, we are working for engineering, we are working for sustainability, we are working for technology, we are working for different developments of electronics, so that all combined together can be a big success for our sports person. It is very important for all the researchers and developers and manufacturers to actually work closely with the manufacturer and the user also. So for this, we are associated with many industry partners, and also we are having tie-up with many sports agencies like Sports Authority of India, Netaji Subhas National Institute of Sports, Patiala, then Lakshminagar Institute of Physical Education, Gwalior. We are connected with many other sports academic. Like we are also associated with several other sports training and performance centers, such as Dheeraj Pillai Academy, Bangalore, Center for Sports Excellence, Rahul Dravid and Padukone Academy, Bangalore, etc. They are all coming together and we are working together. We are asking them what is the requirement the sports persons are having. And accordingly, we are designing different textile fabric and also putting some electronics gadgets on into it, so that the recording, and we are getting all type of information about the sports person. Smart sports garments are entirely different than the present, than the older one. Earlier it was used normal fabric, but now technology has advanced. The future of sport tech lies in the convergence of textile, electronics, sensors, and data analysis. We have already developed real-time physiological monitoring, athlete performance tracking, biometric sensing, comfort and movement optimization, integration of smart textiles with variable technologies. Such type of innovations are actually working very well on the field, and there are 3 patents we are already having, which is actually combined with all these features and working together. Our all researchers and our all experts are working towards sport tech very seriously, keeping in mind the future of India. For these developments, now India is also having all the ecosystem ready. We have a strong textile manufacturing capabilities, growing synthetic fiber ecosystem. We are expanding sports culture, emerging startups ecosystem, supportive government initiative under the National Textile Mission, and indigenous development of high performance material. This is one of the part where we are working very closely with the government through NDTF. There we are making some machines which is going to make a very special type of fiber, special fiber, which will work for the high performance sportswear. This academia and industry relationship is very important here for sportswear at least. Our commitment, we are committed for the product development and prototyping, testing and certification support. We have a very big testing lab in Mumbai, and it is the international accredited. We are having NABL accredited lab, which is having around 1200 parameters approved, and that lab is supporting us for doing a lot of testing and development supports for the sports fabric. We are also having tie-up with technology transfer. We are having tie-up with Australian University. We are having tie-up with Chinese universities. We are having tie-up with US and Brazil. There are many others in the line, and we are constantly working with them. And that technology transfers are using by us for creating the indigenous fabric and indigenous technology for our sports person here, because the imported dresses and imported materials are too expensive for them. We are also doing skill development and training. Startup monitoring also we are doing. We are working as incubators, and there are many startups working under us. And we are supporting them. We are giving them all the technical support. We are giving them all the testing supports. And whatever our scientists are there, they are also working with them for developing their startup systems. We envisage WRA and the COE Sportech serving as a national platform where researchers, manufacturers, sports institutions, startups, and policymakers can jointly create the next generation of Indian export products. In India marches towards Viksit Bharat 2047, Sportech offers a unique opportunity to combine our strength in textile technology, innovation, and sports. Among all this, the very important part which at present we are taking care of, that is sustainability and climate management. That is very, very important part, and our separate team is working on this system. So these are something which I explain, like it is what we are doing. I feel that as all the industry partners, all the startups, team members, and all sports persons are sitting here, so we all can combinedly do miracles with the help of Government of India and the scheme of National Technical Textile Mission. Thank you very much for inviting us here as a knowledge partner. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the emerging opportunities and strategic importance of technical textile in India's growth journey. The next address focuses on advanced machinery for modern sports tech fabric manufacturing. May I invite Mr. Debrata Ghosh, Vice President and Sales Director, Barmec India Private Limited, to share his valuable insights.
For the presentation, I need to... Slide changer? Yeah. But how do I coordinate? You just open my one. Can you see this? Good morning, everybody. Honorable Minister of State, Phdcci, Madam Chatterjee, Ms. Manisha Chatterjee ji, and all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It's really a great pleasure and honor to be invited here, and I'm really thankful to the organizer, Phdcci Chamber of Commerce, for inviting me and to give a small speech on this active wear and sportswear and the type of machineries what Barmec can give for this industry to produce the best quality yarn, because yarn is the most important part of this active wear industry. Without the proper yarn, you really cannot make the right product. And I will also give you a lot of inputs regarding the market development. How do we see this activewear and sportswear yarn market and fabric market will develop in India and China? And partly I will also focus my discussion on the bicomponent yarn and technology, because bicomponent yarn is one of the most critical and crucial input material for this activewear and yarn industry. You all know that this recent India-EUA, this FTA deal, which is mother of all trade deals, it opened tremendous opportunity for Indian manufacturer now to capture the entire world market. And the entire world now wants to do business with India. India's budget, we are really thankful to the government that the entire budget and the government policies are all boosting up the textile manufacturing and the growth of MSMEs all over India. All the states of India are now fighting against each other to get investments in textiles, and mega textile parks are being set up across India. Global fiber market trend, if you see from the 1975 to 2030, polyester is the fiber which is dominating the global market. And in the global polyester production, if you compare the share of virgin versus recycled polyester, you will see that in 2024, the recycled polyester is only 12%, and the rest is virgin. And polyester is almost 60% of the total global fiber production in 2024, and this trend will continue. So polyester will remain the most dominant textile fiber in the world. Now I'm coming to this activewear and yarn market. Activewear and sportswear, I'm combining both this. Also, one new trend is coming in India is resort wear. It's also some sort of activewear, I would say. So if I compare India and China from the market stage, the pricing strategy, the export and the key risk and the long-term role and the policies, you will see India has certain benefits compared to China, and India and China are not really competing against each other. India's activewear yarn market presents one of the most compelling growth stories across the global textile sector. It's a rare confluence of structural demographic tailwinds, policy-driven supply-side capacity creation, and export opportunities. Here you will see in China how this activewear market developed from 2022 to 2025 and how it is in India from 22 to 25. In 22, you will see India is only 345 million, which is just say 10% of China. That is as usual because China's textile polyester capacity is also 10 times more than India. And in 2025, India is at 533 million, China is 3,820. If I go to the next projection from 26 to 2035, we hired one international market research organization from Barmek, Germany, and they have done worldwide survey and given these figures which are very authentic. So from 26 to 2035, in India, this activewear yarn market will have almost 10.5% CAGR. This is very important to note because in other yarn market, we almost reached a saturation. The saris and these dress materials, home textiles, it will grow at a lesser rate, but this activewear yarn market, and mainly it is filament yarn, mainly it will be DTY, this will grow 10%. And in 2035, India will be around 1.5 billion. But in the same time, China is already now 4.1 billion. China will be in 2035 7.2 billion. The growth rate will be 6.4%. So China's growth rate will come down. The reason is obvious. India is the country where we have the maximum number of younger generation, young population. And the young population, they need this activewear, sportswear. We need more resort wear because of our change in lifestyle. So therefore, this growth is going to happen more in India compared to China in the next 10 years. Chinese market is approaching structural maturity, large volume, it is a large volume growing, price constraint and facing headwinds from overcapacity. There is already overcapacity in China and there is a demographic transition. China will have more older people. And this intensifying regional competition that will also impact China. India's stand and China's activewear market is not in direct competition. So this is something we have to realize that in India, our activewear market is not directly competing with China because we will be more focused on specialty and China will be more on commodity and volume. And the European buyers will follow a dual buying strategy and China plus strategy that will focus more procurement from India for the specialty type of yarn. So from that point of view, we have a very good prospect. Now if you see how this various brands and market share of all these brands, mainly Nike, Adidas, Lululemon, Puma, New Balance, Under Armour, these are the very well-known brands, but also you will see that 82% are the other brands, means the local brands. So these local brands play a significant role in this activewear and sportswear total game in the world. If I go to North America, this is the share of different brands. And here also you will see the 80% is still the others brands, local brands. Same thing in Europe, same thing in Asia Pacific region. So 82.5% are the local brands compared to the well-known multinational brands. And in India, if you make some Google search, you will see lot of local brands. Technosports, Agilatas, Taika, Shiv Norris, Positex. Many of the owners are sitting here. Yeah, sorry. So these local brands, these local sportswear brand, activewear brands will play significant role in future. And there are plenty of other brands. You will all get it. They are mainly making, say, online selling. But these local brands of India will play a significant role in future. Now I'm coming to the Barmac side, from melt to yarn, fibers and nonwovens. How do we contribute to this growth of activewear yarn industry, which is the vital input for the fabric? Barmac now belongs to Ritter Group. Ritter Group has two major divisions, Ritter and Barmac, and these are the different brands. Barmac has two major brands. This is Barmac and Numac. Barmac was founded in 1922. This is more than 100 years and very successful company in the world. In India, our market share is almost 85%. And worldwide market share is more than 50%. We have 2,500 employees. Turnover is something around 800 million Swiss francs, and sometimes we also exceed 1.1 billion Swiss francs. This is the production of textile yarns worldwide. I have shown also earlier that polyester is 59%, the most dominant fiber, and it will remain. This is the development of man-made fiber market over the last 50 years. And today's challenge, what we are facing is this climatic change, demographic development, energy prices, carbon neutrality, and waste generation. And for all this, we Barmac is the answer. We have the answer for all these problems related to this man-made fiber industry. This complete man-made fiber value chain is from petrochemical to the applications, and we are present in the middle of this polyester value chain. Means we need PTA and MEG, and then we can make the polymer, and spinning the polymer and make the right yarn. These are the machines and systems, from the engineering to hardware. We do everything, and we are the only company in the world who can make, say, right from polymer, extruder, and pumps, all the up to the take-up winder. Each and every component can be supplied by only one company, Barmac, in the world. So there we have a very unique position. So this is our complete, say, product range from continuous polycondensations and extrusions. We are also in staple fiber spinning, the non-ovens, this POY, FDY, IDY, BCF, which is for the carpet yarn. And we also have this specialty yarn like Bico and microfiber, and which I will focus later now. So our core competence is from the project management to the complete engineering. We can provide engineered plant solutions as a one-stop service. And again, this is a unique capability of Barmac. We already supplied plants in the world, right from melt to the finished yarn. The entire solutions we can give completely with engineering as well as project management and all hardwares. We are ready with Industry 4.0 solution. Digital automated factory. Barmac has the capability to supply digital automated factory. And we serve the need for the better functional fiber. Now I'm coming to this bicomponent yarn and the different type of, fiber architecture and the market insights. A lot of data, we have our own data from Germany as well as we did worldwide survey. And you can see this demand for bicomponent yarn. Bicomponent plays a significant role in as an input material, important input material for this activewear and sportswear fabric. These are the 4 primary bicomponent fiber architecture: core sheath type, then the segmented pipe, then side by side, and island in the sea. These are the main 4 bicomponent fiber architecture which are required for this high-end activewear and sportswear yarn. This is the bicomponent filament market. This is elastic fiber, this is microfiber, and then the different brands and the raw materials, low IV PET with high IV PET, how to mix it. It's a technology, really technological achievement from Barmac side. And this is the different market classification as per the raw material. Here you will see this bicomponent production. We do have the technology to give this with the dual extruder system. First extruder for the main polymer, second extruder for the additional polymer. You can also do it with direct melt spinning with additional extruder. And for this microfiber application, it is 86%, and D plus C, this combination is only 14%. Now this technology innovations and how Barmac makes this Bico spinning concept. Because the spinning concept for Bico is a really challenge. And only few companies in the world has this technology and know-how and the hardware. These are the different product range. It is a lot of technical informations from the bicomponent side, the different type of bicomponent yarn cross sections, what we can give for the activewear. And you have to keep it in mind that as on today, 95% of the bicomponent is produced in China by few companies. And this too much dependence, this over-dependence on this Chinese supply chain is also a threat to the world. So in India, we have to really focus on development of bicomponent spinning. We cannot, this entire world cannot depend only on few companies in China who are commanding or controlling 95% of the bicomponent production. A lot of technology is required, know-how is required, experience is required, but without this, India will never be self-sufficient in this sportswear and athletewear and activewear. This is the type of dual spinning beam. It's an engineering marvel. A lot of complications are there. A lot of parameters to be taken here to design the spinning beam. We have the complete know-how, complete knowledge on that. This is the advanced Bico spinning beam, also manufactured by Barmac. This is the bicomponent spin pack. People who are familiar with melt spinning operations probably will understand. It's a really innovative and very advanced technology. This is the bicomponent spinner design for the different range of products what I explained. coarse sheath type, island in the sea, side by side, then high viscosity difference, two polymers. This is the spinneret profile, spinneret holes profile. This is how to do the quenching part of this bicomponent. We have the conventional cross-flow quenching system. We also give the radial inflow quenching or the EVO system of quenching, EVO quench, depending on the requirement of the customer and also the yarn properties. And this is the take-up. We have the wings POY for the bicomponent take-up and this advanced craft finder for the FDY, for the fully drawn type of bicomponent take-up. These are the different products and they are final, the end uses and the different fabric properties, what I discussed. If you blend poly PA6 with copet, what type of denier range, typical denier range fabric and the feel of the fabric and what type of properties you will get, it's a different you will get a lot of information. I can also give some of the information to all of you because it is required for the market to understand. So these are the different type of bicomponent polymers and what are the impact on the fabric properties and what are the typical denier type. So for the bicomponent producers, they should have all these ideas very clearly. This bicomponent spinning is the system which guarantees the producer's success. In Barmac, we have the capability to supply right from extruder up to the take-up, the complete range, which nobody else in the world can do, this bicomponent. So this is, once again, I am highlighting the importance of bringing this bicomponent spinning technology, set up new spinning plant, make this yarn. Without this, we cannot produce this high-end activewear and sportswear. And also a lot of investments are required in warp knit because this activewear and sportswear are very much dependent on high-end warp knit. For all of your information, a brand new plant of warp knit has been set up in Calcutta. This is the first plant of this type with Karl Mayer machines. Has been set up in Calcutta, in eastern India. And also we realized that in Bangladesh, they don't have the latest warp knit machines. In Bangladesh, the type of warp knitting they have are good enough to make mosquito nets, but not for this activewear and sportswear. But these investments in warp knit and high-end processing are required all over India to make the high-quality bicomponent. And another important information, I think many of you already know, that Indian Oil and Chatterjee Group, this Haldia Petrochemical Chatterjee Group, formed a joint venture to set up a new spinning unit in Odisha, in Bhadrak. And they will also focus on making the latest yarn, high quality DTY yarn for which will be required for activewear and sportswear type of things. So the Eastern India is also coming up very fast in this complete textile value chain. So that is all from my side. Thanks for your patient hearing. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
I'm from Panipat Textile Cluster.
Yeah.
So our cluster is striving actually for the value addition in the recycling of the used textiles. You have the technology which can chemically, process, say from the used rags or post-consumer used clothing or say pre-consumer, which can extract pure fiber.
We are doing a lot of R&D on this. My colleague, Mr. Sudipta Mondal, sitting just in front of you, in his speech, in the panel discussion, he will focus on recycling. And he will explain what type of technology, what we have already, what we can give to the market. But this is also one of the major R&D work going on. Thank you. Any more questions?
Is there any possibility of combining elastomeric with PET to give that stretch?
Elastomeric means bicomponent is a replacement of spandex or lycra.
Okay.
It is a replacement. Bicomponent gives four-way stretch. It has certain properties which this normal spandex fabric cannot give. It is much lighter in weight. It does not stick to your body. Mr. Sunil Jhunjhunwala from Technosports, he is here. He will also take part in the panel discussion. He is producing a lot of this type of bicomponent and spandex activewear. He has much more practical experience, so he can give a lot of real input. What are the difference between a fabric produced out of bicomponent yarn? Suppose you make a t-shirt out of bicomponent yarn and out of this conventional polyester and spandex, there is a big difference. He can give you much more input. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take questions later on. Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh, for shedding light on critical role of advanced manufacturing technologies in strengthening India's sports tech ecosystem. It is now my proud privilege to invite our guest of honor, Ms. Manisha Chatterjee, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Textile, Government of India, to address the gathering. Madam has been the guiding force behind this conference and has been instrumental in driving several initiatives aimed at accelerating the growth of technical textile sector and strengthening India's manufacturing ecosystem. Please welcome, ma'am. Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs and Textile, Pavitra Margarita, sir, dignitaries on the dais, distinguished delegates, industry leaders, and our partners from the research and scientific communities. It is a privilege to address such a concentrated gathering of innovation and enterprise. When we speak of the National Technical Textile Mission, we are not merely discussing a series of policy documents. We are discussing the fundamental restructuring of India's manufacturing DNA. The Ministry of Textiles approach under the NTTM is built on a simple premise. We are moving from a phase of discovery to a phase of execution at scale. For too long, the Indian technical textile sector was defined by potential. Today, under the guidance of the Honorable Minister, sir, we are defining it by production. We have rolled out the Praman guidelines to actively support the critical R&D to commercialization pathway. We recognize that technical textile carry a high capital expenditure risk and require specialized testing infrastructure, which is often the most significant barrier for our MSMEs. This is why our schemes are designed to de-risk this innovation cycle. We are providing the scaffolding through PLI and NTTM, but the edifice must be built by your industry expertise. A primary focus of Ministry of Textile and NTTM is to bridge the innovation gap. We have excellent research coming out of our academic institutions, but the translation into commercial viability is the final frontier. We are working to ensure that every NTTM-funded prototype moves beyond a lab report to become a product that can be manufactured at volume. I want to speak directly on the issue of testing and standardization. Without robust indigenous testing, Made in India cannot achieve the trust it deserves in global markets. We are aggressively upgrading our testing facilities and aligning our standards with international benchmarks so that our domestic manufacturers are export ready from day one. Let us specifically look at the sport tech pivot. India's current import dependency in high-performance sports apparel is a challenge, but more importantly, it is a massive domestic opportunity. We are not just talking about jerseys, we are talking about high-tenacity fibers, moisture management system, biomechanical support garments, and impact-resistant gear. Let us look at the glass half full rather than the glass half empty. The Ministry of Textile and NTTM are actively incentivizing manufacturers to enter this space. Leading research institutions are being supported under the NTTM mission to develop high-performance sports gears, sports composites, etc.
6 research projects and 1 startup have been approved under the Sportech segment under NTTM. We want to see Indian manufacturers produce the fiber, the fabric, and the finished garment on Indian soil. The Ministry of Textile and NTTM is here to support this transition, not as a regulator, but as your strategic partner. I invite you to use this conference to bring us your granular, ground-level challenges, whether it's a raw material supply chain, machinery access, or certification bottlenecks. Your inputs today will directly inform our policy for tomorrow. Before I conclude, I must take a moment to place on record our appreciation for the Phdcci Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Organizing a platform of this caliber requires more than logistics. It requires a deep understanding of the industry's pulse. This conference, held in collaboration with NTTM, serves as a vital bridge between the Ministry of Textiles policy mandate and the realities of the shop floor. NTTM is particularly encouraged by this initiative shown by the Phdcci, and we look forward to seeing this partnership evolve. In fact, it is my sincere hope that the success of this event serves as a blueprint for the future. I'm sure that Phdcci replicates this model across other vital technical textile segments also, like mobile tech, pack tech, and Indotech, and to take this momentum to other industrial hubs across the country. Let us work together to make the NTTM a success, not just in policy, but in production. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring address and for sharing the government's vision for the sector. We are deeply honored to have with us today Shri Pabitra Margarita Ji, Honorable Minister of State for Textiles, Government of India, as our chief guest. Honorable Minister has been actively contributing towards enhancing India's textile sector, promoting innovation and strengthening global competitiveness. I now request Honorable Minister Shri Pabitra Margarita Ji to kindly address the gathering.
Very good morning. Sri Archiviz, Co-Chair, Phdcci, Srimati Manisha Chatterjee, my colleague in the Ministry of Textiles as Joint Secretary, Sri Horace Chatterjee, DG, Wool Research Association, Sri Debobruto Ghosh, BP, Barmag India Private Limited, Sri Shantanu Agarwal, Co-Chair, Phdcci, Sri Rakesh Sangrai, Director, Phdcci, and ambassadors of different countries. I have seen my friends from Diplomatic Corps, Ambassador Lau, Ambassador Panama, and the friends, better to say, family of textile fraternity, and friends from media, and my colleagues from the Ministry of Textiles. Wish you a very good morning. It's really it's an honor and privilege for me to be here to address this National Conference on Technical Textiles that brings together the stakeholders who will shape the next chapter of India's textile journey. I also commend Phdcci's Chamber of Commerce and Industry for its long-standing contribution over the last 121 years as a dynamic voice of the industry, trade and entrepreneurship, and for organizing meaningful dialogue. And I can remember, just after assuming my office, this was one of the first engagements as a Minister of State for Textiles. So immediately after assuming my office as MOS, I'm sure that this was amongst the first events I attended. So anyways, PhD is very close to my heart. That's why today also, coming straight from Assam, I have attended this meeting. Anyways, friends, across the globe, there is a growing emphasis on health, wellness, and active lifestyles. This shift is being driven by changing social attitudes, increased awareness about fitness, and a greater focus on preventive health care. In India, this momentum has been further strengthened in recent years through focused initiatives such as Khelo India, Fit India movement, and Target Olympic Podium Scheme, which is also known as TOPS, which have encouraged wider participation in sports and fitness activities. As more people engage in recreational and competitive sports, and as sports infrastructure continues to expand, the demand of high-performance sports products is rising steadily. This evolving landscape is also giving rise to new possibilities in manufacturing and innovation. It is in this context that sport tech, one of the most dynamic segments of our technical textiles, assumes great significance. Today's high-performance fabrics are engineered for moisture management, rapid dyeing, UV protection, compression and durability. And increasingly, they are also becoming intelligent by integrating sensors. Today I have seen in the exhibition, it's a modern, this engineered textiles. Conductive yarns and microelectronics capable of monitoring heart rate even, hydration, muscle activity, and posture in real time. More broadly, technical textiles have emerged as a strategic pillar of modern industrial growth. They support healthcare, defense, agriculture, infrastructure, safety, and sports. Across their 12 major segments, they have evolved from niche application into essential enablers of national capability. India's position in this sector is steadily rising. Technical textile exports reached rupees 28,392 crore in financial year 2024-25. This marks a rise from just 8,827,000 crore in 2013-14, reflecting the strong growth trajectory of the sector over the past decade. Between financial year 2021 and financial year 2024-25, exports recorded a compound annual growth rate of 13.4%, while the export surplus improved to 5,527 crore rupees. These figures reflect India's growing competitiveness in the global technical textile market. Our capabilities were tested in the most difficult circumstances during the COVID-19 pandemic, from producing virtually no PPE kits in early 2020. From no PPE kits in early 2020, India scaled up to nearly 5 lakh kits per day within 60 days, emerging as the world's second largest manufacturer. And you were the contributors. In those challenging times, India not only protected its own people, but also supported many countries. That achievement demonstrated the innovation and manufacturing strength of India's technical textile sector. This progress has been made possible by the clear vision and decisive leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji and contribution of the stakeholders like you. Under his leadership, India has moved from isolated interventions to ecosystem-based growth. Technical textiles now sit at the intersection of innovation, manufacturing, self-reliance, and global competitiveness. I also acknowledge the leadership of Honorable Union Minister for Textiles, Adarni Giriraj Singh ji, whose commitment and focus on implementation are helping accelerate this transformation. Friends, the Government of India has taken several focused steps to strengthen the technical textiles ecosystem. The National Technical Textile Mission, that is NTTM, launched with an outlay of rupees 1,480 crore, has approved over 180 research projects, supported around 50 projects for laboratory upgradations and faculty training, developed more than 20 specialized courses, supported around 40 national and international events, and nurtured over 30 startups. And I have seen many startups here in this exhibition also. Together, these initiatives are creating a strong foundation for research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. The production-linked intensive PLI scheme for textiles, with an outlay of rupees 10,683 crore, has further strengthened manufacturing in this segment. Technical textiles have emerged as a leading investment destination under the scheme, attracting over 50 companies, investments of more than 5,500 crore, and turnover exceeding 6,400 crore rupees. With this strong foundation, we are well positioned to move towards the vision of 100 billion US dollar textile exports and a 350 billion US dollar market by 2030, as envisioned by our Paramadina Pradhan Mantri Modi ji and all of us. Aligned and also which aligns with the vision of Phdcci Bharat 2047, where technical textiles and sport tech will play a defining role in driving innovation, manufacturing, and global competitiveness. As I conclude, I'm confident that the deliberations of this conference will lead to a meaningful partnership, actionable recommendations, and new opportunities for industry, academia, and government to work together. Let us collectively build an India that is not only recognized for its rich textile heritage, but also respected as a global leader in technical textiles, sport tech, and advanced manufacturing. Thank you. Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your visionary and motivating address. Your guidance will undoubtedly inspire all stakeholders present here to work collectively towards realizing the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. Now I request Mr. R.K. Vij and Mr. Shantanu Agarwal to felicitate our chief guest with plant and memento. To our guest of honor with plant and memento. And to our esteemed speakers on dais with tie and certificate. Mr. Debrata Ghosh. Mr. Harish K. Chatterjee. So as we now move towards the conclusion of the inaugural session, I request Mr. Shantanu Agarwal, Co-Chair PHDCCI Textile Committee and Joint Managing Director, Miral Overseas Limited, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable Minister of State for Textiles, Shri Pavitra Margarita ji, our esteemed guest of honor, Joint Secretary Ms. Manisha Chatterjee ji, fellow industry leaders, distinguished delegates, honorable ambassadors from all across the world, and friends from the media. As we draw the curtains on this inaugural session, it is my privilege to propose a formal vote of thanks. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our Honorable Minister, Shri Pavitra Margarita, and our Joint Secretary, Shri Manisha Chatterjee. Sir and Madam, your presence here today is not just a gesture of support, it is a signal of the government's very serious commitment to the technical textiles ecosystem. Thank you for your vision and for your accessibility and for your words of encouragement to our industry. A heartfelt thank you to the Ministry of Textiles and the National Technical Textiles Mission. Your continuous support in organizing this conference has turned a concept into a meaningful, truly action-oriented platform. I must also acknowledge our partners who have been the backbone of this event. A special thanks to our knowledge partner, the Wool Research Association. Your technical rigor has been instrumental to provide the foundation for our deliberations today. I also extend our sincere appreciation to Dr. M.S. Parmar, Director General NITRA, Mr. Tarun Diwan, Executive Director SGEPC, and Mr. J.K. Gupta, Bureau of Indian Standards, for your unwavering support and expertise. To our media partners, thank you for ensuring that the voice of this industry reaches far and wide. To our speakers, thank you for the time and effort you have put into sharing your insights. You have navigated the complexities of technical textiles, particularly sport tech, with such clarity that I am sure our delegates are leaving with a much sharper roadmap for their own businesses. They say technical textiles are all about precision, high performance, and complex engineering. Since the speakers have been incredibly technical for the last 1 hour, my brain is currently in need of a high tenacity dose of caffeine. So I will keep this vote of thanks brief, mostly because I know that the best opportunities for innovation is the networking that is about to begin outside. I invite you all to please join us for a 20-minute networking tea break, and let's use this time to turn these technical discussions into meaningful real-world partnerships. Thank you once again, and we look forward to a productive day ahead. Our next session begins at 12 p.m. Jai Hind.
Please be seated. One, we have a brief presentation to set the context for the discussion ahead. I would like to invite Mr. Sumit Parmar, Project Lead Implementation Unit, National Technical Textile Mission, Ministry of Textile, to deliver an overview of the NTTM. May I request Mr. Parmar to kindly take the stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sumit Parmar. I am an Associate Director with PricewaterhouseCoopers and the Project Lead for the Implementation Unit of National Technical Textile Mission. I'll give a brief PPT on what the mission is, what are its guidelines, what are the components, and how students, entrepreneurs, researchers, academicians can take support of the guidelines and the components under this mission. I'll start with the definition and overview of technical textiles. Most of you are aware of this, but there are students here, so I would just like to give a brief understanding of what this segment is about. So, technical textiles, unlike conventional textiles, are specific engineered materials which are primarily used for their functional purpose, right? They're not used for aesthetic purpose like conventional apparel or home textiles. So, they are made using technical yarns, specialty yarns, and solve a specific purpose. Their application areas are across multiple industries. There are 12 segments of technical textiles: Indutech, PacTech, Meditech, Sporttech. As you can see, their application areas range from sportswear, aerospace, packaging, healthcare, construction. So it's a wide-ranging field encompassing multiple industries. When it comes to benefits, why are they used over conventional material? Why do we use a technical textile material over cement or metal? Because not only are they lighter, but they provide structural strength, enhanced stability, and are more durable. Just brief overview of the Indian technical textile industry. We are the 5th largest market in the world with a market size of US $28 billion. We have been growing at a pace of 10% CAGR over the last decade. We are outpacing the global market growth. And in terms of exports, we are the 8th largest export. We just touched $3.3 billion in export in the last financial year. And our export growth is even larger, even faster, at 13% CAGR over the last 5 years. So since this particular conference is focused on sport tech, a brief slide on sport tech. These are materials, fabrics, yarns, or specific units which are made of textile materials and are used in amalgamation or in general for sport textile applications. You can see that in the first photo, we have performance monitoring sportswear, which basically regulates or monitors physiological monitors. We have nets, astroturfs, boxing gloves, nylon string, cricket pads, parachute fabrics. So most of us, we don't really understand there are a lot of textile components that go into these items. These are general everyday items that we use, but we're not aware about the textile components that go into them. So it's a good understanding for the students here to also learn that in everyday application, there are a lot of technical textile products that are being used. So awareness creation is also an area that we are focusing on under NTTM. A brief overview of the market. If you look at the sport tech segment, the overall technical textile market is growing at a CAGR of 5%, will reach 235 billion in 2025. The sport tech market is 36.8%. It's one of the largest markets, technical textile markets in the world. When it comes to India, you can see that we are outpacing the global market and the sport tech market growth. We're growing at a CAGR of 7%, and I believe we have a lot of potential to grow faster. Now, on to the main part, which is the Technical Textile Mission. This is a flagship initiative of Ministry of Textile. It was launched in FY 2021. It was announced in Budget 2020. It was initially for a period of 4 years, but now it has been extended till March 2028 with a sunset clause of 2030. The mission has an outlay of 1,480 crores, which is divided across 4 segments. The first, which is the R&D segment, is the primary segment. We are focusing. We have devoted 1,000 crores in this segment, followed by promotion market development with 50 crores, export promotion with 10 crores, and education, training, and skilling with 100 crores. I'll come to the main part, which are the guidelines of the mission, the heart and soul of the mission. We have 6 core guidelines, which basically are designed to support industry, education, students, innovators by providing them grant support, or by providing them technical hand-holding support, not only carry out fundamental and applied research, but also innovate and scale up their businesses in technical textiles. So the first component, which is the research, innovation, and development components, has 3 guidelines. The first guideline is for research proposals. The second guideline is for machinery development. The third guideline is for startups. While the fourth component, education, training, and skilling, is focusing on education institutes, skill development and training, and internship support. I'll dwell a bit deeper into each of these guidelines. The first guideline, the research proposals. Here we are this is the primary focus of this mission. As per the cabinet note of this mission, we intend to develop specialty fibers in this country, specialty fibers like nylon, 6X, aramid, para-aramids, meta-aramids, all glass fiber, carbon fiber, things like this. So through this particular guideline, we are asking public institutions, public research institutions, IITs, NITs, CSIR labs to come up with research ideas that have a potential to scale up and also import substitution. And we are providing them grant funding. There's no upper cap to this funding. So you can imagine the kind of support that ministry is giving. I'll just give you an example. NAL, which is National Aeronautics Laboratory, they are partnered with us to manufacture carbon fiber, and we have given them a grant support of 70 crore rupees. So you can imagine the scale at which we are supporting the industry. And there are 184 projects so far that we have supported with a total grant of 564 crores. Here we are, again, there are researchers here, academicians here. We want to invite you to come up with proposals, understand where the industry demand is, and share those proposals with us. This is the machinery part. Here we are supporting, if you are a government institute like CMTI, we are supporting 80% of the machinery development cost. If you are a private company, we are supporting 50% of the manufacturing cost. Again, the focus is to indigenize, make domestic machineries used in technical textile, whether it's non-woven, whether it's looms, whether it's other geogrid machineries. This is the part that I would like to take some time on. This is the scheme for startups. There are a lot of students here, innovators here, a lot of startups that we have already supported under this mission. Here we are giving a support of, grant support of up to 50 lakh rupees for budding startups to take their ideas and build them into prototype or commercial ready solutions. So we're also helping them with in connecting with incubators. There are a lot of partners that we have, TRAs and other institutions who are acting as incubators. So we will handhold the startups. If you have an idea which is niche and novel in technical textiles, please share those proposals with us. We'll help you connect with the right incubator. We'll help you with the grants and also an ecosystem to build your startup to a scalable solution. We have a couple of success stories in this room. We have Mukesh Kumar, we have Flossom. These are a couple of startups that we have supported, which have now gone to a scale that they're now investing multi-crore projects into PM Mitra parks. So I believe students can connect with those people and share this learning from them. And you can also put up your proposals. Right. For education institutes, we have IITs and IITs people from NIFTs. So we are supporting more than 47 institutes in building technical textile laboratories. So if you are an institute and you are teaching civil engineering, you are teaching industrial engineering, mechanical engineering, anything which is relevant to technical textiles. We are not just talking about textiles as such. We are talking any relevant field which is an application in textiles. And you are a public institute or a private institute with top 200 ranking in NRF or NAC ranking which is eligible, you can come and take grant support from the National Technical Textile Mission. We are giving up to 20 crores in grant if you are coming up with new proposals or new degrees in technical textiles in both UG and PG. And we are also giving support for training of your faculty members up to 1 crore rupees. This is the skill development. So again, as I said, this is an overarching, encompassing mission. So not only are we supporting researchers, academicians, we're also supporting industry in building the right skills for technical textile, which is a highly specialized, skill-oriented sort of an industry. In this, if you are an industry and you're eligible with us, we will give you a grant support of up to 20,000 per training for a period of 20 months for skill development. And this is the internship scheme, specifically for students who are undertaking BTech courses and they are in second, third, or fourth year. If you are interested in carrying out or taking internship in one of our eligible institutes, we'll be providing you with a support of 20,000 rupees per month for a period of 2 months for your summer internship. So this is basically the overall, I guess, say summary of the mission guidelines, what support we are giving. This is just a reiteration of the achievements so far we have done, 184 projects, 564 crore worth of projects, 31 startups, many of them are here. We have also developed a mega agro demonstration center, a climate smart agro demonstration center in Navsari, Gujarat. We have conducted over 40 national and international conferences. We issued quality control orders covering 68 technical textile items, approved 47 institutes with a grant support of 216 crores, developed 25 skill development courses focusing on new age skills, and have impaneled 21 agencies that can give internship in technical textiles. So that's it from my side. My team is here. If you would like to have any discussion, if you want to know further, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumit. So we now begin session 1, the Sports Tech Deep Dive, focusing on game changers scaling indigenous sports tech for global dominance. I invite our moderator, Dr. Manisha Mathur, Technical Advisor, CAOE Sports Tech, Wool Research Association, to kindly take over the proceedings as session moderator. I also request our distinguished panelists and special speakers to join us on the dais. Mr. Sunil Jhunjhunwala, Technosports, Mr. Prashant Rajanani, Process Leaders, SYP India, Decathlon Sports, Professor Abhijit Mazumdar, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, Mr. Sudipto Mandal, Regional Sales Director, Barmeg India Private Limited, Mr. Chetan Agarwal, Founder, Phdcci Group. Dr. Manisha Mathur, to kindly take over the proceedings for the session.
A very warm afternoon to everybody. It's a proud privilege to be moderating this particular session on game changers. How do we take the sport tech to a global level and be leaders not only in this? So as we start on with this, we all know that the sport performance is no longer determined only by training or by talent. There are so many workers working behind these athletes to give them something which can give them the edge on their performances. So among this are the advanced textiles, smart fabric, sustainability, innovation in manufacturing, which will become the competitive advantage for the country. And as India aims to become a global sport and manufacturing powerhouse, how can the sports ecosystem support both elite performance as well as indigenous growth sector? So before we say how we can go upon being scaling up the thing, we need to know where we are today. So India already possesses, we are all aware, most of us are sitting here with the same segment. We have a very strong manufacturing foundation with key manufacturing clusters close to us in Meerut and Jalandhar. Together, these clusters employ more than 5 lakh workers and form the backbone of the India sport manufacturing ecosystem. We have heard many figures since morning, but the figures which I have tells me that the India sport equipment market, it was valued at approximately $25.7 billion in 2025 and is projected to reach a figure of 50.9 billion by 2033, growing at a CAGR of more than 9.1%, which is a very healthy CR. So what are the key factors which is driving this sector? They are the rising fitness awareness. People have spoken about this in the morning, the growing need for having a healthier body, the growth of the organized sports, which we are seeing in this country, the school and university sports programs, expansion of sports retail, as well as the government initiatives such as Khelo India. So the World Research Association has already been working on this sport tech. We are the Center of Excellence for Sport Tech in the country, established since 2012. And our Director General has already spoken about all the different things that we are working in this sector. But we are fortunate today to have the entire ecosystem of the sport tech over here with us, and it is my pleasure to be asking these stakeholders in the different segments to give their views on how India can take up the manufacturing capacity, what are the global dominance which are required, what are the bottlenecks and other things. So to start with, let me not take more time on this. I invite Mr. Junjunwala, who is an expert on factory economics. He has the cost structures, the supply chain, export competitiveness, and he understands what is the manufacturing bottleneck. But before I start, I have a privilege of introducing him, though he does not need any introduction, but for academic purposes, let me tell a brief about his journey so far. So, having a Bachelor of Computer Application, he has been a technical support engineer with Microsoft India from 2004 to 2006. In 2007, he has successfully started a sportswear brand, and the students may note that he has reached from 0 to 3 crore garments per annum in 19 years, which is a very commendable figure. He has created an active brand with highest performance standards in India, built a green sustainable ecosystem with very low energy and water consumption, built and nurtured a visionary team along with a Phdcci inspired manufacturing cluster. So not only has he grown, but with him many people have grown and the technology itself has flourished. So without further ado, I would like to hear your take on this particular thing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Manisha ma'am, and thank you for the very kind introduction. It's an honor to stand here alongside the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. 25 billion is a big number, and I think this is poised to grow to a very substantial number even further. And it is the best time for all of us to understand this Indian market, to participate and partake from this beautiful Indian market because of the complexity of the Indian market. जो heterogeneous है Indian market, मतलब इतने तरह के लोग हैं, इतने तरह के body shapes हैं, इतने तरह के problem statements हैं, weather conditions हैं. South India जो है वो humid है, Central India जो है वो dry है. So how can you build products for such a heterogeneous market? And by building products for this such diverse country, you get, and they are very price sensitive also. तो इतना price sensitive है, at the same time aspirational भी है कि उनको technology भी देना है, performance भी देना है, फिर भी एक cost को manage करके देना है. तो active wear और sports wear, मतलब दोनों को मैं थोड़ा separate करूँगा before I get into the presentation. दोनों को मैं separate करूँगा. Sports wear is that niche, that absolute performance, and active wear is more versatile, जहाँ पे various use cases हम mix करते हैं. तो as we see globally, active wear is getting democratized. Sportswear still remain niche and cutting edge, but active wear is getting democratized. And India has, by serving this population and by serving this cost-sensitive, heterogeneous market, we've built capabilities which make us globally competitive when the democratization happens globally. जैसे आपने देखा दुनिया में basic garments को brands like Walmart, Primark इन्होंने democratize कर दिया कि अब basic garment है उसके लिए ज़्यादा पैसा देने का ज़रूरत नहीं है. जैसे fashion आपने देखा कि Zara ने democratize कर दिया, कुछ brands ने democratize कर दिया, वैसे ही active wear भी दुनिया भर में democratize हो रहा है. और Indian brands will have the capability to go and take global leadership in maybe 10 years or 15 years. The ecosystem, I can see it evolve. And we should have that aspiration कि जब भी दुनिया में active wear democratize होगा, Indian brand should be among the top 3 in the world. So that is, the aspiration, and that's what I'm trying to present here. So this is a journey of Technosport. As ma'am mentioned, we started very early, and we are currently growing. This is our infrastructure, right from design development to garment delivery, from ideation to execution. जैसे कोई problem statement हमारे पास आता है कि ये प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट हमको सॉल्व करना है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल रिसेंटली वी गॉट अ प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट फॉर कार्गो पैंट्स कि कार्गो पैंट्स बनाने हैं, ट्रेंड में है, बट हाउ डू यू काइंड ऑफ यूज टेक्सटाइल टेक्नोलॉजी टू सॉल्व द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ कार्गो पैंट. कार्गो पैंट में प्रॉब्लम क्या है, बहुत हैवी होता है, बल्कि होता है, उसको धो तो आप उसको आयरन करना पड़ता है, बहुत मेंटेनेंस मुश्किल है, और एट द सेम टाइम आप कहीं ट्रैवल करते हो, बैग में जगह ज़्यादा लेता है. तो हाउ कैन यू यूज टेक्सटाइल टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे अभी देवबत्रा सर ने बाई कंपोनेंट के बारे में बताया. तो वी हैव अ लार्ज बैंक ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल्स इन दिस फैसिलिटी, जहाँ पे हम 300 से 400 रॉ मटेरियल्स दुनिया भर से स्टॉक करके स्टोर करते हैं. वी हैव ऑल द फैब्रिक फॉर्मिंग कैपेबिलिटीज, वीविंग, वॉप निटिंग, सर्कुलर निटिंग, डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ सर्कुलर निटिंग, ऑल अंडर वन रूफ, एंड प्रोसेसिंग, गारमेंटिंग, ऑल अंडर वन रूफ. So from the moment we have this problem statement till we ideate the product, and when we make a prototype, we can do it in less than 48 hours. If we want to commercialize the product, within 1 month we can send it to a test market. 10,000, 15,000 garment हम test launch कर सकते हैं market में, और market का feedback understand करके उस product को evolve करके we can take it to lakhs of garments per month in less than 6 months or 1 year. So that's the capability we have on the back end, and that gives us this, ability to innovate much faster than anybody else. And this is the global market. Of course, our estimates of the global market currently roughly $478 billion as of today. This is specifically for sports and activewear and athleisure. This does not include footwear or sports goods. And it's estimated to go to 920 billion by 2033, 9% CAGR globally. इसमें Asia Pacific is the biggest in the world. Women participation is growing very fast, outperforming the men. And you can see that, you know, it will be 2.2x of what is it today in next 7-8 years. This is the Indian landscape. Of course, ma'am had put a number of, 25 billion, but that might include sports goods, footwear, etc. Here I am talking only about apparel, which is roughly, 24,000 crores. So that is roughly 2.7, 2.8 billion as of today. And this is expected to go to 4.3 billion. That's what my team thinks. This slide was done by my team. I believe it will be more, but yeah. And you can see that today, men contribute 52%, women contribute 37%, kids contribute 11%. And now you can see that the usage is expanded beyond sports and active use, where the people are using it for daily wear. A lot of active wear is being used for daily wear. This blazer is an active wear. So, and you can see that people want to wear the same clothes to the gym. They want to wear the same clothes for commute. They want to wear the same clothes for work from home or office. They want to wear the same clothes for travel. So it's becoming very hybrid, and that's why we call it gym to street standard. And this is the trend, which is the fastest growing trend today. So you can see that these are the emerging trends in activewear. These are the strengthening things. If some of you are startups, you should focus on these. And these are declining trends. So now consumers want a lot of function with their clothing. तो कोई भी मतलब daily use में भी अपने product में काफ़ी functions चाहता है कि भाई मेरा product odor free होना चाहिए, moisture absorbent होना चाहिए. इंडिया में लोग 2-wheelers चलाते हैं, UV protection होना चाहिए. All of that is becoming key to their buying decisions. And now consumers are more and more asking for these technologies, not only in promise, but in practice. क्योंकि एज अ ब्रांड आपने ये प्रॉमिस करके उनको बेच दिया मार्केटिंग करके, लेकिन एक्चुअली वो परफॉर्म नहीं करेगा तो वापस कंज्यूमर नॉट कम बैक टू यू. तो दैट इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट हियर, दैट वट एवर यू प्रॉमिस यू हैव टू डिलीवर. एंड दिस इज वेयर हाउ कैन वी बिल्ड ग्लोबल विनर्स, द सब्जेक्ट ऑफ टुडेज टॉपिक. एंड यू कैन सी दैट वेरियस ब्रांड्स आर फोकस्ड ऑन सर्टन टाइप्स ऑफ वे ऑफ बिल्डिंग देयर ब्रांड्स इन द पास्ट. And we can take a lot of learning. Of course, we also mentioned Decathlon here, where they democratized sportswear, and I think phenomenal what they've done globally. And so there are a lot of playbooks from different global brands. Some of them are focusing on sportswear, some of them are focusing on performance, some of them on digital consumer engagement, some of them on premium athleisure, lifestyle. And that's where India, in a global white space where we are creating value-based performance. तो वो जो इंडिया का जो मोट है वो ग्लोबली हम लेके जाके उसको बहुत बड़ा बिजनेस के रूप में ग्लोबली कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं. दैट्स व्हाट आई स्पीक हियर. एंड दीज आर सम ऑफ द प्रोप्राइटरी टेक्नोलॉजीज दैट वी बिल्ट इन टेक्नोस्पोर्ट ओवर द लास्ट मेनी ईयर्स टू सॉल्व कंज्यूमर प्रॉब्लम्स. जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल आप देखो टेक्नोगार्ड एंटी माइक्रोबियल टेक्नोलॉजी है. दिस reduces sweat odor, improves your hygiene. We used to import this technology from a Canadian company till COVID. And हम इसको सिर्फ कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स में डालते थे क्योंकि ये बहुत महंगा आता था. और कोविड में ये सप्लाई चेन बंद हो गया, तो हमको वो रॉ मटेरियल नहीं मिल रहा था, वो केमिकल नहीं मिल रहा था. तो मेरी R&D टीम ने बोला कि सर ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी हम भी बना सकते हैं, हमको मौका दीजिए. एंड वी गेव देम द अपॉर्चुनिटी एंड दे बिल्ट इट मोर इफेक्टिवली एट 1/4 द कॉस्ट. एंड वी वर एबल टू पुट इट इन एवरी गारमेंट टुडे. So all the garments in TechnoSport today come with TechnoGuard technology. So similarly, we've done a lot of research in the past, and we can proudly say TechnoSport as a brand spends more on R&D than marketing, and this is what we've built over the years. And that's about it. Open to questions. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, can you take a couple of questions?
Maybe we can take the questions at the end of the session when everybody has already had. So we can all collect the questions, keep them brief, relevant to the topic today, and we will have the deliberations at the end.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sunil Jhunjhunwala. It was a B school teaching wording model that you have built from scratch, and it is worth the appreciation that it deserves. Coming to the second speaker, the process leader SYP India Decathlon Sports, Mr. Prashant Rajni. Obviously, we all know that the Decathlon operates one of the world's largest sports product ecosystems, and Mr. Rajni can provide insight into product validation, international certifications, quality benchmarks. They are the leading manufacturers, as well as the consumer expectations, which goes very well with it. But before you start, sir, let me introduce Mr. Prashant Rajni. He is the business head of the synthetic division at Decathlon India, with over 14 years of specialized expertise in textile sustainability, circular economy framework, and global supply chain. He started his career with an industrial shop floor, followed by sales and service for staple spinning machinery. That means you have an overall ecosystem that you have already traveled. And in Decathlon, he is currently leading a large-scale initiative that bridges cutting-edge material innovation with commercial scalability, specializing textile-to-textile recycling. I heard many people were interested in this particular topic in the morning. Sustainable raw materials, which is the requirement of the day, and a robust traceability certification. He is known for combining strategic long-term vision with hands-on technical execution and dedicated to advancing circular textiles. So if I may ask you to elaborate on how important is product innovation compared with cost competitiveness, because जैसा झुंझुनवार सर ने कहा कि लोगों को अच्छा product भी चाहिए, but दाम भी ज़्यादा ना हो, both the things. So how do we, make a balance between the two in gaining access to global sports retail ecosystem? And there are many categories of sport techs, you see. We have the sportswear, we have the smart apparels, the wearables. So which of these is, has more potential for export potential for the Indian companies?
So first of all, thank you very much Chamber of Commerce to inviting us and also to be available onto the dais to share what actually we are trying to do in Decathlon, and also to share what is the need of an hour, not only from the India perspective, from the global perspective as well. So first of all, for sure, Sunil ji has touched upon the right point is about the cost part, but also one thing which is about the value proposition. So I would say one point, if we speak about the textile industry, first question which any brand or any consumer comes, this was a question before a decade, only 3 questions. What is cost per kg? What is cost per meter? And what is cost per minute? So this was the historical part when the brands were coming or the users were coming and they were asking this point. So I would say cost is something which give you an entry point, or it will give you a key to enter into the door. But this is not the one which is going to decide you how much time you are going to stay into that room. So here the change comes, which is about the value proposition, or which is about the innovation. So maybe the cost could be an entry, but how sustainably long you are going to stay, which will be an innovation and value propositions, or value to the cost is going to make a change. As he rightly shared, today the generation has been changed. Now we have Gen Zs and Betas and Alpha coming into the picture. We agree or don't agree, purchasing power has increased for everyone. The t-shirt what I used to purchase in 100 rupees, I can afford now to purchase at 250 rupees as well. But when I go to purchase a t-shirt, now I'm not seeing that whether it is good or not, whether color is right or not. But I speak about UV part, whether it is skin friendly or not, whether it is going to give me some difficulty, or whether it is going to have the proper moisture management. So yes, innovation is the key, and I would say when you speak about the innovation, it is not only about the material, because once speak about innovation, people think about only innovation in material, raw material or everything. Innovation could be anywhere. It could be man, machine, material, method or anything. And once you do this, you are reaching towards the operational excellence. And this operational excellence will ensure that you are decreasing your cost as well. So the first is about the cost optimization, how you can pitch in into the factory or how you can pitch in into the business, how you can do the value addition, and by this way you can increase your profitability and also you can focus on operational excellence. So I would say world is changing. The innovation is not become a luxury. Innovation has become a need of an hour, and cost is something which can be a startup point, but it needs an innovation. One classic example, madam, touch about textile to textile recycling. So today we know the situation of war. The price of raw material has shoot up like anything. And if one has to purchase the yarn, it has become a very difficult, and into the value chain still the fabric provider or a garment provider could not absorb this cost as well. But how we can decouple all these things, which is a future innovation about textile to textile recycling, or could be a methodology where we can reuse the mono material, which can be reduced, which can be repairable, or it can increase the life cycle as well. So at the end, I would say for the first question which Madam asked, cost is something which is required, but innovation will be a driver, or I would say it will be a two-wheeler for you. Once you sit along with the cost, you can go for the long part, and your two-wheeler can be converted into four-wheeler as well. So the next point was about export part as well. Like today, what is missing in India, or what we can think about future part. First I see the document, or when I read Sportech innovation, we are speaking about Bharat Vision 2047. We are not speaking about 2026, 27 or 2030. So 2047 is give us an immense possibilities. Already India is having a potential in natural material. We are cotton rich country, we have a lot of natural fibers, and we are succeeding in everywhere. If we speak about India, the cotton spinning is having a benchmarking even in China or any other developed country as well. But when it comes to the contradictory part of man-made fiber, here is the lag part. And most importantly, if we speak about the points where we need to focus, is about footwear, I would say. It's not only about the garment, it is also about the soft equipment material, which we call it as a backpack, tents, sleeping bags, which has been used into the market. One good example, because we all love to use the WhatsApp, we love to use the Instagram. If you go to the Instagram or WhatsApp, you just touch your emoji, there is a section for the sports. If you count, there are 56 different type of the sports emojis over there. So today it's not about apparel, it is all about the different sport equipments which we can use. And this is where the India has to capture the market point. And one good part, already Mr. Devrata Ghosh shared into the morning, microfiber, more than 96% dependency on China. So these are the different technologies. If we bring it into India, we can reach to the export part. And again, I'll relate with the first point. Once you come up with the innovation, once you come up with the cost optimization, export doors are not going to be only open for you, it will give you a sustainable long run to continue the business. That's it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prashant, for enlightening what the need of the hour is, how important is the entry point, as well as how sustainability is the key for remaining in the business. But we all know that all these products that we talk about, all the innovations that we talk about, is always initiated or it takes shape only in a test tube. And the test tubes and other things come from research. And the research associations or the research institutes are the ones which are the backbone for generating any idea, from taking it into the thing, for doing endless hours of research, which can give the functionality or which can give the different shape, material engineering or other things. And it's no brainer that the Sportech leadership ultimately comes from intellectual property. And I'm sure everybody is aware whom I'm talking next about. We have amongst with us a very prominent professor, Professor Abhijit Majumdar from IIT Delhi. And his expertise include technical textiles, smart fibers, functional materials, human performance applications. And if I were to read out his resume or biodata or introduction, it would take me minimum of 10 minutes to do that. But I would just highlight that he's holding the position of Ramchandra Jaikumar Chair Professor for Decision Science in the Textile and Fiber Engineering Department at IIT Delhi. And he joined the department as an assistant professor in 2007 and has become a full professor since 2018. His graduation was from Calcutta University. He acquired his PhD in product engineering from Jadavpur University with masters in MTech and MBA from IIT Delhi. We have proudly say that he is a visiting professor at the University of Huddersfield, UK, and a National Institute of Design at Andhra Pradesh. He is the chairperson of the Buildtech Sectional Committee of Bureau of Indian Standards, because as we know that all these products which are being made, as Mr. Prashant was also saying, that they need to pass some functional test, because these are technical textiles which are very functional textiles and known only for their functional values. So where do all these testings start from? And they all start from making a standard. A standard is one product for any standard will have maybe 7 to 8 different parameters like strength or whichever other flammability or anything which goes along with it. And these are being built by the Bureau of Indian Standards, and there are many segments of it, of which one of the segment is Build Tech, for which Professor Majumdar is the chairperson for that particular BIS Indian Standards Sectional Committee. He has so far guided 15 PhD scholars, authored textbooks, 2 textbooks, edited books, published more than 150 research journals in journals of repute nationally as well as internationally. Sir, I can't go beyond this, and I would just immediately ask you to start with...
You are embarrassing me.
No, sir. You deserve all the applause that is present in this room. And my question would be, what are the most promising emerging technologies that could redefine sport performance, and how can institutions like IIT help bridge the gap between laboratory innovation and commercial sports products? Over to you, sir.
Okay. At the outset, thank you, Dr. Manisha. At the outset, I'd like to thank Phdcci and WRA for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts. Basically, this event puts me in a dilemma because in a research and academic-centric conference, we are talking about sports. Because since childhood, we have seen sports as the antithesis of education and academics. My mother used to say, "Mera beta sirf khelta hai, kabhi padhai nahi karta hai." So our perception in Indian society was that if you are studying, you should not play, and if you are playing, then you should not study. But I think in this century, our culture, the Indian culture, has changed, and we are giving a lot of importance in sports. I can remember when I was in school, I was a cricket buff, and I had many agonizing nights in 1984, the entire Los Angeles Olympic, we didn't have even a single medal. 1988 Seoul Olympic, India was medalless. Then 1992 Barcelona Olympic, we pinned our hope on PT Usha. Again, we didn't have any medal in 1992. Then this glass ceiling, so 3 consecutive Olympics, we were medalless. We were not in the medal tally. And then in 1996, it was Leander Paes who got the bronze medal in tennis. And at that time, I was pursuing my MTech and IIT, and we were actually accelerated when we got that medal. Now, as a country, we are bidding for Olympics in 2036. So as a country, we are so confident, and we have improved so much in technology and in sports and in business that we feel that we can successfully host the Olympic. In 2024 Paris Olympic, we are in the 71st position in the medal tally, and we didn't have even a single gold. But I think in next few years, as we are intermingling sports with science, we are intermingling sports with technology, I can see a very bright future for Indian sports. Before going into the technical things and innovations, because here all of you are experts in the field of textiles and fiber, but before that, you see how the mindset of our country has changed. 20 years back, we are talking about English Premier League, Italian League, NBA, and now we have IPL, which is the most popular cricket league in the world. So all the top players are actually longing to participate in IPL. So we are at par with the top cricketing leagues of the world. So this shows that our culture, our thought process, and our ecosystem is changing. So when we come to the sports, it is not about sports clothing only. So what we are doing, before going into the textile research, I will say how IIT Delhi is looking at sports science and technology as an academic subject. Till now, there is no IIT where sports science is taught formally. IIT Madras is having some programs, But IIT Delhi is now thinking to start some academic program in the domain of sports science and technology. So we have MOUs with University of Exeter in UK, and University of Exeter is one of the top universities of the world in the domain of sports science. We also have MOUs with University of Queensland, one of the top 50 universities of the world. And they are also pioneered in the field of sport tech. So IIT Delhi is trying to develop some sports science curriculum. But sports clothing is one of the verticals of this sports science and technology. So we'll have areas like sports biomechanics, number 1. Number 2, wearables and sensors. Number 3, sports clothing. Number 4, sports branding and marketing, which is very important because we'll have to popularize this. And number 5, application of AI and data analytics. So sports clothing is one of the 5 verticals for this initiative. Now I'll come to the sports clothing research. I think Mr. Ghosh in the morning, and then Prashant ji has already talked about, and then of course Jhunjhunwala ji, he has also talked about the importance of fiber engineering or yarn engineering in this. Because in sports clothing, see, one is the designing of the sports garment, the outer design, form, shape, ergonomics. But everything starts from the building block, like the cells of our body. So if we are not good at fiber engineering, we'll again remain as the follower in the global ecosystem. 15 years back, when I was doing research at IIT Delhi on UV protective clothing, so I searched the entire Indian database and I didn't find even a single company which can give me UV protective fiber, inherent UV protective fiber. So there are Chinese companies who were supplying UV protective viscose, UV protective polyester, but that was not available in India. If you look at the sports clothing, what are the properties required in the fiber? First thing is the moisture management. Because in high active sports, in marathon and speed and in decathlon, you will generate a lot of sweat, and that has to be transported to the outer side so that it can be evaporated. Now, how that can happen following the engineering principle? Typically, all the commodity fibers are circular in nature. When you have circular fibers, the capillary pressure is not that high to transport the moisture from your body to the outer side. So you need to engineer a fiber which will have multiple channels, small channels on the surface. It will create higher capillary pressure and moisture will easily be transported to the outer side. So you need engineering at the fiber level itself. Number 2, it has to be antibacterial. Now for the antibacterial, you can go through the finishing route. You can have a lot of finishes, triclosan and so on and so forth, with which you can get the finishes. But what we have seen, this antibacterial activity, which we test with the AATCC standard, it goes down after multiple washes. So you can have 10 or 20 washes and then the efficacy will go down. But if you put, say, nano silver, when you are spinning the fiber, if you can put nano silver in minuscule quantity, you will get durable antibacterial activity. And I'm happy to say that under the NTTM, I have got a project of 10 crores for the development of durable antibacterial and moisture management polyester fibers for sports clothing. So we are trying to develop polyester fiber which will remain antibacterial and moisture management irrespective of the number of washes. The third property is UV protection. Of course, it may not be that important for our country because our skin is having enough amount of melanin, but you never know. Cricketers like Australian cricketer suffering from skin cancer, so UV protection is another property which is equally important. So I'll stop here without delaying my class lecturing. Sorry for that. So that is a bad habit the professors acquire over a period of time. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. And we look forward to the outcome of your NTTM project, which would be a starting point from where we can take it up for commercialization. And as always, whatever starts in the test tube level needs to go to the commercialization, only then it is considered to be an acceptable thing. And it cannot happen without technologies like Barmeg and other people taking up these research which is being developed at the pilot scale to the commercial scale. And so to deliver now, we have with us the Regional Sales Director, Barmeg India Private Limited, Mr. Sudipto Mandal. And no country can dominate sport tech without world-class manufacturing infrastructure, sir. And we have already had an in-depth PPT on what the Barmeg India Private Limited is doing in this particular sector. But at the same time, I would still like Mr. Sudipto Mandal to give us some more insight on can India achieve global sport tech leadership without significant investment in advanced manufacturing, and what are the technical advances in fiber production and processing which will define the next generation of sport textiles. Over to you, Mr. Sudipto Mandal.
Thank you very much, Manisha ji. Thank you very much, PHDCCI, for inviting me on this great event, I would say. It's a very well organized conference by PHDCCI, and I'm seeing it every year by year, it's improving. This time we have very good number of exhibitors exhibiting different types of products, at this conference. The theme, of course, is basically focused on sport tech under the technical textile domain, which is supported by Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. So coming towards the question being asked, first of all, this entire sportswear industry or the activewear industry, it's a somehow part of technical textile, one of the branches of technical textile, of course. Considering our current Indian government, you can say forecast, and we want to establish India, we want to establish an industry of around $350 billion of textile industry. This is considering the domestic as well as export market. And out of this export, accounts to around 100 million USD of value in this. Somehow, I believe sport tech or activewear, this particular domain can be a very crucial or you can say very important, you can say area which can contribute to this target, because this has very much potential to grow compared to any other domain, and of course, a lot of industry people I have on the dais over here with me. Sunil ji is here, Prashant is here, Chetan ji is here, basically we have Decathlon, the top known brand, as well as we have our homegrown brand, Techno Sports, as well as Positex. So the sports industry in India is growing a lot. There have been a lot of founders, there have been a lot of entrepreneurs developing new products and establishing new brands, but somehow to support these brands or this industry, good technology or machinery is somehow needed. So India somehow do need the right technology. Of course, there has to be an investment, because this was a question being asked whether there needs investment or not in this domain. So I would say there has to be a, you can say, drastic amount of development as well as a good amount of investment in this domain. If you see China, generally in India, whatever specialty yarns, or in the morning, Mr. Ghosh already explained about bi-component yarn. So this is somehow very, you can say, demanding and growing area, which is again very much needed in the sportswear industry, because this is again a replacement for spandex. Also from natural derivatives, I can say, like these fibers can be recycled, considering the sustainability point of view and all. So somehow develop such kind of specialty fibers and all, India is still not in the right pace, I would say, because if you see China still accounts 90 to 95% of the global market, and China is more focused on developing this kind of specialty yarns and fibers because they have the right technology from the right players. We being Barmag, from the industry, we are the market leader in man-made. As you know, in the current domain of technical textile and the sport textile, a majority of the raw material is basically man-made. So man-made has replaced all of the natural fibers, because man-made is the substitute for natural fibers, because natural fibers cannot give you all kind of inherent properties or results which man-made can give you. So if you talk about sportswear or active wear, there are certain sets of parameters or requirement from the downstream of all the users basically. So you need good antimicrobial properties, good moisture management. These days UV, like a few days back I was looking at one of the player in the market, Zeal. I know many of you know this brand Zeal. Basically this brand was mainly into rainwear. But now if you see, recently they have developed a jacket, which is basically, you can see, you will feel, you will say this is kind of winter jacket. But no, even in summer you can wear such a jacket, which are very light in weight. And again, these are very much, resistance to UV, ultraviolet rays. It's good for your skin also. Apart from that, you will say that, what about the heat and all, if you are wearing a jacket in a hot summer weather, what about the hotness, you feel inside. So they have, installed a small fan within the jacket, which keeps, the air circulation throughout, and it keeps you cool throughout. So I was going through that and I was quite surprised. The price point of such jacket is also very less. That's basically 25,100 rupees. It's very economical, I would say. So India has the potential to develop textiles, apparel, sportswear, activewear, and with a very attractive price point, and it can contribute to our, Bharat Vision 2047 for the sport tech as well as technical textile. Of course, ministry is doing a lot. Our Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, the established NTTM. We also have Ashok Malhotra ji over here, NTTM director. So you can also take his support and all, because he's also there to guide all of us. So somehow, I would say ministry is doing a lot. I see a lot of young, students over here from different institutes. So there is a very good scope to get into entrepreneurship, to get into, you can say, developing a brand. And you have good support from the government of India, in terms of whether it is funding, whether it is guidance and all. There are people from the industry to guide you as well. So apart from that, I would say, as in Barmac, we are the pioneer, we are the market leader in man-made fiber technology, in polymer processing, in development of machinery for specialty applications. So I think for you guys to contact us, we would be the right partner to guide you in a proper way, what kind of technology can be needed. Because if you go to China, China is the only country, I am talking about the top big players, top 10 players and all. If you go and look at their factories, they don't have Chinese machines. So Chinese guy itself are using top-notch European machines and supplying the best quality of yarn, throughout the world. Whereas in India, at some point of time, I see many of the customers or end users from the downstream or spinning industry still prefer to use cheap Chinese machines and all to develop products, which is somehow not possible, because you need somehow a good technology, good quality machine, which will develop a very good quality of yarn and process parameters for the downstream industry. So the key, yarn is a very crucial, important thing basically for fabric formation, whether it's via knitting or whether it's via weaving. So therefore, to provide you the right technology, we are the right partner. We are the world market leader. So you can contact us anytime for this. And apart from that, I think I have answered the question. Thank you very much.
Yes. You have answered the questions which were posed to you, sir. And it's very heartening to know the amount of technology developments which is happening in, even if it is, you talk about only the man-made fibers, though I'm here to, profess the natural fibers also, they are also not left behind. If you talk about wool, wool is one type of fibers which can give you warmth in the cold as well as it can give you the coolness in the summers. So that also can be, explored at the same time. So thank you very much for your insight, and it brings me to the last speaker, and his bio itself says that Mr. Chetan Agarwal is an entrepreneur, speaker, as well as a fitness enthusiast. So he is not only the manufacturer, but also an active user of his own technology and has a published author. So his vision to build a healthy society has guided his actions by propelling the activewear industry in India to provide world-class products that spark fitness and comfort. His 20+ years of expertise is in the field of activewear fabric, apparel and brand building using modern business systems. So the founder of Phdcci Groups, Mr. Chetan Agarwal, if I were to ask you, with 20 years of experience in this sportswear fabric, what shift do you see in the industry today, and how do we take things forward, sir?
So thank you, Dr. Manisha. So one of the things that gladdens me most in this particular conversation is like I have been almost privileged to experience this industry for the last 21 years. 2005 when I started, this was just the beginning of brands coming in India, demanding such kind of fabrics. And yes, having a lineage, my father's been into imports, so somehow this category was non-existent in India when I started, and I had the privilege of working with Taiwan, Korea, China, and importing a lot of these fabrics into India. And one thing that gladdens me most, as I was saying, about this particular session is all these years I have mostly been speaking about import substitution at max. And the topic today we're talking about is scaling indigenous sport tech for global dominance. And that calls for a round of applause for sure. Yeah, last 5 years has really changed. I think the first conversation also we had was about, earlier this seemed like a potential category for all of us. We all looked up to it. We talked about this is a high potential area. But certainly seeing the shift, from import, in fact, import of stock lots, I would say, when earlier even brands were dependent on import of stock lot fabrics from Taiwan, moved into fresh fabric from China. Today we are talking about India being the, I think, only country after China where I know where the entire ecosystem from yarn, I would say fiber, till apparel is completely existent. Yeah, we are having yarn manufacturing, all machine manufacturing today, all the knitting, dyeing facilities are available, dye stuffs are available in India, all the chemical finishes that are required, which is antimicrobial, what are we talking about, antimicrobial, quick dry finishes, different at the yarn level also, everything is kind of available in India. And on top of that, obviously we always had a good garmenting capability, and the best part, we have the biggest market for sure. Yeah, so a lot of countries like Bangladesh, Vietnam have had a lot of prominence, but that was more from a global supply chain perspective. Similar to China, we have a great Indian booming market with almost 29 years of average age of the country. My brother just came back from Japan day before yesterday. I was just studying, they were 50 years of average age over there, and we're blessed over here. So the kind of demographic shift we're talking about is going to create more demand for the kind of products we're talking about, right? In my 40s, I still know, a lot of our time has gone into base building, but the next generation is coming up. Their entire focus is, I think one of the key focuses would certainly be taking good care of their own health and their body as well. And I'm sure COVID has taught everybody in our society that we have to take care of our body. So there are 5 key trends when I was looking at, when you asked this question firstly. So first and foremost is the manufacturing part. Earlier we are dependent on imports. As I talked today, we are manufacturing everything in India. That gives us a very, very solid base to expand and serve the market we are talking about. Any guesses from here, how many knitting machines do you think in India are currently running on polyesters? I'll just give 3 numbers that can have a raise of hand. 5,000. How many of you think there are about 5,000 knitting machines in India which are working on polyester fabrics particularly? There's a quick raise of hand. Okay. About 10,000. Let me expand it. And above 15,000. Yeah, so yeah, I think it's a lot of fans, and Sunil can vouch by it. So this rapid expansion has happened only in the last 5 to 8 years. 2018 is precisely the time India Doklam problem started happening. That is the time where we were 100% import dependent as a company. Whether it was knits, wovens, we technically supply fabric to almost all the major brands across the country that you see. We have been kind of a backbone for all of them. Whatever manufacturing was happening in the country, we've been kind of supporting them all these years. That's been a very, very crucial part for our journey. And 18 is when we started looking for partners in India where we could start doing some, at least knitting, weaving, and dyeing at least. We would import the grades and say, okay, let's try dyeing the fabrics. Almost 8 years in the journey now, we can say that Phdcci as a company, we almost replaced 90% of our fabric imports from 100% manufacturing in India. Yeah, thank you. And that's not only us, there's a complete ecosystem building up. We see as individual organizations, we cannot really move the kind of mass that is required. But as a community, I think everybody present in this hall is here for a common objective to see what is the kind of scope opening up over here. So yes, to strengthen whatever we talked about, thankfully, India's got Reliance Industries. So we always, I don't know if it's a good forum to say or not, but whatever we are in polyesters today is a lot of it thanks to Reliance Industries, and whatever we are not is also because of Reliance Industries. right? So I generally say that, because there's so much work more to be done. Thankfully, as a company, they've brought in so much of innovative yarns, antibacterial yarns, Cooltex yarns. So a lot of yarn support started coming into the country as well. The policy with respect to yarn imports is also helpful. With the 5% import duty, it still becomes manageable to import some specialized yarns which are still not currently available in the country. But as a focus, it is to grow manufacturing in the country so that time and again, yes, we have failed. When we were working with international brands, recent example, we worked with Puma, we could not deliver some of the kind of consistency that they required. But at the end of the day, we also keep sharing with them. This is a learning process for the entire country. What China has achieved in 25 years, we cannot achieve in say 2 to 3 years. But yes, we have started taking the journey, and this is, growing at a rapid pace. Yeah, with 15,000 knitting machines already in the country, that translates to about 90,000 crores of GMV value at the government level. Just a rough estimate I was just doing yesterday. So that is the kind of potential. So 15,000 crores is the official number for our sports industry today, which includes apparel and shoes and accessories altogether. Whereas 90,000 crores is already what is happening on the ground. And I'll be talking more about how this growth is going to come in further. Ma'am, second and most important, I think this was also covered, and I'll just expand more on that, is today's Sportech is not only about that 1% or 1.1% of the sports Olympian that we're talking about. The real demand shift is coming from people like you and me. And one more thing to add about everybody's, again, not about fitness. I'll expand one more horizon over here. Any kind of clothing application we're talking about, today we are seeing how technical textiles, how sports as a DNA can enhance every clothing category. Yeah, with people on the dais, when Sunil also shared the blazer that he's wearing is all active wear. The entire suit and shirt that I'm wearing is also active wear. So people who experienced wearing active wear kind of clothing, I'm sure you cannot go back to normal clothing after that. And this shift is happening. We are working with brands like Blackberries, with Van Heusen's, with Jockey. All these people are seeing how innovative technical textiles can bring added level of comfort to the end user. India में एक बहुत बड़ा taboo रहा है. I think I've been a big defendant of that. Everybody says cotton comfortable है. हम तो tropical country है, cotton नहीं पहनेंगे. And this still continues. जब तक जॉकी वाला स्मार्टली क्या लगता है 100% प्रीमियम माइक्रोफाइबर, तो या तो इंडियन कंज्यूमर को कहीं ना कहीं पे वील हैव टू रिमूव दैट टैबू वर्ड ऑफ पॉलिएस्टर. आई डोंट नो व्हाई दैट हैज बिकम अ टैबू फॉर द इकोनॉमी, एंड दैट इज, आई डोंट नो, मे बी द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जेन जी, व्हाट आई थिंक माय चिल्ड्रन, आई फॉर श्योर दे डोंट रियली गो इनटू द ट्रैप ऑफ पॉलिएस्टर है कि कॉटन. उनको पता है यार चीज़ अच्छी है, पहनने में कंफर्ट लगेगा, दे विल गो एंड बाई इट. So this is a shift that is happening which will give that kind of a growth to us. We are still only 0.5% of the global activewear industry that is talking about. And this is where we saw the CAGR growth, and I also certainly vouch by it. We're at least looking at for a 20% CAGR year on year for at least next 10 years' time. And this is the only category in apparel that can strongly say this, and we're going to prove it for sure. Third is the functionalities. I think Professor Abhijit also shared quite a lot about it. There are a lot of functional things that are coming into the fabrics today. See, cotton has, for the last 100 years, any shift in cotton that you've seen? कोई नया cotton के अंदर functional नया innovation देखा हो किसी ने? Incremental changes हुए हैं cotton के अंदर. Whereas in this space of MMF, there is exponential change that is happening. Every year, we ourselves are catching up with the new technology that is coming up, and the way it is enhancing the performance of the wearer that is there. As a brand, if you look at it, so all these functionalities have also become kind of a selling point. Yeah, is there anything that you can talk about a cotton yarn dyed shirt or like a twill trouser? But when it comes to a functional apparel, there is so much storytelling that is possible, and I think a lot of brands are already using that kind of storytelling and connecting with the consumers' end use and in need and getting it to the thing. Fourth aspect, one big shift is also, I remember a trip, I think my sister is married in Surat, so I happen to go to Surat quite often, and a lot of my initial development and trials happened in Surat because being a polyester city. But one thing I really remember very vividly is, crossing that highway near Pandesara and seeing a lot of those smoke chimneys, black smoke chimneys over there. मैंने एक चीज़ सोचा यार मैं दुनिया में ज़िंदगी में कुछ भी करूँगा यार टेक्सटाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग नहीं करूँगा. It's such a dirty industry, the way the water was treated, the way the pollution was there, and all those years I kept resisting the idea, even though we were manufacturing in India, कि खुद बनाएंगे नहीं. And thankfully, last few years, with the sustainability initiatives happening at not only at the yarn level, but also very, very importantly at the manufacturing level. Yeah, so we set up a complete dyeing unit very close to Delhi. So we have our dyeing facilities based in Braj Bhumi, Krishna की जन्म भूमि या ब्रज भूमि है. तो हमें था कि यार यहाँ पे एटलीस्ट तो गंदा करना तो नहीं बनता हमारे को. So we are completely ZLD driven, ZDHC compliant, 100% running on biofuels, you know, so that reduces almost 90% of the carbon dioxide emissions, right? So the kind of sustainability efforts at the manufacturing level has also become very, very important. And today consumers are asking for it. Today consumers do want to know what is the entire sourcing channel that you've come from. So with that sustainable manufacturing methods coming in, this has become an industry that is going to be a part of society. We saw examples of, you know, a lot of countries. If you see, textile is the world's third dirtiest industry. So countries, all the countries जैसे से develop होते रहे वैसे textile बंद करते रहे. या कोरिया है, ताइवान है, जर्मनी to a point of time, UK में भी रहा ये सब. So अब जो the way the technology is come in, we have started believing that textile is going to stay in the country for a much, much longer time. या मैन पावर महंगी हो जाएगी तब भी पता है कि एटलीस्ट सस्टेनेबल है. एज लॉन्ग एज इट इज नॉट हार्मिंग द एनवायरनमेंट, वी विल स्टिल हैव अ गुड स्पेस फॉर टेक्सटाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इन द कंट्री. सो दैट्स व्हाट आल्सो प्रोपेल्स द ग्रोथ गोइंग अहेड. And lastly is the speed to market. You know, India, we have a very big advantage of speed to market. That is the way with the, you know, AI, machine learning, the real-time data from the markets, we can respond very, very fastly to the speed that is. So I could see a lot of startups, and I'll just bring this to an end and, you know, linking to the opportunities that open up. Yeah, I could see a lot of startups over here, a lot of students also part of this conference. So today, whatever we are speaking on the dais is more, I think one thing that I could really give out from the stage is that each one of us looking for a problem. Like Sunil, he said, he talked about cargo pants ki problem ko solve kara. Waise I would say not only clothing, everywhere that we're looking at problems. And India mein na, every time we keep complaining, and that is, I always say, it's a स्विमिंग पूल ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज फॉर अस. जहां देखेंगे प्रॉब्लम ही प्रॉब्लम है तो एक पकड़ के सॉल्व कर लो, लाइफ बन गई कि नहीं बनी. राइट, सो वी कैन आइडेंटिफाई हाउ any problem exists and how using modern textile technology, modern technical textiles, we can solve those problems. I'll just give some examples over here. We're working with some companies which are working on, you know, segments of medical scrubs. We're working on school uniforms. School uniform last 100 years में I'm sure हमारे दादाजी जो पहनते थे आज हमारे बच्चे भी वही पहन रहे हैं mostly. So why not solve these kind of problems in the real-time basis, wherever clothing is there, wherever textile can be used, for example. Why not look at technical textiles and bring the best to the world over here, right? So exports, very important from this point of global dominance, how to look at exports from here, how to look at more of government buying. Government has also become one of the biggest prominent buyers. I think last 2 years we were associated with the Siachen Glacier project, how fabrics, for just garments which were imported are being now made in India itself. So a lot of government buying is also happening. And thirdly, there is a big need for Indian brands to come up. A lot of brands which have to mushroom in the country. A lot of new ideas which need to be incubated. NDTM is giving a lot of good support, or I could see with the grants that are coming up. So a lot of ideas which come up will have a lot of space, a lot of market growth potentials going ahead. So that's why I'll pause over here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chetan Agarwal, for sharing the insights of what Phdcci Group is working on for the past 2 decades. And so if we have time for a few questions, I have a question for Shri Sunil Junjunwala and Mr. Prashant both. If the person who has raised this question can, yes. So I'll read it out on your behalf, sir. We already have strong commodity base in activewear. Why not innovate into functional sportswear, keeping Olympics in mind?
So at Technosport, we do a lot of functional innovation for activewear. Sportswear is a kind of niche for which, you know, I mean, at Technosport, we started off as sportswear. 2007 में हमने सोचा था कि, you know, when I was in Microsoft, यही सोच के आया था कि sportswear तो हर brand कहीं से source करता है, हम भी कहीं से सोर्स करेंगे, हमारा लेबल लगाएंगे, बेचेंगे और ग्लोबल ब्रांड बन जाएंगे. दैट वाज द थॉट प्रोसेस. एंड आफ्टर 18 years of work in this industry, I can tell you we still don't have capability to manufacture global quality sportswear. We are still evolving. And जैसे हम कोई गेम का लेवल होता है, लेवल 1, लेवल 2, लेवल 3, लेवल 10 तक गेम होता है, तो बिना लेवल 1, 2, 3, 4 खेले आप लेवल 10 खेलने की कोशिश करोगे, आप गेम नहीं खेल पाओगे. तो एक्टिव वेयर इज अ स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट वेयर यू बिल्ड अ लॉट ऑफ फंक्शनैलिटी. इट्स लाइक Formula 1 रेसिंग, राइट? इंडिया में मारुति कार बनती है, लेकिन Formula 1 कार इंडिया में नहीं बन सकती. एंड स्पोर्ट्स वेयर वो स्पोर्ट्स कार है, जैसे कि आपका फरारी है, लैम्बोर्गिनी है, वो हमारे बनाने की कैपेबिलिटी आज नहीं है. बट आई एम श्योर अंडर 10 years with government support, with all of this discussion, with more investment in R&D, I think we can get there without a doubt. And I'm sure that India will have among 15-20 years down the line, दुनिया में जो टॉप 5 ब्रांड्स हैं, जिसमें आज चाइनीज़ 2 ब्रांड हैं और मल्टीनेशनल 3 ब्रांड है, इंडिया के भी 1-2 ब्रांड ज़रूर रहेंगे उसमें. Over to you, Prashant.
Thank you very much. So you have covered the point, but I would say from the decathlon perspective, I am not sure whether some of you have visited the store or you will be planning to visit as well after this speech. If you visit the store, you will find more than 80 different type of sports available into the store. All brand or owned by Decathlon, but for sure this is the where we wanted to invest. Each sport has its own uniqueness. If you speak about running shoes, it cannot be used for the gym shoes. If you speak about the gym shoes, you cannot be used it for the hiking shoes. So yes, it's really important. We need to focus on a functional part for the sportswear part, considering not only Olympics, but even the regular people also into the use. A classic example I will give, the shoes what I'm wearing now, it is for the badminton shoes, but I'm using it right now as well. So this is what we are actually as a user also not identifying the right usage of the material, and we are trying to use it here and there. But for sure there is a need of an hour. We need to focus on this part, but as he rightly mentioned, today I would say user is there, consumer is available, there is a government to provide the support, but what part is missing is in between the link, where we have a prototyping, how we can convert into the commercialization. If we bridge this gap, the 2047 vision can be achieved in 2037 as well. But it is the speed of the market with how fast we can track this part, and we can bring the Lamborghini and also make it more faster with the time to market as well.
Sir, I hope it answers your question. There's a technical question for Professor Abhijit, that is nano silver safe for finishes in effluent treatment, in effluent water? Because maybe after 10 washes, it would wash out, and that is the thing. Pardon? Yes, that is what I have already asked him. Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you for the question. I got the same question in 2014 when I was in IIT Bombay to defend my research project on development of antibacterial polyester fiber using silver nanoparticle. So one of the experts, when I was in my first slide, I was reading my title, he asked this question, okay, what about the biocompatibility, cell compatibility? So it's a good question, because something which can kill bacteria, it can kill your cells as well. Okay? So when you take antibiotics, it kills all the good bacteria of your gut, it kills the bad bacteria of your guts also. So if you have silver nanoparticles, so where science comes into the picture here, you need to choose what should be the size of the silver nanoparticle. First thing, so nano means one of the dimension of the particle has to be at the nano level, 10 to the power -9 meter level. So smaller size is better, because if the particle size is smaller, surface area will be higher. So rather than, I am giving you the analogy, rather than taking a football, if you take a marble, okay, and if you compare with respect, normalize with respect to the mass, the shape of a marble will be better, because per unit mass, the surface area will be higher. Of course, you will have to assume that marble is also made with the same material like football. So smaller size is better for antibacterial activity, because it gives you more surface area, so it can be in touch with more number of bacteria. But then smaller particles are dangerous for our skins as well. So if you search the internet, you will find many pictures where people have become bluish. Your skin color has become bluish because of overexposure to the silver. And WHO, World Health Organization, prescribes that for human safety, at least the particle size should be 100 nanometer. If you are using 30 nanometer, 50 nanometer, antibacterial activity will be better, but you are doing that at the cost of human lives. So if it is leached out, the advantage of nanosilver is that because it is embedded in the polymer matrix. So it is like you have some stone chips placed inside the cement and sand. So it is embedded there. So it will not come out. But obviously some leaching can happen over a period of time. And if it goes out, it can harm the aquatic animals as well. So the trick is, what is the particle size? And second, what is the percentage of loading? When we use this nanoparticle, don't think I'll be using 2% or 3%. No, it will be in the level of parts per million. So for example, the fiber which we have experimented at IIT Delhi, the parts per million was 400. So only 400 parts out of million. So it becomes only 0.4%. Not even 2% or 4%, it is 0.4%. So the amount that is used is minuscule, and you will have to trick between the size and the loading. I hope I have answered your question.
Optimization is the name of the game. So optimizing the right amount for the best functionality is what the researchers is talking about. We have one question for Mr. Mandal also. Has any player commercially established bi-component yarn? And even in polyester, a lot of fine-tuning. So please elaborate a bit from FDY for bi-component yarn.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Mathur. Thank you, whoever asked the question. So, yeah. So basically, in India right now, there's one pilot line in south of India, one small position, basically. And there is another small unit basically established in, you can say, between Gujarat and Maharashtra border for bi-component. So these two companies, but they are manufacturing yarns basically which are going into mostly in the Surat belt. So basically, as I was talking to Sunilji also, he gave some info. So these are going mostly into saris. You can say there are also applications of Bico in burqa fabrics, applications of Bico in leggings and all. So these are mostly going over there. We have sold line to one of the pioneer from the polyester domain. The plant will be coming end of this year. So the machine will be delivered end of this year. Apart from this, we are also, you can say, on the verge, to close few more plants, which will be coming up in next 2 years for bi-component in India. And mostly these plants will come up in the Gujarat belt. So this will be all focused on bi-component spinning. We have already sold a big line this, so it will be coming up this year. Apart from that, as Mr. Ghosh said, that Indian Oil and MCPI, they are also establishing this joint venture in the Eastern Belt, Odisha. So they are also planning some good specialty projects in this particular, coming up, project which they are planning right now. Apart from this, when you talk about establishing a complete line, basically, so for this bi-component, yeah. Yes.
One of the most upcoming fibers are bi-component fibers.
Yeah, I know it's a very interesting topic because right now, even in the Indian industry, I would say not many of the people have a very good knowledge about this. People are in Indian, the companies are hiring experts from out of India. So they're hiring experts from Korea, Taiwan, China and all. Because still, as of now, if you talk to Sunilji and all, they are using a lot of Bico. There are many other brands in India, sportswear brand, they are using Bico. And this majorly of this Bico comes from China. And if you go in China, so the biggest player in China who has more than thousands of Bico positions, there more than 800 binders are supplied by us, Barmag itself. So we do have the know-how, but this know-how is again limited to, where we want to share this knowledge and also if some of the customers is planning to establish or some institutions want to gain some knowledge, of course, you are also welcome to visit our facility in Germany as well as in China. So we welcome you, like whether it's an institution or whether it's some company who wants to, get into this BICO spinning and all. We can basically give you some knowledge, but we are not there to actually train someone, of course, because we are the technology supplier or solution provider. But of course, as you mentioned, compared to general spinning, what we do for normal filament spinning, BICO has a some different set of process, basically. As already explained by Mr. Ghosh in the morning, like depending on the type of polymer, like main polymer and copolymer. So generally one of the main polymer for BICO is polyester, of course. So it can be combined with low melt polyester, low IV polyester. It can be combined with PTT. It can be combined with PBT. It can be combined with, there could be a blend of polyester plus nylon. So similar way, there are different compositions, and again, there are different types of cross sections and spinneret configurations. Basically, there are some of the spinneret suppliers in Germany who make such kind of specialty spinnerets, of course. But apart from that, when it comes to technology, so we can supply the line where you will have, like example, if generally if there are polymer with two same temperature, like with polymer having two similar glass transition temperature, that time you can use one kind of spin beam, standard spin beam, with no separations inside because of no difference in temperature or heat insulation. But when we talk about two different polymers like polyester or nylon, there you need dual temperature spinning beams because you need two different set of temperatures to control both the polymers. So similar way, the entire process technology is varying and it's very different compared to normal filament spinning. So I can explain you, of course, separately we can connect, of course, on this.
Yeah, we can have a session later on also for it.
Thank you very much.
I thank all my speakers for this particular session, and I'm sure we are going in the right direction with the years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mathur, for moderating this panel, and also to the panelists for making this discussion really enriching. So moving forward for concluding this session, I would like to invite our director of PHDCCI Textile Committee, Mr. Rakesh Sangrai, to felicitate our moderator and the speakers.
Thank you, Priyamada. I request Mr. R.K. Viz to please join to felicitate our panelists. Please come on stage.
To begin with, Dr. Manisha Mathur. Mr. Sudipto Mandal. Mr. Sunil Jhunjhunwala. Mr. Prashant Rajani. Professor Abhijit Mazumdar. Mr. Chetan Agarwal. I request everyone on the dais for a good photograph, and also the team members, please join us. As we move for session 2, so for the session 2, this is sports tech value chain, sourcing, standardization and scaling. So I would like to invite Mr. Ashok Malhotra, Mr. Mission Director, National Technical Textile Mission, Ministry of Textile. And to moderate this panel, I invite Professor Bipin Kumar, IIT Delhi. Panelist, Mr. Mayur Basuk, Additional Joint Director, WRA, Mr. J.K. Gupta, Head TXT and Scientist E, Bureau of Indian Standards, Dr. M.S. Parmar, Director General NITRA, and Mr. Ajay Sardana, President and Head Corporate Affairs, Nyara Energy. Before handing over the proceedings to our esteemed moderator, I invite Mr. Ashok Malhotra, Mission Director, National Technical Textile Mission, to deliver a special address. Mr. Malhotra has been at the forefront of driving this growth and development of the technical textile sector in India through National Technical Textile Mission. I request Mr. Malhotra to kindly address the gathering.
Let them settle.
I request to please take your seats. I kindly request each and everyone to take their seats. On the left side, please take your seats, ma'am and sir. So let's start with the special address from Dr. Malhotra.
Good afternoon, everyone. Guests on the dais, off the dais, students, industry partners, researchers, and whosoever is not included in that list, all of them. A warm welcome to you on behalf of Phdcci. First of all, I congratulate Phdcci to go beyond normal and guiding the principles what we need for India. You have to fine-tune many things for India. We cannot just blindly adopt from Europe what they do. Professor Abhijit nicely told that the skin turns blue because of higher silver quality. Skin cancer is prevalent in Europe as compared to in India. So we have to work as per Indian conditions. So first of all, we have to adopt, J.K. Gupta ji here, he is there. So first of all, we have to adopt the standard, we bring the standard to India, global standards, and then we make the changes to them, what is required by India. So that will set a platform for us. Now we are ready to manufacture a quality which is for India, which is made in India, and which will be used in India. That is the beginning I am talking about. Today what is happening, we have different manufacturing facilities. They are isolated manufacturing facilities. They don't have access to the research. Actually, what NTTM can do, I'll try to bridge the gap now. NTTM can do the research, and then this can be not only the lab research, it can transfer to the industry. And we have to identify the industry in advance so that when the research is completed, it is adopted by the industry. Now the research is also gone beyond that. It's not research what is being made elsewhere. We have been believing we have been doing reverse engineering since ages. The era has gone. Now we need to develop and innovate our own products. What is required by my player? Whether he require a breathability in the fabric, whether he want lightweight fabric, whether he want moisture absorbency in the fabric, whether he want antimicrobial fabrics, whether he want that like shoes. I give you one example. Earlier shoes used to be leather shoes, or later on some sports shoes has come. Today you see for everything there is special shoes. Walking is different, running is different, beach shoes are different, and Zanzi shoes are different, which is in form of Crocs, that water will flow away from there. It was made for fishermen, but it become very popular with Zanzi in India. So we never know, we develop for whom, and it is being used by whom. So we have to marry all the things together. It's not that I just only develop a breathable fabric, okay, I have done a magic in sportswear. So we have to take sports university, we have to take research institutes, we have to take industry on board. They have to all sit together. They will decide together what we really want to produce. And it has to start somewhere, prototype will be produced. And then once this is achieved for India, it will go to the next level, we start giving to the world across also. Definitely, Indian sports market is going up. We are hosting now Commonwealth Games also, other games are also being proposed for India. So soon India will be needing lot of sportswear. It's a golden opportunity for us. We at this time catch this opportunity and start thinking in this direction, how to make it happen by the time sports happens in India. Sports fabric is not only like shoes are now he was wearing badminton shoes on the stage, but he said that it is so comfortable for me, I am wearing. So similarly why not the school uniforms can be made out of sportswear fabric? Why we are still working only that patawala shirt? So we can go beyond that. We can provide to our students, provide to our small children lightweight fabric or moisture-proof fabric so that they can wear cooling fabric, simply lightweight for winter wear. These kind of things can be integrated into the school uniforms also, which is a sports wear, but is not for a sports person. It's for a school-going children also. So sports wear will go beyond sports persons. Actually, frankly speaking, everyone is a sports person. Every one of us do some sports in our house in one way or another. Some people do yoga in the morning. They need yoga mat. They need yoga shirts, yoga pants. Some people go to Zumba classes. They will be looking for that one. Some goes to the gym also. So they need gym wear. They are not sports persons. They are common person, but they are working for their own fitness. They don't want a medal in the sports, but they are for own fitness, for their own weight reduction. They are doing these exercises. They need the fabric which can be complementing to them. Similarly, the research has to happen parallelly on the electronics also, which can be integrated into the textiles. Because sportswear is not only that we modify the cotton and make it more water absorbent. That incremental is not required. We need that my t-shirt is measuring my heart rate. It's telling how your heart rate is going up. My t-shirt is telling me I should slow down now, I am under stress. That has to come. This electronic can be easily integrated into our sportswear, into our normal wear, I say, not the sportswear, which can be little costly for beginning, but this will set up a platform for the beginning of the sport textile in India. So these kind of developments can be done under various components under NTTM. You can do research in the sportswear. You can do electronic integration in this one. Forgot import replacement. Let's import coming. First of all, we will be working on our own product, our own innovation, our own breakthrough, and that will, once they start making, why a person should import from outside when there is an Indian counter product is available at the cheaper price. Gradually this will come. People will come to Indian. Even if we go for the sports wear also, sports shoes also, we look for whether an Indian brand is available. Problem is there, Indian brand is available but not up to that quality. Today we are seeing that the quality of that one is not up to the mark. Why? Because the raw material is not available. We don't have the access to the raw material. Skill is there in India. We don't have dearth of skill. There are lot of skill, lot of people who can produce it. They know how to produce the things. But the thing is, right kind of raw material is not available. I give you one example. I will not take the name of the company. We got a complaint recently that we are getting the raw material from them. Initial testing, everything is okay. When the final fabric of shoe upper is being made in Agra, they say the lot of dye variation is there in the fabric. Streaks, which we call in India. They say lot of streaks are there, sir. And now the people are challenging, sir, how you can say these streaks are because of my yarn? It may be because of your fabric. They say, sir, we have proved them. We brought from China a lot of yarn and we take their yarn. We produce on the same machine Chinese yarn. I am not promoting China, please. But there was no streak at all. But our friends, which the yarn they were giving, there were a lot of streaks. Now tell me, then why I should purchase the yarn which will give me a defective product and finally I am not able to produce the fabric at a fine rate. So this kind of thing has to be bridged back. We have to do research. We are having the right to get the right kind of raw material which can be used sportswear. We have the right to know global standards, benchmarks globally. What is the requirement of the sport, each sport, not only one. What kind of benchmarks are being followed there? We have right to know that. This has to be provided to us and government can support by integrating various ministries also. One ministry cannot do anything here. Sport ministry will be doing its own, textile ministry will be producing textiles, electronic ministry will bring into that electronics, then health ministry will come into picture, which will be seeing that this is really good for the health. And overall then we need commerce ministry for financially supporting also. So integration of all of them, when it will happen, then we can develop a good ecosystem and India can definitely go for what they have written, Vision 4047, we can achieve well before that. But without integration of this thing, in isolation we cannot do that. To looking into that, NTTM is trying to help by establishing a task force in Sportech, where we have put major stakeholders who are meeting frequently, trying to find, we have involved sports university, coaches, players, who are giving their input so that we can make it in India, for India, and we can export to the other countries also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address and for sharing the mission's vision for strengthening the India sports tech ecosystem and advancing the technical textile sector. I now invite our moderator, Professor Bipin Kumar, IIT Delhi, to kindly take over the proceedings for the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Phdcci for organizing such a focused session on sports textile. I would like to give a brief background and the context why this is so important in the current scenario. There are a lot of deliberations that are being happening in the ministry for last few months. And one of the promising sector which they have identified is the sports textile. Government has decided a very ambitious plan of reaching $100 billion mark. Currently we are at $40 billion and we want to achieve $100 billion of export. It's not going to be easy, so they are identifying many niche areas where they can actually do dedicated R&Ds and intervention and policy support so that we can achieve those marks, and sports textile is one of that. So heartfelt thanks to Phdcci identifying this sector and doing a focused program on sports textile. In our earlier session, we have already seen the industry perspective. I would like to give you some background of what had kind of discussion that had been happened in ministry for last 6 months, particularly in the field of sports textile. So ministry wants to move with an integrated ecosystem for sports, and there is a model called which is being highly deliberated by a lot of stakeholders, and many of those stakeholders are actually sitting with on the dais, is a SPIRE model. Because it is very, very important to understand any areas from a holistic perspective. And particularly the areas like sports, which is lot of interdisciplinary component, and the value chain itself is extremely complex. It is important that all the stakeholders should be connected with each other. So SPIRE model is the idea which ministry is proposing to do the research or the value additions from sports needs, not the other way around. So S stands for sports performance requirement of this country. That is the first layer. P stands for performance material that is required to cater those needs of sports. I indicates for innovation layer, where a lot of designer, functionalities, engineers, they work together to achieve those functionality. And R stands for real athletic training. Because until unless if we are not getting the feedback from the athletes, we are not going to make world-class product. And as some of the speakers in the previous sessions clearly mentioned that, we have to start with Maruti, but at the end of the day, our end goal should go to Ferrari and making those Lamborghini in our own country. And the last layer, which is the E layer, is the eco-intelligent layer, where you have to think about the entire innovations from the sustainability, AI, data perspective. So until and unless if you are not connecting all the stakeholders of this SPIRE model, we will be working in silos and the actual outcome will not come. So particularly this session is devoted on scaling indigenous manufacturing, and to scale the indigenous manufacturing, there are other aspects, especially sourcing of high performance materials, standardization to ensure that the right material is going into the ecosystem, and understanding the global and domestic market demand. So those three things are extremely important, and we have a fabulous panelist with us from BIS, from TRAs. Unfortunately, one of our industry partner is missing, Mr. Ajay ji, because his view might be very interesting because of these geopolitical situations where raw material is becoming a constraint for indigenous manufacturing. But anyways, we will take those questions from some of our experts. So the idea is like the objective for this session is to understand the perspective from BIS, from TRAs, what kind of preparations that we are doing to ensure a standardized, organized, scalable indigenous ecosystem in the country for sports domain. So my first panelist is Mayur Basak from WRA. As we all know, WRA is having Center of Excellence in Sports Textile. Mayur Basak is currently working as an additional joint director in WRA, and he's the in charge for incubation and pilot plant Center of Excellence Sportech. He is having 16 years of R&D experience in fiber and textile processing with expertise on wool, technical textiles, sustainable materials, and pallet scale processing. He has published numerous publications and also has represented WRAs in many conferences and workshops. So my first question with Mayur Basak is, since WRA is positioned as himself as a Center of Excellence in Sports and built several pilot facilities and testing facilities, from your perspective, what do you think is the challenging or sourcing gaps for our indigenous manufacturer in sports textile, which limits the Indian abilities to make world-class products?
First of all, I would like to thank the organizer to give me the platform to share my views over here. So, Sportech is firstly divided into three categories. One is sportswear, sport gear, and sport accessories. And all the three categories, we have some gaps. Like right from the fiber stage. So at fiber stage, we still are importing lot of fibers which are not manufacturing in over here. For example, carbon, ultra high molecular weight polyethylene, then aramid is there, then conductive fibers are there. I mean, when I say conductive fiber, it should meet the requirement of the particular application. Then on the on the yarn stage, we see lot of functional properties which are required for any sportswear, like UV resistance, moisture management properties. These are not inherent. These should be inherent properties, but they are not. Nobody is manufacturing here. There are lack of functional master batches are not available in India. So these are the things, and then come to testing and standardization. So at WRA we are having a lot of testing facilities available. We are having air permeability, all these testing facilities which are required. But still there is a scope of improving those testing facilities. We are providing the comfort certificate, which is essential for sportswear, which includes your wicking rate, absorbency, drying rate, but a lot of other application like artificial grass is still the area I feel which can be addressed and which can be worked upon. Another is the collaboration. We should have a strong collaboration among the industry, startups, academia, and the research institutes. So these are few points. If we work upon, we can have good scale the indigenous manufacturing.
Thank you, Mayur, for the insights for need for the integrated, again, collaborative approach between academia, research, and industry to make this successful. Now, my next question is actually with the regulator, with BIS. So we have Mr. J.K. Gupta ji from BIS Standardization. He's the scientist E and currently is heading the textile division at BIS. In his role, he leads the formulation of Indian national standards for textile, consumer protection, quality performance, often representing BIS at national and global standardization conclaves. He is having a lot of responsibilities. He oversees development and revision of standards, stakeholder engagement, identifying gaps between BIS and various industries through a lot of expert committees, and also is focusing on building consumer awareness and ensuring technical textile products that meet the strict quality requirement. So my question with Mr. J.K. Gupta ji is very clear on how we can engage our athlete in the ecosystem of sports textile product. Because if you look at, we are doing a lot of value additions in terms of achieving different functionality, but at the end of the day, the awareness among the athletes is completely missing in terms of using quality products and what kind of certification systems that we should be placing inside this high-end sports to ensure that our athletes who is working hard for getting the medals for this country get the quality product. So what kind of awareness program and what is your thought process to include the stakeholders like athletes and coaches to understand our textile standards and use right product?
Thank you, Dr. Vipin. You're able to hear me? Yes. First of all, I thank Phdcci for such a wonderful platform. And I am heading the textile department, where we are carrying out the standardization in field of textiles, including technical textile. And it is heartening to note we have published more than 600 standards in the different domain of textiles with the help of all of you stakeholders. and especially in the sport tech domain, I will say there are about 100 standards have been made, and there are 2 committees which are extensively working on that. We have a technical textile committee on sport tech textile, TXD 37. Then we have a committee on sports goods also. I will share some data. There is a clusters in Jalandhar and Meerut area, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Meerut, where more than 30,000 MSME units are working on the sports goods, which include all type of your balls, footballs, all your this martial art equipment used in the parks, schools, you name anything, a standard is available. And now coming to the topic, especially for the textile domain, we have a committee on TXD 37, which is working in the area where we are working especially on the sports textiles, swimwears. We are working on the area of maybe the different type of tufts we are working. And as you all know, this standardization is a consensus-based approach where all the stakeholders should be the part of the ecosystem, where we have all the users, manufacturers, all TRAs, R&D institute. And as you said very rightly, the especially this the sportsmen, they are basically our users basically. So maybe I will start as Ashok Malhotra has told, everybody is a sportsman. आज देखेंगे जो इंडिया के जो इनिशिएटिव है फिट इंडिया, खेलो इंडिया, वो पुराने टाइम में ना वो हमारी तो पिटाई लगा करती थी, ज़्यादा खेलते थे हम लोग. आजकल बच्चे खेलने नहीं जाते, इस बात पे पिटाई होती है उनकी. तो आजकल एवरीबॉडी इज अवेयर. नाउ यू हैव सीन द योगा डे. हमारे ऑफिस ने 2000 टी-शर्ट्स खरीदी थी टू डिस्ट्रीब्यूट टू एवरीबॉडी. तो यू कैन सी नाउ योगा है, लोग जिम जा रहे हैं, द पीपल आर गोइंग टू जिम, दे वांट ए एक्टिव लाइफस्टाइल. और वर्क फ्रॉम होम कल्चर है, अभी यू फील कंफर्टेबल इन द मॉर्निंग सेशन. So the sport tech market is very huge. So maybe my thought process in the whole system is that we have to granularly address this. Maybe where we have to work on the active wear, maybe the athletic plus leisure wear, and then maybe the real sports wear. And now there have been lot of properties everyone is talking, but where is the benchmarking? You can claim an antimicrobial property, वो 2 wash के बाद निकल जाएगी. It is waste. So I am very happy to say all the test methods, either you say for UV resistance, you will say for antimicrobiality, you will say the MVTRs, maybe the water vapor resistance, you say your wicking properties, you will say mostly the test methods are available, and now we have to only benchmark those performance requirement in the relevant standards. So that is the part which is missing. And I personally feel, especially in the area of the fiber, especially the polyester fiber, I can say that we already have a very wonderful standard IS 17261, which include all your microfibers, all your bicomponent, UV resistance, antimicrobial properties, all type of cross sections are covered in that. And there are a lot of manufacturing in all the microfiber 0.6, 0.8 level is available. And I take this opportunity. Definitely there are low melt fiber, there is issue, bicomponent production capacities are the issue, which will definitely, then we have a low linear IDY yarns have been an issue. I've been discussing with the stakeholders, and that is why. So I personally feel the ecosystem is good, and now we have to work very extensively on the standardizing this, benchmarking this parameters. And we have a certification scheme where based on the capability of the manufacturer, we can ensure a right claim. It is not like that something is giving anything. Now you say it is this UBF 50% and you are not able to get the 5 values. So we have to ensure those benchmarking, and maybe the antimicrobial of maybe the log 2, log 3, log 4. People are able to claim. I am seeing a lot of reports. The efficacy is 99.99. The log 4 you talk, and when you test, you will not even meet log 1. So these are the issues, and the wash will go maybe in another 5 washes. So these are the things. So all the methods are available, and we have a certification scheme. And even the ministry may develop an ecosystem where a substandard material from the adverse geopolitical places, they can also be not permitted in India once we have a good ecosystem. And we can assure that at BIS we will definitely carrying out a very focused approach on the standardization part, and very soon we'll be having all this requirement embedded in the different type of standard which are used. But definitely I find few challenges also in this, is especially in the field of availability of test facilities, like thermal mannequin tests are very limited, even for the moisture management, even though the facilities are limited still. So maybe the anti-static, we have to see whether we are able to test those anti-static values, etc. So that will definitely be going to be a challenge. And for those very high performance fibers, I may be needing some time for standardizing those requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta ji. Now, I would like to move next question to Dr. M.S. Parmar. M.S. Parmar is the Director General of North India Textile Research Association. He's an eminent textile scientist with over 32 years of experience. He has been widely acclaimed for his groundbreaking innovation in protective textile and extreme cold climate thermal clothing, which earned him personal recognitions from our Honorable Prime Minister. He is superheading 28 government industry sponsored R&D project currently, and he holds 15 patents and many innovations under his basket. So Dr. Parmar, I have a question for you in context of positioning of NITRA in sports textile domain, because NITRA is having long experience in protection and industrial textile. How do you position and see NITRA in wider Sportech ecosystem, especially for sports wears with impact protection, comfort and durability? And I would also like to understand how you would like to position NITRA so that it should complement the WRA's Sportech COEs and jointly serves industry without duplication.
Thank you very much, and I am thankful to organizer for inviting me over here to discuss something about Sportech. First of all, I would like to start in this way. We are Center of Excellence in Protective Textiles. And you know that protective textile has very large boundary. You can start in this way. Sportech mein, if you go, you will get that many of the products are protective in nature. You can start from helmet, and that helmet comes under protective textiles, protective textiles also. You may have other items also, UV protection also. That is also a part of the protective textiles. So all these types of materials comes under protective in nature. So that's why we are having a similar type of instrument over here to test the protection against sports injuries also. Like you can start from this way, that if you have thermal problem, so you require, especially you can say in this way that sleeping bags are there, or you can say a high altitude clothing. If require that sports person, then we are having the facility for test that thing also. So similar type of testing facility we are having, and we are doing that type of test for sports industries also long back. That is not there, that even we are doing research also on that. If you see that still, if you see the presently we have done some project with NTTM also. We have developed some product, and that is 3D based clothing item for these cricket and other type of players. That we have just finished that project for NTTM, and of course that was a proof of concept project, but it was very well received by NTTM, and they have praised that NITRA has done good work. So that is also there. And even in today context, if you see that number of industries are now joining with us to use our new fiber that we are working on, milkweed fiber. That is being used now in many areas in sportswear. We are having a number of startups with us now. They are only on Sportech. They want that high altitude clothing sports. They want that type of, because it is a lighter in weight. Nowadays we are moving towards sustainability. If we add only 30% of that fiber in the polyester based material, the product weight will reduce drastically, plus you will get some more property, like it will have good thermal property. And if you going to use this in the sportswear like t-shirts and other things, this fiber, only 20 to 30%, if you add that one, you will see that the UPF value, you will get the UPF value more than 70. That is because it has inherently UPF value, UPF ultraviolet protection value. It can increase that value also. So this is the things we are doing, and we are having these types of instruments with us that we can test these types of property. And what was your second question, sir? I forgot that.
The second question was like how you are positioning nitras apart from protection, and how you are going to position yourself so that you can link the nitra test facilities to your local clusters like Ludhiana,
Meerut and other there. That we are already doing that type of testing for them. We are providing some help. Of course, we are not having 100% instruments that can serve their purpose, but in the clothing, we are having a good instrument over here, and we can provide them facilities.
Before I come to the question to Ashok Malhotra ji, because he's having wide range of experience, he's handling almost 500 projects in NTTM, managing all those things. One of the interesting insights that was given by the previous session was value proposition, because at the end of the day, what value we are creating is extremely important. And as rightly suggested by some of our eminent speaker like Prasant and Chetan was also saying, there are plethora of problem statements lying in the market. But what is our value proposition, which is still, I feel, is a missing link? I would come to the question on Ashok Malhotra ji, but recently I attended one of the incubation session, and they were discussing a lot about value proposition. Sometimes we only discuss about creating values or some functionalities, but if you are creating a value and if you do not understand the market where you want to sell those values, it will still be half job done. So in short, there was like 5 layers which were given by the investor when they go for any when they evaluate any project. They look at 5 layers for value proposition. First is like, what are the value you want to create? And if you really want your customer to use your product, at least 10x values from the existing product you should be making. The second is in which market you want to sell those values, because if there is no market, then unfortunately things will not come. Then the third is like, at what price point you want to sell the market. Because if the customer at the end of the day, they want to quantify the value with some money, and if that money is not within their range, they will not jump to your value. And the fourth part is like repeat customer. Like, okay, you have somehow misled the customer by selling one product, but how you are going to ensure the value perceived by the customer, and at the end of the day, are you making some money or not? So my dear friend Sunil actually given the context of a single sportswear garment, how they are thinking, but they are actually thinking all layers of values propositions, not just making functionality. So since Ashok ji, you have gone through lots and lots of NTTM project under your supervision, what are still the missing gap where you feel each of the stakeholders, particularly academicians and research organizations, are still missing, and they really need to work hard to ensure that whatever effort we are making, it should go to the market, not just remain in the lab? How we should ensure the techno-commercial research in this country advances in the right directions under the guidance of ministry? What is your take on this?
Hello. Actually, this starts from the problem. We cannot generate a problem in the lab and start doing research across that. Problem has to come from the final customer. Customer is not the industry also. Customer is basically who is going to use your product, what he wants. And then industry notice this, how I solve his problem, because he will be telling layman person that I want a breathable kind of, he will not say breathable, I want a comfortable fabric. Then we have to relate it, he is asking about breathability in the fabric. Now the industry will come, they will understand, okay, breathability is to be developed, I need this kind of yarn, which is having this kind of properties. They will just give an outline of it. Now the academic has to come researcher has come into picture. They have to produce that in the lab, give it to the industry, who in turn will take the feedback from the final customer, and this value will continue, this loop will continue until we'll make the final product. And this, there may be 2-3 iterations. Finally, the product which will become, which will be well accepted by the customer, well accepted by the industry, and it will be a commercial product. But today what is happening, it starts from the lab. We start producing something, we start selling to the customer and tell this is the benefit. But the problem is customer don't take this as a benefit. That story is something else, that what I told in my speech, that Crocs, they made for fishermen and it goes for Gen Z. And they started appreciating it like anything. But not every product will go like that. We have to solve their problem really.
I would like to add here, at WRA, we are using the same approach which sir is mentioning. We are in touch with sport coaches, sport experts, and we are taking the feedback from them and what is their actual problem, and we are identifying those problems and then formulating any research projects.
So I think we have many questions to be addressed, but we are running short of time. So if the organizer permits, maybe we can take few questions from the audience and we can brainstorm on those. Yeah.
During lunchtime.
Okay. I think maybe one question. Yes.
No, it's okay. I think it is working, yeah. Good afternoon to everybody. The question I need to ask is Shri Ashok Malhotra ji. With his rich experience, I want him to just explain this, I've been in this, I am Salil Chawla, DFU Publication Director. We are in this space since 1989. In last 39 years, what I feel is the missing piece of the jigsaw puzzle is disconnect. India has a complete supply chain, but despite of that, China is almost 10x in every single metrics of textile, Now the question is, I wanted the authorities, lawmakers, policy makers, that perhaps we can focus and have a task force on one single subset of technical textiles, because it has got a varied there are many subsectors in this. Mimic a global ecosystem in that, create replicability so that once we are able, because India makes a biggest mistake of being in everything. India is there in pin to aeroplane, but unfortunately we are master of none, So the idea is to create, mimic, create one task force, one subset, global class A to Z in that ecosystem. Make it replicable, so that A, B, C, D, and then the calculus will reach to Z. Over to Malhotra ji.
Sir, that's what you told exactly we are doing. In NTTM, what we do, we already put a task force every important segment. Like mobile tech is a separate task force, and sport tech is a separate task force. That task force today involve most of the research institutes, industry of that segment, potential user of that segment, like I say, sports university, players, coaches, who give the feedback, and we meet very frequently so that all the things what they are suggesting can be brought together. This model which Vipinji has told came out of that discussions only, that what we need a performance fabric, we need raw material, we need this, because industry will talk about raw material, player will talk about comfort, and then cost factor will also come. Then there may be certain policies which are coming on the way to commercialize the things. So that all will be addressed together by making that. Once these segments take off, we have planned to make for all 12 segments this kind of task force.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I think we are running out of time. So it's a wonderful discussion and thoughts we have listened from different speakers. So let's thank all of them for their valuable time and feedbacks. I believe sports textile is the sunrise sector for this technical textile, and we as an integrated system, we will make it work, and we will ensure that the right quality product should reach to our athletes, and we improve our medal tally in the next Olympics. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bipin, for moderating this session. and thank you to all the speakers for being a very wonderful panelist. I request Mr. R.K. Vij and Mr. Rakesh Sagrai to felicitate our moderator and the speakers. To begin with, Mr. Ashok Malhotra. Dr. M.S. Parmar. Mr. Mayur Basak. Mr. J.K. Gupta. And to our wonderful moderator, Professor Bipin Kumar. ये नहीं है मुझे. I request all of you for a group photograph. Kindly reassemble here at 2:45 after lunch for other two sessions. Thank you. Investment, startups, and market expansion. I invite our esteemed speakers to take the dais. Mr. Mukesh Kumar, co-founder and CEO, Texo Edge Innovation Private Limited. Nikita Soni, Enlac Material Private Limited. Dr. Arindam Basu, founder Netex Sols Private Limited. Mr. Naman Barot, Nanospin Technologies LLP. So this session will feature a series of expert presentation. To begin with, I invite Mr. Mukesh Kumar. Okay.
Sir. Good afternoon, industry veterans. Good afternoon, fellow founders, distinguished guests, and dignitaries. I think most of the people are fragmented, but I think this is the most critical part to talk about the technology. Slide. This is not moving. This is not moving, I think. which myself, Mukesh Kumar, co-founder and CEO of Textiles Innovation Private Limited. We are technical textile startup funded by the Ministry of Textiles under GREAT scheme. We are incubated at the IT Ropert, and WRSU is our development partner. So we have developed warming and cooling high performance textiles. So I will skip the slides. Let's go to the next slide to talk about more about technology. So what problem we are trying to solve is, as we see nowadays, you can see the weather, a lot of humidity and sweating. So due to the climate change effect, there are adverse events, like in the summer you will find a lot of humidity and temperatures going up, touching to 42 to 48 degree, or might be some places in India crossing the 50 degree, especially in the Rajasthan or some other places. And now a lot of humidity. If you will go out from this air conditioned room, you will sweat a lot. Personally, I used to sweat a lot. On the winter, we used to in the north especially face a lot of extreme winter. In some places the temperature goes to 0. So we need to wear heavy gears. So what we are trying to solve is to develop a personal thermal management which manage your on body heat in such a way that you will feel comfortable by wearing the lightweight gear. So there are two technologies. One is the Texo heat textile. So basically Texo is trapping your body heat to keep you warm. So our body is to emit the IR spectra, whatever the IR emission is there, that Texo heat textile just is a next to skin layer which traps your body heat in a sufficient way, and it can trap having that much of potential from 8 to 10 degree based on the different applications we are using. Another is a Texocool textiles. Texocool is a unique combination of physical, chemical and thermal conducting properties. So it has 3 functions in a single shot. So it's an instant cool touch, and also it conducts away your body heat when you are doing the exercises, like you are playing a sports, or you are cycling, or you are standing in a hot and humid weather. So it gives instant cool touch, conduct away your excess body heat, and also the excess sweat management. These are the key features of this technology. These are the lightweight, breathable, modular, and it manages your on-body heat. So there is no use of external devices like printed circuits or external batteries, or like nothing required. It just manages your on-body heat based on your individual metabolism, whatever IR emission is there. It's a lightweight, without compromise on the softness, breathability, elasticity. The key feature is that this is the one of kind of inherent technology, so it's a long lasting. So you can wash for 50 washes, 100 washes, 200 washes. The performance will remain the same. So this is the targeted applications. It's not for the every application in the sports wear or active wear and other application, but where there is a drastic performance improvement required, where we can introduce these kind of technologies. So I will just explain the next products regarding the applications. We can multiple times recycle it, so it's a sustainable in the nature, reducing the carbon footprint. We are also exhibiting in that GD Modi hall. You can see and just touch upon the products which are on display. So first one is the Texocool defense uniform. So basically this we have developed and pitched to the Indian Army as well. Trials are underway. This is typically for the Badmer, Jaisalmer or Kutch, where the high humidity is there or a lot of scorching heat is there. So it's very difficult for soldier to do duty for 8 to 10 hours continuously. They used to sweat a lot. So this we have pitched to the Indian Army, and they have taken samples for the field trials. Another is a Texocool cooling t-shirts. So this is the single layer, very thin, lightweight sports t-shirts especially for the gym wear and the sports players who are doing the either exercises or just playing the games. So it gives tangible difference when we have run the trial with the sports player. When with control sample with Texocool t-shirt, there is a drastic difference in the thermal comfort they used to feel. Typically in the summer, we can't wear the denim, as usually a lot of sweat accumulation is there. So we have integrated in the denim as well. So we have a soft, breathable, stretchable, cool denim. Then we have the Texo Heat thermals. So we have next to skin thermals based on like very lightweight, just like a Uniqlo Heat Tech compared to that. And we have better performance in that single layer thermals, and also we have warming hoodies and outdoor jackets, especially for the skiing and hiking and adventure sports. That Texo Heat is a single layer is enough in the extreme winter, like in the -20 or -25. You can wear a simple, very thin layer jacket. You can just have the feel of the products which are displayed at the exhibition booth. These are the few attractions we got. So last month we pitched our technology to Indian Army. So I got the opportunity to meet the defense chief. We explained our technology, and Indian Army shortlisted both the technology for the field trials based on their requirements at the different command level. We launched our product commercially last year at the Textile, along with the exhibited at the Martexile as well. And we are also working with the DPSU and also DRDO labs to do the different applications in the aerospace and the defense, especially to positively integrating in the active cooling devices or active warming devices, which is typically required for the sailors, the Navy sailors, and also the Phdcci, extreme cold climate conditions. Thank you. Any question we will take later or right now? Yes. So this winter the field trials will happen. Yeah.
And are the properties by virtue of structure of the textile material or the material itself, or
it's a combination of multiple things. Like, so we have done the technology barrier at each and every step.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mukesh Kumar, for your insightful presentation. I now invite Ms. Nikita Soni for her presentation. There's small inconvenience, sorry for that. So we'll move forward for Dr. Anindam Basu for his presentation.
Good afternoon.
I'm happy to see so many, members are present after lunch also. So it makes me much easier to present now. You can see I am retired from my NITRA duty, and then I thought during my research periods I found many of the things which we have developed has not reached to the industry. So I thought, let me move forward, start with few, which I think there is a lot of potential. So I started this company with my family members. It's a startup company. So you will see little difference because those are a younger face, this is older face. But anyway, let us go ahead. नहीं जा रहा है? कैसे? Okay. Okay. So my product we are proposing is Cosmeto Textiles, which is mixture of medical textiles as well as sports textiles. So you can see the definition here: protection, comfort, fashion. If you put together, then cosmetics plus textiles is called Cosmeto Textiles, or some people tell us wellness textiles because it takes care of your wellness. Yeah. Now Cosmeto Textiles you can read here. See, this is mainly for taken care of cosmetic parts also when you wear the clothes. So because many times when we go outside or do yoga or many other things, you got lot of sweating and other things. You need not to put anything in the skin itself because this cloth itself will slowly release those and it will help you. Many of the properties that I'll come for like this. So it can cleansing, perfuming, health enhancement. I'm talking about more on health enhancement. You see, this is nothing new concept. As I told, this was earlier also, this used to call Ayurvastra, where you put Ayurvedic products in the cloth and you wear it, automatically it will release. And now the difference in my technology, what I am trying to do is here that the finish will remain for longer period. Because earlier that used to just treat it with that and give, but it doesn't longer. Now this one we are trying to put longer period. Secondly, from morning you have been hearing that sustainability and all these things. While working with some of the natural fibers in Himalayan region, we found those fibers have had very good qualities of UV resistance, antimicrobial, good moisture retain, all these properties are there. The difference was there that people were extracting these fibers for coarse things like it has to be ropes, wall hangings, all these things. So limitations were that it could not be used in apparel. So what we tried to do during our last 5 years work also in that where we improved the method of extraction because the fiber extraction method is more important to get the finer fibers. So we got the extraction method and mixed with cotton and then you can get all these properties. So we are going to go for the next one. Global market size, I have given both sportswear as well as medical wear. So mix up that, you take only 1%, that is more than enough for having a lot of companies here. The reason everybody will understand, you will relate also. Increasing number of aging people because our life expectancy has improved. So these problems also will go on increasing because of the life expectancy. Increased awareness of healthcare, deteriorating environment condition. You know in Delhi air what happens during winter and many other times these conditions, air pollution, food adulteration is causing more health problem for us. Medical tourism and lifestyle, I told yoga, gym, aerobics, walking, etc. Now we are trying to put all these effects as per the products, different products. These are antioxidation of the skin. You know that this is very much important for anti-aging because what happens if the skin gets affected, it looks older because it gets crimp and all this. These kind of things, the release on the skin, when you wear the clothes, automatically it helps antioxidation. So anti-aging effect is coming with that. Antimicrobial we are discussing from the morning itself. Anti-aging effect and self-cleaning means what happens, the people can wear for some longer period. That means you can reduce the washing cycle. What happens, why, especially for exercise, gym, what happens, lot of sweat comes and it smells. So people have to wash immediately. But if you put that self-cleaning effect little bit, antimicrobial itself will prevent the smell, because smell comes from the microbes, and then as self-cleaning will remove all the dust and all these things, so automatically this will give longer period. Life, I am talking about longer life. UV shielding. Most of you will be happy to know that all these natural fibers, morning also I think Dr. Parmar also has told, these natural fibers has got a natural UV resistance properties. So there is no need to put UV chemicals on it, because itself is UV resistant. And moisturizing, as I told, because that is for antioxidant, many other things is required, and aromatherapy. You know all aromatherapy, even many of the developed countries in Japan and other area, they use a small amount of perfume or something that which you put in the pillow cover. When you sleep, because of your heat, this moisture comes out and it gives a very nice peaceful sleep because of the small moisture is coming, a small smell is coming, and it gives a nice sleep. So this is the effect I am telling you, aromatherapy. This aroma itself will give you treatment. You can just read it here, because this anti-aging effect is more health than mental. Because even people start thinking, disturbed, that means my skin is getting deteriorated and all these things. These can be reduced by this, as I told, by interaction of biological, psychological and environment factors. These three together all compare this. So holistic approach. So that's the reason, mind-body intervention into skin care, hair care, oral care. This is the areas we have to cover. Then as I discussed, earlier they used to just treat it. So the longevity is less. Now we can do the nano encapsulation, which can go inside and remain for minimum 30 to 40 washes without any problem. So this is the technology we are using now. This is just to explain what is this nano encapsulation which we do. Now as I told, we have made some yarns from natural fibers mixed with cotton, mixed with viscose, so that these are all friendly and biodegradable, microabsorption, optimization of finish, because there will be some finish has to be there, but finish also we are trying to do work on natural finishes. These are the major component we want to add. Some example, yoga here, aerobics, there we are going to apply, because here mostly we put moisturizing, antioxidation, because the things are coming. This we are going to put UV also, because morning walk also, that time sometimes the sunlight is more, UV content will be there. Zumba dance, and last one, slimwear. Slimwear also, it is going always with your skin, and that time you can put all these things, your skin also automatically get improved. These are the targets we are doing. We have started working on it. Sorry. And this is available, hair care unit. After wash, generally ladies say put the towel, and if you put inside microabsorption, automatically it will take hairs also. So that is also our target, that towels developed by Skin Up, there is one company already developed. It will combine quick and comfortable drying, because this is made of quick dry fiber, and then this material is there. So hair also will get dry, and then moisturization also will take place. That is oil or whatever you want to do, that will be get used. So that is the main target of our products. We have just started. Maybe another 3-4 months you will see the products. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Basu. I invite Nikita Soni again for her presentation. So hello everyone, I am Nikita Soni, founder of Enlarged Materials. I have done my MTech in Textile Technology from IIT Delhi, and after that I worked in Indian as well as MNCs, mostly in R&D and product development of non-woven based materials. I have developed materials for industrial processes, and in October 2024 I have started my own company called Enlarged Material. So Enlarged Material, it is incubated in IISER Pune, and within 2 weeks we are going to shift into our own manufacturing unit along with new machines. So why I have started Enlarged Material? The enlarge is a German term which means foundation or roots. And in Enlarged Materials we are working on the natural materials which are extracted from the things which are there from the nature. And also we are working on the technology which is very similar to the natural processes. So that's why the name is there, and we are using similar philosophy in our work also. So this is the technology what we are using. It's an electrospinning machine, and in this you can see there are small needles, and polymer solution will come out from these needles and make nanofibers. Now what exactly is a nanofiber? So you can see my finger, it is around 16 mm diameter. And then there is a swing thread, which is again smaller than my finger. Then there is human hair, and there is spider silk, the one thread of the spider web. And these nanofibers, these are smaller than spider silk also. Now if I have to give you a comparison, there can be 7 lakh nanofibers can come on the tip of my finger. It means these are very small, you cannot see it from the normal eyes, and we need high resolution machines to see the structure of these fibers. Now these fibers, the main properties of these fibers is, first they have higher surface area, and also they have very high strength. And why we are using these technologies? Because these fiber mimics the structure of human skin. So if we make material using electrospinning, actually our skin accepts this technology and the material made through this skin, and it helps in better human functions. So our first product is a wound dressing. We are using chitosan biopolymer. So chitosan is extracted from the crab and shrimp shells. India has a big seafood industry, and these shells are the waste for this industry. So we are using these waste shells and extracting chitosan biopolymer from it, and then making nanofibers based wound dressing from this biopolymer. Now I have tested my wound dressing against international standards. And in first image you can see we have made, in the lab, we have made one scratch wound, and then we applied our dressing on it. And what we have found that within 24 hours, 70% of the wound was already healed. So it means actually this structure and this biopolymer, it is helping in the wound healing process. Also in the second image, you can see that first is the bare wound dressing, and then when we applied cells on it, within 24 hours, whole fibrous structure was filled with the new cells. It means this dressings is helping in new cells growth. So we are using this for diabetic foot ulcers and the ulcers which are there in the aging population, because these people, their body is not able to heal the wound within a time frame, and these dressings will actually help to reduce the wound healing time. Right now in India, 60% of such wound dressings are imported. And what we are doing right now, we have procured some wound dressings which are currently imported, and we are doing benchmarking of these wound dressings along with our sample to see where is our wound dressing stands. And there is a testing called cytotoxicity. So morning Professor Majumdar was talking about the nano silver and all. So actually nano silver is used in the wound dressing to give antibacterial properties. But this nano silver actually kills good body cells also.
Whereas this chitosan, when we have done that cytotoxicity testing, we found that 89% cells were there available, and it only killed the 11% of cells and give good antibacterial value. Whereas when we tested similar nanosilver based wound dressing, 28% cells were killed and only 72% cells were alive. So it means these natural materials, they give good wound healing properties, at the same time they have good antibacterial properties also. And that's why these kind of dressings, they actually reduces the overall time for the wound healing. Right now, we have developed these dressings. We have done our testing in the lab and applied for CDSCO test license. After the test license, we'll go for the human trials and then we'll apply for the CDSCO manufacturing license. And for this, we are working along with the customer. So once we'll have the test license, we'll do human trials along with them. And then they are the first customer who will take our dressings also in the market. Apart from the wound dressings, we are working on different other biopolymers also, like seaweed or alginate. So alginate is something you would have seen the sushi. So that green wrap on the sushi, that is actually a seaweed. And the biopolymer called alginate, it is extracted from that. This alginate has very good fire resistant properties. And along with nano fiber technology, it can use to give flame resistant properties to apparels. Similarly, there are fibers, polymer called PLA, which is extracted from the starch of corn or sugarcane. So we are working on these different biopolymers which are completely biodegradable. And we are working on different applications also. Apart from wound dressings, we are working with few other customers on skin care as well as medical devices. Again, we are using the biopolymers and developing these products for the commercial applications. Yeah, and we got support from the NTTM team under the GREAT scheme, and I would like to thank NTTM team as well as the PhD Chamber of Commerce to giving us this opportunity to present our work in this platform. And yes, thank you everyone. That's it from my side. Yes. So actually these are nanomaterials. So once there is a cut and you apply these dressings, these additives will get absorbed by the dressing, by the body. And only very fine layer will be there which will scrap off on its own.
Will it biodegrade or integrate with the body over a period of time?
It can be. Like I have to change something in the formulation, but if you use it inside the body also, there are some applications where people have used and there is no adverse effect of chitosan on the human body because again it's...
And you have mentioned about the growth of the cells once that nanofiber was there. There is a different, slightly similar analogous, or you can say similar or different concept, where you strip down the protein scaffolding and let the cells grow on that protein scaffolding and make artificial limbs, ears, etc. So can the same thing be, would you like to pursue the same thing, same direction? You got my question?
Correct. So right now we have started with wound dressings because in medical textile you have to do lots of testing even before commercializing a product. So I think this was the one which we thought would be the easiest, but we are doing work on that part also where we can integrate and do the scaffolding part. Even there are some startups who have made something similar using silk.
Yeah.
And they are using it for orthopedic applications inside the bone filler and all.
Yes.
So it can be used, technology would be same, but since that needs more human trials and it will be a long time to do the trials and all.
And last short question, since you have worked on non-wovens also, there are unfortunately heavy metals in water that is there, lead, lead, arsenic and all those things. Have you tried your nanofiltration to remove those heavy metals in water?
See, actually,
or will you?
Actually, we have tried with air filters till now, But what you have said, this chitosan also has a good property to remove these waste material from the water. Actually, in some countries, it is used as a coagulant for dyeing industry. So we are thinking to go into that space also, where we'll develop the water filtration using chitosan, because anyways nanostructure will trap all the finer dust and materials, but chitosan will connect it on the chemical level. Correct. But mostly these have synthetic materials which are not biodegradable. And we are mostly focusing on using biodegradable materials, because you don't know these nanomaterials, if it get broke and go inside the water what we are drinking, then again we are drinking a water having microplastics.
The beauty of nanofibers is such that it's such a long fiber, it can encircle the earth.
Correct.
So the nano molecule can go inside the body, it can leach.
Correct.
But a nanofiber can't, because the structure is such.
Yes, correct.
We are talking about fabrics that can heal skin cuts, and Dr. Basu was mentioning about fabrics that are wellness fabrics or Ayurvedic fabrics they used many years ago to mummify in Egypt many years ago. Are we looking at a future where we can develop, or we are looking at developing fabrics which will take care of burn victims or burn injuries?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Are we looking at fabrics going forward in the future which can help burn victims, heal better or faster?
Yeah, so that alginate, actually there are dressings are available in the market which is used for first degree, second degree and even third degree burns also. Because that alginate has a soothing effect. So once you apply it on a burn and it has some pus and all, it will absorb the pus and it will not evaporate the moisture, it will locks in. So it's give that gel-like structure and it's very soothing.
These are commercially available in the market?
These are available imported from different countries in India. No company in India is making that.
But you probably might be one of the first few companies to start.
Yes, so right now there are few companies who are selling these products, but what they are doing, they are importing the non-woven from outside. So what we are working, we are trying to develop these fibers and fabric indigenously using Indian raw materials.
Yeah, huge scope in the market. Congratulations and well done.
Thank you.
All the best to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nikita, for that truly inspiring presentation. Your innovative approach for transforming the seafood waste into a valuable resource is remarkable. So we move forward for our last presentation for the session. I invite Mr. Naman Barot.
नमस्ते ऑल ऑफ यू। मेरा नाम नमन बारोट है और मैं नैनो स्पिन टेक्नोलॉजी एलएलपी का फाउंडर हूँ। तो हम नैनो स्पिन टेक्नोलॉजी इलेक्ट्रो स्पिनिंग प्रोसेस पे ही काम करते हैं, नैनो फाइबर पे। जो नैनो फाइबर क्या है मिस निकिता जी ने डिटेल में अभी समझा है। तो मैं नैनो फाइबर को स्पोर्ट्स टेक में कैसे क्या एप्लीकेशन में ले जा सकते हैं उसके बारे में थोड़ा डिटेल में समझाऊँगा। तो टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल का सेगमेंट्स अभी ग्लोबली काफ़ी उसकी हाई डिमांड हो रही है और हाई परफॉर्मेंस मटेरियल की डिमांड डिफरेंट इंडस्ट्रीज़ में काफ़ी है फॉर टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल्स। तो उसमें स्पोर्ट्स टेक्स, ऑटोमोबाइल्स, मेडिकल टेक्सटाइल्स, प्रोटेक्शंस और इंडस्ट्रीज़ में नैनो फाइबर्स के रिलेटेड काफ़ी डिमांड्स अभी इंक्रीज़ हो रही है। अभी इलेक्ट्रो स्पिनिंग, व्हाट इज़ इलेक्ट्रो स्पिनिंग? तो इलेक्ट्रो स्पिनिंग से जो नैनो फाइबर का जनरेट होता है उसमें डिफरेंट पॉलीमर जैसे कि नायलॉन हो गया, पीवीए, पीवीडीएफ, पीटीएफई, तो उसको हाई चार्ज देके नैनो फाइबर का फ्लो जनरेट किया जाता है और कोई भी सबस्ट्रेट या फैब्रिक के ऊपर उसका डिपोजिशन होता है। तो ये सबस्ट्रेट्स को हम डिफरेंट एप्लीकेशंस में कन्वर्ट करके स्पोर्ट्स टेक में ला सकते हैं। ये जो नैनो फाइबर का लेयर है वो काफ़ी ब्रीदेबल रहता है। इसमें इसकी जो पोरोसिटी है, नंबर ऑफ पोर्स काफ़ी ज़्यादा होते हैं जिसके कारण लो प्रेशर ड्रॉप लगता है एयर पास होने के लिए। तो लो प्रेशर ड्रॉप के कारण हाई फिल्ट्रेशन एफिशिएंसी मिलती है और उसका लाइट वेट उसकी प्रॉपर्टीज रहती हैं। स्पोर्ट्स टेक के अंदर मॉइस्चर मैनेजमेंट में देन ब्रीदेबल मेम्ब्रेन्स, एंटीबैक्टीरियल्स, फैब्रिक्स, वेरिएबल सेंसर्स, स्मार्ट टेक्सटाइल्स और यूवी प्रोटेक्शन फैब्रिक्स नैनो फाइबर से बनाया जा सकता है। ये कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स है ऑलरेडी ग्लोबल मार्केट में जो नैनो फाइबर का यूज़ कर रहे हैं स्पोर्ट्स प्रोडक्ट्स के अंदर, जैसे कि स्पोर्ट्स शूज़ के शूज़ मेम्ब्रेन है, तो शूज़ मेम्ब्रेन के अंदर नैनो फाइबर को इंक्लूड करके हाई मॉइस्चर वेपर ट्रांसमिशन रेट बढ़ाया जा सकता है, MVTR रेट बढ़ जाता है शूज़ के अंदर। देन थर्मल मैनेजमेंट में भी फेस चेंजिंग मटेरियल्स वगैरह यूज़ करके कूलिंग मैनेजमेंट किया जा सकता है वियरेबल्स में। अपार्ट फ्रॉम स्पोर्ट्स टेक, मेडिकल टेक्सटाइल में वुंड हीलिंग, ड्रग डिलीवरी में, देन पैकेजिंग में इंडिकेटर्स वगैरह बनते हैं जो फ्रूट्स वगैरह के जो जब ख़राब होते हैं तब उसके कलर चेंज हो जाता है। देन बिल्डिंग मटेरियल्स, एग्रीकल्चर और ग्रीन टेक में भी नैनो फाइबर का काफ़ी यूज़ हो रहा है। तो ये सेक्टर जो है अपना नैनो फाइबर का, तो उसमें हेल्थ केयर सेक्टर, फिल्ट्रेशन इंडस्ट्री और एनर्जी सेक्टर में काफ़ी हाई डिमांड है और ये IP ड्रिवन टेक्नोलॉजी है और एक्सपोर्ट्स में एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड प्रोडक्ट्स है। साथ में वाटर फिल्टर्स जो अभी बात हुई कि वाटर फिल्टर्स में हैवी मेटल्स वगैरह में भी काफ़ी फिल्टर्स नैनो फाइबर का यूज़ करके जनरेट हो रहे हैं। देन पोर्टेबल फिल्टर्स वगैरह भी बन रहे हैं DRDO के लिए, जो कोई भी पोर्टेबल्स पानी का कहीं भी नाले से पानी भर के उसको ड्रिंकेबल वाटर में कन्वर्ट किया जा सकता है। देन कॉस्मेटिक इंडस्ट्री, मेडिकल डिवाइस में भी इसका यूज़ हो रहा है। इसके अलावा नैनो फाइबर एयर फिल्टर्स, तो एयर फिल्टर्स का HVAC फिल्टर्स, HEPA फिल्टर्स, पैनल फिल्टर्स में भी हाई डिमांड है बिकॉज ऑफ लो प्रेशर ड्रॉप के कारण उसमें कम से कम प्रेशर से हाई प्रेशर मिल सकता है एयर का और फिल्ट्रेशन एफिशिएंसी 99.9 वायरल फिल्ट्रेशन एफिशिएंसी तक रिजल्ट अचीव हो सकता है। देन बैटरी सेपरेटर्स, मेडिकल टेक्सटाइल्स, प्रोटेक्टिव टेक्सटाइल, वाटर प्योरिफिकेशन मेम्ब्रेन वगैरह में यूज़ हो रहा है। तो ये जो टेक्नोलॉजी है इंडिया के लिए काफ़ी बेनिफिशियल है बिकॉज यहाँ पे स्टॉक टेक्सटाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बेस अभी बना हुआ है, साथ में स्किल और कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव वर्कफोर्स भी अवेलेबल है। गवर्नमेंट भी इस टाइप के डेवलपमेंट के लिए PLI सपोर्ट्स वगैरह भी प्रोवाइड कर रही है। अब ये नैनो फाइबर टेक्नोलॉजी को AI के साथ अगर जोड़ा जाए तो AI के साथ भी AI बेस्ड प्रोसेस ऑप्टिमाइजेशन, देन रियल टाइम प्रोसेस मॉनिटरिंग, डेटा एनालिसिस, प्रिडिक्टिव मेंटेनेंस, ऑटोमोबाइल क्वालिटी कंट्रोल और डिजिटल ट्विन डेवलपमेंट्स, तो ये सब चीज़ें भी नैनो फाइबर का साथ में AI को कनेक्ट करके प्रोडक्ट्स डेवलप की जा सकती हैं। और कोई भी स्टार्टअप्स वगैरह जो ये टेक्नोलॉजी वगैरह डेवलप कर रहे हैं तो उसमें जैसे रिसर्च, सबसे पहले रिसर्च डेवलपमेंट होता है, देन टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप होती है और इसको पायलट स्केल पे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करके प्रोडक्शन स्केल पे ले जाते हैं। तो नैनोस्पिन इसमें जो एकेडमिक्स और रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट्स है और इंडस्ट्री के बीच में एक ब्रिज कनेक्ट करने के लिए काम कर रही है। हमारे पास में अभी लैब स्केल से लेके लार्ज स्केल का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटी अवेलेबल है जिसमें डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ पॉलीमर का हम कोटिंग करते हैं कोई भी सब्सट्रेट के ऊपर, कॉटन, पॉलिएस्टर, ग्लास फाइबर, एज पर एप्लीकेशन प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट इंडस्ट्री के लिए किया जाता है। देन कोई भी इंडस्ट्री को कोई भी इलेक्ट्रो स्पिनिंग मशीन के अंदर भी कोई भी नया डेवलपमेंट करना है, मॉडिफिकेशन करना है, तो वो फैसिलिटी नैनो स्पिन प्रोवाइड करती है। थैंक यू सो मच। Yes, it's depend on the nano fiber selecting polymers. उसमें हम अगर ऐसा पॉलीमर सिलेक्ट करेंगे जो हाइड्रोफिलिक होगा और इसकी नैनो फाइबर वेव जनरेट करेंगे तो वो फिलिक पूरी नैनो फाइबर वेव नैनो हाइड्रोफिलिक बनेगी। अगर PTFE है, सिलिकॉन है, अगर उसका यूज़ करेंगे तो हाइड्रोफोबिक फिल्म जनरेट हो पाएगी।
एंड अदर से मतलब आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द होम टेक्सटाइल एप्लीकेशंस, बेडिंग, कर्टेन्स, ऑल दैट।
हाँ।
तो एक तो विड्थ की बात करें, single width and double width, it could be 60 inches up to 90 inches. So is it possible to deposit a layer on these width, number one? And number two, for the home textiles, will it be practically cost effective and production will be so high to, cater to the home textiles, making say antibacterial or fire retardancy?
Yes. तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल जो आप
नहीं, मैं तो डिफरेंट एप्लीकेशन की बात कर रहा हूँ ना सर.
अगर होम टेक्सटाइल्स के या
It's not falling under that kind of functionality which you require in home textiles. There is one suggestion or input both for Nikita and you gentlemen. Nanofiltration can't be first stage of filtration. Reason being that it will be blocked almost immediately. So that thing you may like to factor. Number two, you might have heard of black fungus, which is mucormycosis during COVID times. So the solution through which the electrospinning is done, can that medicine, etc., be incorporated in that polymer solution itself, so that the mask which you, when you make out of it, is having that antibacterial, because that mucormycosis is basically a fungus. So if that kind of medicine can be incorporated in the solution itself, so that that thing is taken care of at the first stage itself. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I just wanted for non-starters. It means that for newbies or those who want to enter into the startup world, what kind of supportive policies are there and where is the exact role of grandfathering of NTTM? So I'm trying out of your experiences that you guide the industry and influence and inspire the room, that how exactly the government system supportive facilities are helping curate the startups. Thank you.
I would like to take this questions.
Yes.
I would like to mention here all the startup on the dais are supported by WRA, Center of Excellence Sportech. We are encouraging startups to for any ideas. If they are having any ideas, they can come for discussion, and we are open for a discussion. We are there. We will be there for your idea to become into the reality. So do approach us, do write us, and we can discuss all those ideas. And regarding your questions, NTTM, there is a scheme that is great scheme. Under that scheme, any startup got up to 50 lakh rupees of grant. And so if your idea is competitive and into the technical textile domain, you can discuss with us, and we can formulate the project and submit to the entity. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you all to our presenters for sharing insights on innovation, startups, investment opportunities, and market expansion. I request Rakesh sir to felicitate our presenters. To begin with, Mr. Mukesh Kumar. Ms. Nikita Soni. Dr. Arindam Basu. And Mr. Naman Barot. And I request everyone on dais to be available for group photo. As we now begin our final panel discussion on from import dependence to Atmanirbhar sports manufacturing. To steer this important conversation, I invite Mr. Ravi Bhushan Arora, CEO, Textile Business Digest, to moderate this session. Our panelist, Mr. Tarun Diwan, Executive Director, SGEPC, Mr. Puneet Anand, Sanspril Greenlands, Mr. Shiv P. Singh, Shiv Naresh Sports, Mr. Virendra Nagpal, Sportsline. Okay. So, Mr. Ravi Bhushan Arora, over to you.
Thank you very much for giving us opportunity and welcome everyone. I know it is difficult to attend the last session. Everybody might be feeling sleepy and now wanted to go home. So सुबह से हम sports wear के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. So let's try to have another angle of sports goods. Where we are standing and what is the next step? If we see अभी तक हमारा जो sports wear में we have been doing good, we have started manufacturing in India, lots of fabrics thanks to Phdcci, Techno Sports who are developing products for Indian market. लेकिन sports goods में अभी भी final goods हम बना रहे हैं लेकिन उसके raw material we are importing a lot. So the discussion of point is from import dependence to Atmanirbhar goods manufacturing in India. Let me introduce our panelist, Mr. Tarun Diwan. He is Executive Director, Sports Good Export Promotion Council, working with them for last 27 years, and he has been instrumental in exports and promoting sports goods. Now it is Sports Goods and Toy Export Promotion Council. Mr. Puneet Anand, I think everybody must have heard of SG brand. So he is the driving force behind SG brand. इनके बिना कोई हमारे यहाँ क्रिकेट के बैट और तो कोई इमेजिन नहीं कर सकता. The next legend is Mr. Shivpal Singh, शिव नरेश ब्रांड. इंडिया के ओलंपिक्स को इन्होंने स्पॉन्सर किया है, एशियाड को स्पॉन्सर किया है टीम को. You name the team and they have supported. And with more than 750 employees and more than 7,000 retailers or maybe 8,000 retailers, they are available across India. Mr. Virendra Nagpal. Virendra ji started in 1988 Sportsline. They have just launched a new product, Nikes, with Shreyas Iyer, the world lightest helmet for cricket, which is 700 grams only. And they are instrumental. Yonker का आपने बच्चों के skates का नाम सुना होगा, तो they are Yonkers के नाम से famous हैं. ये cycling helmets बनाते हैं, different helmets बनाते हैं, बहुत कुछ locally बनाते हैं. So majorly sports goods वाले अपने पास हैं. So let's try to discuss what are the challenges we have for sports goods manufacturing in India. So just to set a context, this is a small presentation. We have taken example of 10 different sports: cricket, soccer, hockey, tennis, table tennis, skiing, hiking, badminton, basketball. इनके जो gears हैं, अगर आप इनके gears के पीछे देखोगे तो आपको एक ही चीज common मिलेगी, which is technical textiles, which gives different structural integrity environmental resistance, aerodynamics and impact absorption properties. अगर हम conventional textiles देखते हैं और technical textiles देखते हैं तो डिफरेंट प्रॉपर्टीज़ का डिफरेंट फ़र्क आता है और फंक्शनल प्रॉपर्टीज़ इंक्रीज होती हैं. दिस वी हैव ट्राई टू मैप कि क्या क्या रॉ मटेरियल यूज़ हो रहे हैं और क्या क्या प्रोडक्ट्स डिफरेंट स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स में बन रहे हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल क्रिकेट बॉल की जो सीम है, जो स्विंग होती है, वो भी टेक्सटाइल है. बैटिंग ग्लव्स है, बैटिंग पैड्स हैं, सारे हैं वो बेसिकली ऑल टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल्स. लेकिन अभी तक ज़्यादातर लोगों को लगता नहीं है कि वो टेक्सटाइल का पार्ट है. सो दिस पैनल डिस्कशन इज बेसिकली टू हैव ए इंटीग्रेशन बिटवीन स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स एंड टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री. फील्ड हॉकी, astroturf, artificial turf is also textiles. WRA has a good experience in artificial turf. अगर आप स्किन गार्ड्स देखेंगे, ग्लव्स देखेंगे, ये सारे के सारे कंपोजिट्स हैं और टेक्सटाइल्स हैं. कंपोजिट्स में भी देखते हैं तो हम कार्बन फाइबर आ जाता है, केवलार आ जाता है और दूसरे प्रोडक्ट्स आ जाते हैं जो कि हम यूज़ करते हैं. टेनिस रैकेट का गट है, इज़ ऑल्सो टेक्सटाइल. मोनोफिलामेंट का ट्विस्टेड. फिर जो रैकेट है आज की डेट में, पहले लकड़ी का बनता था, वुड का, नाउ इट्स कंपोजिट. स्कीइंग बोर्ड, स्कीइंग रॉड्स, एवरीथिंग इज टेक्सटाइल्स. उसमें जो गारमेंट है वो तो खैर है ही है टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल्स. हाइकिंग के स्टिक्स हैं आपकी, हाइकिंग हार्नेस हैं, बैकपैक्स हैं, ये सारे के सारे टेक्सटाइल्स, टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल. सॉकर फुटबॉल भी अगर आप देखते हैं इस प्योर एंड प्योर टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल्स. सो अब चैलेंज हमारे साथ ये है कि ये हम इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, इनके रॉ मटेरियल इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. सो लेट्स ट्राई टू हैव अ डिस्कशन विद आवर एस्टीम पैनल कि अब हम उसको इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंसी को रिड्यूस करके और ग्लोबल स्केल पे कैसे आगे जा सकते हैं. थैंक यू. लेट्स स्टार्ट आवर डिस्कशन. तरुण जी, फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन फॉर यू. नीति आयोग की अभी एक रिपोर्ट में कहा गया है कि वी कैन अचीव $8 billion ऑफ एक्सपोर्ट्स फॉर स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स इन नेक्स्ट डिकेड. सो एज ए ईडी ऑफ SGPC, आपके हिसाब से 3 मोस्ट क्रिटिकल फैक्टर्स क्या होंगे पॉलिसी, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और इंटरवेंशन के, विच यू बिलीव वी कैन अचीव दीज टारगेट्स by next decade?
Okay. Before I answer your question, let me put a context to this Niti Aayog report. The sports goods manufacturing in the past didn't have a parent ministry. So only last year the sports goods manufacturing was brought under the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, which was so far only concerned with the promotion of sports and infrastructure. So from last year they also have a mandate to promote the manufacturing. And that mindset also came because India has decided to host bid for Olympics and Commonwealth Games in 2030. So with that context, Niti Aayog decided to do a study on this sector and understand how we can promote the manufacturing, because if we are going to host the games, the objective would be that more and more Indian made equipment is used in these sports and not imported. So that's how the study was done. And as you rightly mentioned, the study has already identified a lot of critical gaps which we need to be filled up. And the target which is set of 8 billion is provided those gaps are filled and that those government support is given. And also there's manufacturing which is scaled up in the time to come. Now to name 3 is you are asking. First one I would say, as you rightly said, is the non-availability of raw material locally and high cost of raw materials if imported. And number 2 is the low automation or the low use of machinery. Though this industry is one of the highest provider of employment, but right now I think to scale up the manufacturing, a lot of automation is also required. And number 3 is there are a number of units. Even the colleagues sitting here, they want to expand their manufacturing, but the cost of land in India is so high that acquiring a land for setting up a new unit is exorbitant. So all these 3 issues are really impeding the growth of the industry, and which are now being addressed through this scheme being launched by the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports.
Thank you, sir. My first question to Mr. Puneet Anand. SG is manufacturing cricket equipments in Meerut since 1931 with a century of craftsmanship. Abhi bhi we are importing English willow. How we can reduce this dependency by incorporating willow cultivation or maybe engineering some alternate materials in India?
There is a basic difference between English willow and the alternate Kashmir willow that we are using that comes from Kashmir, as the name sounds. Cricket is traditionally an English game that was born more than 100 years ago, and they made cricket bats out of the willow that was available to them in England before the production moved to India and Pakistan. So जितने भी production processes हैं, जो machines हैं, जो कारीगर हैं, they have been used to perfecting making of a cricket bat from English willow. Kashmir willow try करी गई थी, but the basic structure of wood that comes from Kashmir is not the same as the one that comes from England. England में it is cultivated, the weather is absolute for the properties that are supposed to be in a willow bat. It is nurtured uske professionally from 0 to 14 years is what it normally takes for the tree to grow up. It is taken care of right from the beginning. दो इंडिया में कश्मीर विलो है वो जंगलों में उगती है, वाइल्ड उगती है, उसकी प्रॉपर फार्मिंग नहीं होती है. देयर इज़ नो इंसेक्टिसाइड ट्रीटमेंट, देयर इज़ नथिंग दैट इज़ डन टू मेक अ कश्मीर विलो एनीवेयर सिमिलर टू व्हाट इंग्लिश विलो इज़. तो प्रोफेशनल्स आज की तारीख में भी इंग्लिश विलो यूज़ कर रहे हैं. दे प्रेफर because the stroke and the weight and the balance you can get out of English willow bats is nowhere close to is much better than what you can get in Kashmir willow. तो जो रिप्लेसमेंट की बात है इंग्लिश विलो, आई हैव माई डाउट्स कि इंग्लिश विलो तो हम कभी भी रिप्लेस नहीं कर पाएंगे. टू गेट ओवर द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ आर डिपेंडेंस ऑन इंग्लिश विलो, देयर हैव बीन वेरियस ऑप्शंस दैट आर बीइंग कंसिडर्ड. वे बैक इन द 1980s एक एल्यूमिनियम का बैट बनाया गया था बिकॉज उस टाइम भी लग रहा था कि जिस तरह से गेम ग्रो कर रहा है वी विल रन आउट ऑफ अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ विलो विच इज़ अ नेचुरल रिसोर्स. वी कांट जस्ट पुट इट इन अ फैक्ट्री एंड मेक आउट एज मच एज वी वांट. देयर इज़ गोइंग टू बी अ लिमिटेड सप्लाई. लेकिन द क्रिकेट इज़ बीइंग रन बाय द ICC, स्टिल अ वेरी वेरी इंग्लिश लॉबी इट इज़. सो दे वर वेरी प्रोटेक्टिव ऑफ देयर ओन इंडस्ट्री ऑल्सो कि इंग्लिश विलो से ही बैट बनना चाहिए, नॉन इंग्लिश विलो का नहीं होना चाहिए. दैट्स व्हाट द रूल्स है. सो एल्यूमिनियम बैट जो बना था वो विदिन 6 महीने में ही उन्होंने उसको बैन करा दिया था. ऑल्टरनेटिवली लोगों ने अब कॉम्पोजिट भी इस्तेमाल करने शुरू किए हैं इन क्रिकेट बैट्स. द एंटायर हॉकी इंडस्ट्री, द एंटायर रैकेट इंडस्ट्री हैज़ मूव्ड फ्रॉम वुडन रैकेट्स और वुडन हॉकी स्टिक्स टू कॉम्पोजिट्स. क्रिकेट में भी हम लोगों ने कॉम्पोजिट्स बनाने की कोशिश करी है, बट अगेन द ICC does not want to switch to any of these synthetics because apparently the rules of the game will change. People start marking chaukas, chakkas, सारे के सारे records break हो जाएंगे. So they want to stick to the traditional willow or wood that has been used in the past. हम लोगों ने यूरोपियन विलो इस्तेमाल करनी शुरू करी है. ऑल्टरनेट हिमाचल में और जम्मू कश्मीर में और उत्तराखंड में जहाँ पे थोड़ा सा वेदर आपको इंग्लैंड से मिलता जुलता मिलता है, वहाँ पे भी कोशिश करी है कि इंग्लिश विलो से मिलती जुलती वुड निकल के आ जाए. बट वी हैवंट बीन सक्सेसफुल सो फार. बट डिपेंडेंसी कम करने के लिए द क्वेश्चन कमिंग टू द क्वेश्चन ऑफ डिपेंडेंसी कम करने के लिए व्हाट वी हैव स्टार्टेड नाउ डूइंग इज कि वी हैव स्टार्टेड मेकिंग 2 बैट्स आउट ऑफ 1 क्लेफ्ट ऑफ वुड दैट कम्स फ्रॉम इंग्लैंड. आगे हम लोग इंग्लिश विलो का पीस लगाते हैं अबाउट 12 to 15 mm का, और पीछे हम कश्मीर विलो का पीस लगाते हैं. सो वी आर एबल टू गेट ट्वाइस एज मेनी बैट्स आउट ऑफ द willow that we are importing. So that currently is our way of substituting or reducing our dependence on English willow.
I think this could be the good R&D done, very difficult to achieve this.
But this is again a temporary solution. Long term तो ये रहेगा कि भी composites को ही introduce करना पड़ेगा. कब तक लकड़ी इस्तेमाल करते रहेंगे, पेड़ों को काटते रहेंगे. The future will be composites sooner or later.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Shiv, you are one of the most powerful name for Make in India brand, especially for last 40 years. sponsoring Olympics and Asiad and all national teams with a great network of retailers. अगर हम देखते हैं, लेकिन अभी भी जब भी ब्रांड की बात आती है लोग नाइकी एडिडास के पास जाते हैं. सो व्हाट स्पेसिफिक गैप्स इन फैब्रिक टेक्नोलॉजी, डिज़ाइन टेक्नोलॉजी या इनोवेशन में क्या है कि still we are not able to compete to that level of brand identity or brand performance?
Shiv Naresh is basically active sportswear manufacturer where the players are using our sportswear, and now general public is also health conscious, so they are using lowers, t-shirts when they are going to the parks and other thing. We are not the manufacturer of the shoes right now. We tried little bit, but all these international brands, they are mainly working with the shoes. They are not making with the garments mainly. But yes, they are the international brands. They are having big pockets. They are internationally available. We as an Indian, only in India market, we are working. And our products are very reasonable price, which is where the people want the money which they spend, they should get a very good product. So both fields are, the clientele are different. Where the Shiv Naresh is there, you don't find Adidas because the Adidas is not making any uniform which is you can see any players using in India. Yes, they are having a very good retail shops, and the people who's having more money, they buy Adidas or Puma, but who want the at reasonable price, they buy Shiv Naresh, or there are lot of now local brands are available. As far as quality is concerned, we can say what Adidas or any brand is doing in India, we are doing better than some of the fabric we are using. Like what the technical fabrics we are talking, I think we are using that fabric in India. We are, our garments are available and appreciated by the people. Even the international brand, nobody is using such fabrics which we are using. As far as technology is concerned, we are having the best technology of the stitching, manufacturing, and all the teams having a lot of experience. So we understand our market, India market, and based on the India market, we are very strongly positioned ourselves, and we will try to get more business, which is because of our population, and we are very happy to remain in our field. We don't want any competition from Adidas, Reebok. Neither they feel us as a competitor. Both have different clientele.
Thank you, sir. And my next question to Mr. Nagpal. Sir, you have just recently launched Kinex helmet adopted by Shreyas Iyer, which is the, I think, lightest helmet in the world with 700 gram. This is really a good example of R&D competitiveness of Indian manufacturers. Can you just give us a brief of development of this product and how you have achieved this?
See, we are manufacturing this product for the last 36 years now. I started this in 1988 because I used to play and I was having a passion about sports. This was being made by plastics right from the beginning. Some people, even we tried some technical fabrics to use, especially carbon and fiber composites. But now this is made out of pure carbon. And my son, he is an engineer. मैं इंजीनियर नहीं था तो मैं जहाँ तक पहुँच सका वो किया, बट माय सन वो इंजीनियर है, उसने अपना रॉ मटेरियल्स में ही, प्रोडक्ट्स में ही, पॉलीमर्स में ही इंजीनियरिंग किया. तो उसने इसमें बहुत सारी रिसर्च करके इसको कितना लाइट वेट कर सकते हैं वो किया, और आज ये पेटेंटेड इसके अंदर टेक्नोलॉजी है जो सिर को पूरी तरह से प्रॉपर पकड़ती है, और हम अचीव कर पाए 700 ग्राम से नीचे एक हेलमेट को बनाने में, कंप्लीट विद ग्रिल. और इसके साथ जो पीछे नेक प्रोटेक्टर लगा हुआ है शायद अब तक का सबसे लाइटेस्ट है, और ये सब मिला के है 700 ग्राम्स, इंक्लूडिंग एवरीथिंग यू कैन वे दिस. तो जब हमने कुछ प्लेयर्स को दिखाया, अभी तक हम लगभग 50 प्लेयरों से इंटरनेशनली मिल चुके हैं जिनको हमने ये प्रेजेंट किया है, और मैं मतलब खुशी से बता सकता हूँ कि एक ने भी इसके अंदर कोई कमी नहीं बताई और सब ने कहा यस वी विल लाइक टू बी इन दिस हेलमेट।
जब हम R&D की बात करते हैं, सो अवर MSME हैव ऑल्सो डेवलप्ड फ्यू पेटेंटेड प्रोडक्ट्स। फॉर एग्जाम्पल इनके हेलमेट में, कैन यू एक्सप्लेन?
इसके अंदर जो एडजस्टमेंट का सिस्टम है, अभी तक पहले बनते थे जो एडजस्टर लगाते थे वो इधर से और इधर से सिर को पकड़ लेता था, तो आप कहते थे भाई साइज एडजस्ट हो गया। बट इसमें जो एडजस्टमेंट सिस्टम लगा हुआ है वो आगे पीछे के अलावा ऊपर से, साइडों से, चारों तरफ से पकड़ता है। और इसमें एक स्पेशलिटी है, अगर बॉल लगती है तो ये हेलमेट अपनी जगह पे मूव कर जाएगा। सिर को पकड़ा हुआ है पूरा, लेकिन इसके अंदर जो टेक्नोलॉजी, पेटेंटेड टेक्नोलॉजी है, वो ये अपने आप मूव कर जाएगा। तो जो बॉल लगी है उसका इम्पैक्ट सिर पे ट्रांसफर नहीं होगा, वो डिफ्लेक्ट हो जाएगा। तो दिस इज गोइंग टू बी द सेफेस्ट हेलमेट अवेलेबल इन दिस मार्केट।
बहुत अच्छा लगता है जब इंडियन मैन्युफैक्चरर्स ऐसे प्रोडक्ट डेवलप करते हैं जो ग्लोबली कोई कॉपी नहीं कर पाया है, कोई इसके आसपास नहीं पहुंच पाया है। सो टुडे वी हैव टू बिग ब्रांड्स फॉर क्रिकेट, SG एंड नाउ काइनेक्स, which are, I think, will lead Indian sports goods to the next level. तरुण जी, next question is, जो अभी भी हम import dependent हैं sports goods के लिए, चाहे वो artificial leather हो, चाहे दूसरे microfibers हैं, दूसरे products हैं, अब अभी भी हम चाइना से, कोरिया से, जापान से जब import कर रहे हैं, आपके हिसाब से कौन कौन सी कैटेगरी ऑफ प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जिन पे कंसंट्रेशन करनी चाहिए गवर्नमेंट को फॉर डिफरेंट इंसेंटिवाइजेशन लाइक PLI स्कीम्स एंड ऑल दोज थिंग्स टू रिड्यूस आवर इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंसी एंड सो दैट वी कैन ग्रो स्पोर्ट्स गुड एक्सपोर्ट्स फ्रॉम इंडिया?
अगेन आई विल टेक क्लू फ्रॉम द नीति आयोग रिपोर्ट, जो जिसमें ऑफ कोर्स हमारी सारी इंडस्ट्री का और हमारा काफ़ी क्लोज इंटरेक्शन रहा जब वो रिपोर्ट बन रही थी। दे हेल्ड full day conclaves at Meerut and Jalandhar and consulted everyone। उसमें उन्होंने एक मैट्रिक्स भी बनाई है कि कौन से ऐसे प्रोडक्ट हैं जिनमें हमारा स्किल सेट अच्छा है और जिसकी डिमांड अच्छी होने वाली है, उस पर फोकस करना चाहिए। कुछ ऐसे हैं जिसमें डिमांड तो बहुत ज़्यादा होने वाली है लेकिन अभी हमारा स्किल सेट उतना नहीं है, तो एक बड़ी अच्छी मैट्रिक्स बना के उन्होंने कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स आइडेंटिफाई भी किए हैं। तो उसमें स्विमिंग इज़ वन, जिसमें उन्होंने कहा कि इसके ऊपर हमें बिकॉज टेक्सटाइल ही सारा यूज़ होता है उसमें, वो भी इंडिया में स्विमिंग गियर ज़्यादा नहीं बन रहा है, इंपोर्ट ही हो रहा है। अगर आप स्पीडो के स्टोर पे जाएंगे तो शायद 90% इंपोर्टेड ही है उसके पास। उसके अलावा साइकिलिंग है, फिटनेस इक्विपमेंट है, इन सब चीज़ों को जो कि प्रोडक्ट इंडिया में नहीं बन रहे हैं, प्लस जो बन रहे हैं उसमें फर्दर इंप्रूवमेंट के लिए जो रॉ मटेरियल अभी इंपोर्ट हो रहे हैं उन रॉ मटेरियल्स को भी कैसे इंडिया में अवेलेबल कराया जाए। नाउ ऑफ कोर्स द गवर्नमेंट हैज ऑलरेडी टेकन अ लीड इन द टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल। उसमें इट वाज वेरी हार्टनिंग टू सी सम ऑफ द प्रेजेंटेशंस कि वो सब ऑलरेडी इंडिया में बन रहा है। एंड दिस पर्टिकुलर कॉन्क्लेव इज गोइंग टू ब्रिज दैट गैप कि यूजर्स और मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को कनेक्ट करेगा, जो अभी तक शायद नहीं है। नाउ इसमें अभी जैसे मैंने कहा कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ अफेयर एंड स्पोर्ट्स के पास सेक्टर गया तो ऑलरेडी एक स्कीम ड्राफ्ट हो गई है जिसमें इस साल बजट में 500 करोड़ रुपीज़ एलोकेट कर दिए थे, और अभी उसके ऊपर स्कीम भी नहीं बनी थी, बट गवर्नमेंट वाज सो एंथुजियास्टिक कि वो एलोकेशन हो गई और अब उसमें स्कीम पूरी ड्राफ्ट हो रही है, ऑलमोस्ट हो गई है। दे आर नाउ एट द वर्ज ऑफ सेंडिंग इट टू द फाइनेंस फॉर अप्रूवल। उसमें PLI तो नहीं, बिकॉज PLI वर्ड एक DPIIT का आई वुड से ब्रांडेड प्रोडक्ट है, तो उसी को उन्होंने डिफरेंट वे में एक फॉर्मुलेट किया, TLI, टर्नओवर लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव। तो उसमें नॉट ओनली द मेकिंग ऑफ प्रोडक्ट स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स, जो नए जोन्स बनाने की बात हो रही है कि भाई अभी जैसे हम कह रहे हैं क्लस्टर्स जो हैं वो ऑलरेडी सैचुरेट हो गए हैं जलंधर और मेरठ, तो दे हैव टू now go outside these states or other states, they might come forward for greenfield projects, setting up new units। नए प्रोडक्ट्स लगने तो उनके लिए शायद ज़्यादा जगह भी चाहिए होगी, तो उसमें एक स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जोन बनाने की बात है जिसमें वो इंसेंटिवाइज करेंगे नॉट ओनली द फाइनल प्रोडक्ट मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, बट इफ सम ब्रांड कम्स विद द कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, वो भी जोन का पार्ट माना जाएगा और उसको भी इंसेंटिवाइज करेंगे। सो दैट इज गोइंग टू ब्रिज द वेरी क्रिटिकल गैप ऑफ नॉन अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल्स और द कंपोनेंट्स विच आर बीइंग इम्पोर्टेड। तो उसमें वो ऑलरेडी कंपोनेंट बिल्ड किया गया है कि उसको भी इंसेंटिवाइज करेंगे, और जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है उसमें तो होगा ही होगा, एज बेस्ड इन द टर्नओवर लिंक्ड, which is very similar to PLI but in a different flavor.
So basically all the raw material manufacture and sports goods, they'll go into one cluster and complement each other.
Yes, that is the idea, that once a cluster is there, a new cluster develops, or even in the existing clusters, there's a lot of common facilities which can be set up and used by everyone, which any individual unit is not able to invest and set it up. So that is the idea of making new clusters and also upgrading the existing clusters.
Thank you sir. पुनीत जी, अगर हम SG को देखते हैं, क्रिकेट बैट, बॉल्स और फुटवेयर, और now you have launched your sportswear brand also. So to make in India supply chain में what are the challenges you are facing for raw material sourcing of these products?
जो अभी हम बात कर रहे थे कि रॉ मटेरियल्स अभी भी हमें इंपोर्ट करने पड़ते हैं, अच्छे डोमेस्टिकली नहीं मिलते हैं। मेरे हिसाब से इट्स अ कैच 22 सिचुएशन। टू सेट दिस काइंड ऑफ फैक्ट्रीज टू मैन्युफैक्चर दिस काइंड ऑफ फैब्रिक्स, यू नीड टू हैव मास स्केल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग। हम लोगों के पास अभी इतनी कैपेसिटीज़ नहीं है कि हम 10,000 मीटर एक ही बार में मंगा के यहाँ डेवलप करा के कंज्यूम करें। For short runs, we end up having to import materials from Korea, from China, from Europe. It needs to be an approach where ये जो fabric manufacturers हैं, जैसे हम बात कर रहे हैं यहाँ पर textile manufacturers की, we will have to kind of work with the manufacturers कि भैया ये हम आप setup करो यहाँ पे, we will buy next quantity, do R&D for our sports sector. बाकी sectors में भी आप कहीं इसको consume करने की कोशिश करो, so that they are able to, there are factories that are able to move to India and manufacture on volume basis. अब चाइना में you get the kind of prices, you get the kind of quality because they are manufacturing on a very very large scale. इंडिया में भी अगर हम किसी को 10,000 बोलेंगे तो वो सस्ती सी मशीन लेके आएगा, he will not be able to meet the quality and the prices। दो चाइना का मैन्युफैक्चरर 1 लाख 2 लाख मीटर अपनी मशीन पर निकाल पाएगा। सो दैट इज़ एन एरिया वेयर वी आर गेटिंग स्टक। जो हम लोगों ने किया है टू गेट ओवर दिस काइंड ऑफ एन इशू इज़ कि यार काम चला लो यार, हमें थोड़ा सा मटेरियल चाहिए, R&D करनी है, इतनी हमारे पास वॉल्यूम नहीं है, चलो कोई थोड़ा करके मंगा लो। सो वी हैव नॉट बीन एबल टू गेट आउट ऑफ द सिचुएशन टू गेट दिस क्वांटिटीज मेड इन इंडिया। तो वहाँ पे लाइक आई सेड, वी हैव टू हैव दीज पीपल कमिंग इन मे बी थ्रू अ बॉडी, थ्रू एन एसोसिएशन, जो असेस कर सके कि ये जो मटेरियल्स हमको चाहिए और कौन सी इंडस्ट्री में भी इस्तेमाल हो सकता है। सो जॉइंटली बिटवीन 3 or 4 इंडस्ट्रीज, इफ वी कैन बी एबल टू गिव सम काइंड ऑफ minimum production run or get incentivize these kind of corporates to come to India and set up factories. I'm sure a lot of China is willing to, wanting to get out of China because of the world economic situation जो चल रही है. They've already started to do this in Indonesia, in Cambodia, in Vietnam, because उनकी गवर्नमेंट्स ने उनको सपोर्ट करके उनकी वॉल्यूम्स को वहाँ पे कहीं ना कहीं एडजस्ट करा दिया है, जो हम इंडिया में भी नहीं करा पा रहे हैं. सो दैट आई थिंक इज़ वन एरिया वेयर वी विल कीप गेटिंग स्टक अप टिल वी आर एबल टू गिव वॉल्यूम्स और कमिट कि भी हम अगर इतना प्रोडक्शन लेंगे तो भैया हमारे पास में बैंडविड्थ होनी चाहिए, इकोनॉमिक्स होना चाहिए, प्राइसिंग होनी चाहिए कि हम 2 लाख पीसेज अपैरल के या शूज़ के बना के बेच सकते हैं. वी आर नॉट इन दैट स्टेज येट.
जो मुझे लग रहा है, व्हाट आई फील इज दिस इज गैप बिटवीन टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री एंड स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स इंडस्ट्री. सो टेक्सटाइल वालों को स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स का ज़्यादा दे हैव डोंट नॉलेज, बिकॉज अगर आप देखते हैं यू आर यूजिंग PU कोटेड फैब्रिक्स. PU coated fabrics is being used extensively in textiles and being produced in India. But I believe that sports goods wale, they are not connected with textile industry in domestic market. I believe अगर वो एक bridge gap हो जाए तो I think this problem could be, जो आप कह रहे हैं, इट कुड बी रियली सॉर्टेड आउट वेरी इजीली.
नहीं, डेफिनेटली. जैसे मेरे को आज आके लगा यार टेक्सटाइल में हमको क्यों बुला रहे हैं, टेक्सटाइल तो कपड़ा है, फैब्रिक है, हम तो लेगर्स ग्लव्स बनाते हैं, उसमें कपड़ा फैब्रिक क्या लगता है, थोड़ा सा वो टेरिकॉट लगता है, थोड़ी सी पॉपलिन लगती है और उसमें हमने R&D क्या करनी है, हमारा काम चल रहा है, फर्स्ट क्लास चल रहा है. बस आज आके पता लगा कि भैया ये PU कोटेड फैब्रिक्स या PVC कोटेड फैब्रिक्स या देयर इज ह्यूज गैमेट ऑफ products that fall under this purview. And yes, definitely we have not been aware. We need to stay connected and have more interactions with the textile team and see how the sports industry can fit into this scheme of things.
And if you, just for your information, Delhi NCR is one of the largest producer of artificial leather zone in India. So I believe there are lots of products which you are using, वो दिल्ली के आसपास आपको मिल जाएंगे. So I hope, thanks to PhD Chamber of Commerce to organizing this event, and let's try to bridge the gap between sports good industry and textile industry so that we can work in a tandem and grow both industries together.
इसमें I would want to add another thing जो conversation में भी निकल के नहीं आ रही है कि yes, a lot of these PUs and PVCs जो हम मंगाया करते थे बाहर से, we are using pretty much all of it made and sourced from within India. So हमारा तो एक तरह से import substitution हो गया है. Where we are missing out is R&D. जो market में बन रहा है बैग्स में, वही हम लेगर्ड में इस्तेमाल करते हैं, वही जो क्लोथिंग में इस्तेमाल करते हैं. वी नीड सम काइंड ऑफ एन R&D ऑल्सो कि हमें यार स्पोर्ट्स स्पेसिफिक या लेगर्ड स्पेसिफिक या ग्लव स्पेसिफिक मटेरियल हमारे डेवलप करना है. वी नीड सम R&D सपोर्ट ऑल्सो फ्रॉम द इंडस्ट्री.
NTTM उसके लिए बैठा है, WRA बैठा है. लेट्स वर्क टुगेदर, डेवलप प्रोडक्ट. मनीषा मैम, क्लाइंट फॉर यू.
Hello, friends. I'm Shailesh Kaushik, about 36 years in conventional textile industry, and 10 years I'm focusing on technical textiles. So Mr. Diwan happens to be my, we happen to have the same MICA, Apparel Export Promotion Council. I was also there. Talking about, sir, can I have a look at the helmet? You see, there is a lack in terms of standardization and testing also as far as sports good industry is concerned. For example, if I have devised a textile material, a technical textile, where if it is facing a show a vector ball, come traveling at 160 km per hour. So if it hits me on the bare body, this is aesthetic textile, not a technical textile. But on my body, I have to measure how much impact distribution is there. So to my mind, the sports, this Export Motion Council don't have such kind of standards. So these kind of standardization, testing, etc. has to happen. Talking about the sportswear, the clothing, etc. Typically the microfiber, the microfilament, where the denier per filament is less than 1. So microfiber is already being commercially made by Reliance. I'm not sure about the filament part of it. So that's available off the shelf. As far as the helmet is concerned, sir, I think I have met your son at, he has done it from IT, if I'm correct.
He studied in England.
Okay. I think I met him in some conference. So I have suggested one option where it will be almost 1/4 of this its weight with some chemical treatment, and it can, in addition to the cricket, it can have multiple usages, which includes defense and many more. We can discuss it one-to-one. Talking about composites, English willow and Kashmir willow, etc. We can have sort of compressed technology, high temperature, high pressure compression, and then use braiding also. It's already being used in hockeys to make it very strong and light. And the facility which is like braiding, it can not only be used in cricket goods, sports good, it can go into bicycles also, it can go into other options also. As someone said, it could be a common usage facility. It need not be confined to sports. It could be for sports, it could be for army, it could be for, I mean to say, technical textile is such a thing, you don't confine it to compartmentalize into watertight compartments. You have common facilities and the different usages will be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for for your comments, sir, and suggestions.
अभी जो बातें आई हैं सामने, इसमें एक छोटी सी चीज़ें, पहले शायद मेरे बेटे के साथ एक बार इनकी कन्वर्सेशन हो चुकी है, मिल भी चुके हैं। जो हेल्प इन्होंने ऑफ़र किया और किया, उस समय कुछ ऐसा लगा कि भाई जो हम आइटम बना रहे हैं और जिस कॉस्ट में बननी चाहिए उससे बहुत ऊपर जा रही थी, जब हम कार्बन फाइबर के जो शेल्स बनाने की बात हुई थी। आई नो दैट वाज विद स्ट्रक्चर, हम लोग देख रहे थे एक वो उसमें आ जाए जो सेलेबल हो, वो सेलेबल पार्ट से ऊपर जा रहा था। बट एनीवे वी विल सिट टुगेदर अगेन।
यस सर।
दूसरी आपने बात की टेस्टिंग्स की, ये सारी लाइफ सेविंग प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, बिना टेस्टिंग के कोई आइटम बिक ही नहीं सकता।
नहीं सर, बुरा ना माने, मैं अगर बोलूं कि भाई एक क्रिकेटर को मैं कोई प्रोटेक्टिव गियर दे रहा हूं, मैंने अपने हिसाब से उसको प्रोटेक्टिव गियर को बना लिया कि भाई मेरी बॉडी को, मसल टियर को, बोन्स को ब्रेकेज ना हो जी। बट देन इट हैज़ टू बी ऑब्जेक्टिव, भाई क्या किस फोर्स से कितने न्यूटन से वो इम्पैक्ट कर रही है।
जी हाँ, इसी तरह से टेस्टिंग होती है। टेस्टिंग का सिस्टम यही है। और बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमें हर प्रोडक्ट को टेस्टिंग के लिए इंग्लैंड भेजना पड़ता है। हमारे यहाँ ऐसी लैब्स अभी सेट नहीं हुई हैं, ये बात ठीक है।
बुरा ना माने, IIT दिल्ली में है, DTU दिल्ली में है, तो इवन द
सर लैब्स बहुत हैं, लेकिन जो पर्टिकुलर स्टाइल से जो टेस्टिंग होती है उसके लिए जो मशीनरी चाहिए, वी आर लैकिंग दैट। मैं समझता हूँ टेस्टिंग को, बहुत सालों से हम टेस्टिंग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो पर्टिकुलर एरियाज टेस्ट करने के लिए जो मशीनरी चाहिए अभी इंडिया में नहीं आई है। बट वी आर ट्राइंग कि यहाँ पे जल्दी से वो सेटअप हो जाए, और जल्दी हो भी जाएगी। MSME मिनिस्ट्री ने इसके लिए कुछ शायद 20 करोड़ का फंड अलॉट भी किया, हमें जल्दी हो भी जाएगी।
सर, 20 करोड़ के मुझे 10 लाख भी दे दें, मैं इसको डिवाइस करा दूंगा।
सर फिर तो अपन NTTM के पास चलते हैं। NTTM is ready to fund machine development also up to 20 crore.
हाँ तो I'm ready.
अभी बात कर लेते हैं अशोक मल्होत्रा जी से।
Sure.
Next question to Mr. Shiv. Sir, we've been to your factory yesterday and you're kind enough to give some samples. अभी भी आप काफ़ी फैब्रिक्स हैं जो import कर रहे हैं, डिपेंडेंट हैं। So बाहर अपन लगाए भी हैं, बहुत लोगों ने देखे भी हैं। So what do you think could be the options of making them as make in India, and will that help in developing new product for you also?
एक्चुअली अगर बात करें आज से 25-30 साल पहले जब बिज़नेस शुरू किया था, तो मेरे ख्याल से अच्छी क्वालिटी के लिए 90% इम्पोर्ट ही करते थे हम लोग। लेकिन आज मेरे ख्याल से 10% ही रह गया है, 90% इंडिया में फैब्रिक बनने लगे हैं। बहुत बढ़िया क्वालिटी के जो फैब्रिक्स हैं, रिलायंस के माइक्रोस हैं, एंटी बैक्टीरियल, सारे फीचर्स के साथ फैब्रिक्स अवेलेबल हो गए हैं। वो अलग बात है, अभी भी रिसर्च बहुत चलती रहती है। कुछ प्रोडक्ट हमको मिल पाते हैं, जितना मिलते हैं हम उनको यूज़ करते हैं, लेकिन हमें अपने आप को एक इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड पे कम्पीट भी करना है, तो इसलिए अगर ज़रूरी होता है तो हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं। बट जो टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल फैब्रिक जो अभी हम यूज़ कर रहे हैं, टी-शर्ट्स वगैरह गारमेंट्स के साथ में यूज़ कर रहे हैं, वो काफ़ी कुछ यहाँ बनने लग गया है। तो जैसे हमको यहाँ प्रोडक्ट डेवलप हो जाता है, वो फिर इंपोर्ट हम बंद कर देते हैं। होपफुली अगले 4-5 साल में मेरे ख्याल से 1-2% ही इंपोर्ट होगा, बाकी बंद हो जाएगा।
दैट्स गुड सर।
नहीं, ये सच है। हमारे मुंबई के पास कुछ फैक्ट्रीज हैं, सूरत है, लुधियाना भी काफ़ी अच्छा काम कर रहा है, लेकिन कुछ जो नई इंडस्ट्रीज आई हैं जो टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल्स जो काम कर रही हैं, बहुत शानदार काम कर रही हैं। देख के अच्छा लगता है, प्रोडक्ट इतने बढ़िया बनने लगे हैं।
बिकॉज अभी जितना भी मैंने बात करी, ज़्यादातर नायलॉन अभी यहाँ पे कम बन रहा है। नायलॉन फैब्रिक्स आर बीइंग इम्पोर्टेड मेजरली।
सर नायलॉन बहुत कम यूज़ होता है गारमेंट्स में, ज़्यादातर पॉलिएस्टर बेस्ड ही यूज़ कर रहे हैं, नायलॉन कम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन जो फीचर्स, कभी हम और भी इंटरेक्शन करेंगे, मेरी टीम भी यहाँ बैठी हुई है, मेरे ख्याल से इस तरह का प्लेटफॉर्म बहुत अच्छा मिल रहा है हम लोगों को, जहाँ पे हम लोग और आपके रिसर्च के साथ जुड़ सकते हैं। एंड दे विल आल्सो फील प्राउड कि इनकी रिसर्च से आज ओलंपिक में कोई बच्चा पहन के खेल रहा है। सो इट इज़ ए डिफरेंट इमोशंस फॉर देम आल्सो। मे नॉट बी, जैसा पुनीत जी ने बोला, बहुत ज़्यादा प्रोडक्शन नहीं होती है, लेकिन यस कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स में तो प्रोडक्शंस का बल्क क्वांटिटीज़ हम लोगों के पास जनरेट होनी शुरू हो गई हैं। रीज़न क्या है कि इंडिया अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी मार्केट है, इतनी आबादी है, इतनी यहाँ पे डिमांड है कि उसको ठीक से मैनेज कर लें, वही एक बहुत बड़ा चीज़ है। एक्सपोर्ट तो अपने आप शुरू हो जाएगा जिस दिन हम लोग मास प्रोडक्शन में आ गए। तो जो इंडस्ट्री आज जैसे जो बच्चे अभी दिखा रहे थे कि हम प्रोडक्ट डेवलप कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, शुरू में छोटा ही प्रोडक्ट होगा, छोटी क्वांटिटी होगी, तो हम ऐसे लोगों से ज़रूर जुड़ना चाहेंगे जो हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट से कुछ प्रोडक्ट और अच्छे डेवलप कर सकें। क्वांटिटी अपने आप आएगी और आ रही है। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर। नागपाल जी, अगर यू आर मेकिंग ऑलमोस्ट ऑल काइंड ऑफ सेफ्टी हेलमेट्स जिसमें आपको कार्बन फाइबर चाहिए, EPS चाहिए, डिफरेंट कंपोनेंट्स चाहिए, सो हाउ मेनी कंपोनेंट्स यू आर इम्पोर्टिंग एंड what are your strategies to make in India as import dependency?
कुछ रॉ मटेरियल ऐसे हैं जो भी इंडिया में बनते नहीं हैं। जैसे अभी भाई साहब ने बताया कि भाई चाहे कार्बन है वो अभी भी इंपोर्ट ही होता है, चाहे कोई भी बना रहा है, उसके लिए कोई उसके फिलामेंट्स या उसके जो धागा है वो इंडिया में नहीं बनता, उसको इंपोर्ट ही करना पड़ता है। फिर उसको फैब्रिक में कन्वर्ट करना और उसको फिर चाहे उसका सरफेस जो भी उसको रेजिन्स लगाना, वो सब इंडिया में हो रहा है अभी। तो हमने काफ़ी कोशिश की, कई जगह बात की, लेकिन अभी मुझे लगता है हम उससे थोड़े से दूर हैं। इवन हम लोग ये लेग प्रोटेक्शन बनाते हैं, लाइटेस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड अगेन। अभी आजकल यशस्वी जायसवाल या पहले सचिन तेंदुलकर ने सारी उम्र या धोनी ने सारा टाइम यही यूज़ किया है, तो लाइटेस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड है। इसके लिए हमें फैब्रिक और फोम दोनों इंपोर्ट करना पड़ रहा है। वी आर ट्राइंग, हम फैब्रिक के तो काफ़ी क्लोज आ गए हैं, जो अब यहाँ पे हमें मिलने लगेगा बहुत जल्दी। फोम के लिए अभी भी हम स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं, जो इसके अंदर स्पेशल फोम लगा हुआ है, बट मुझे उम्मीद है बहुत साथ दे रहे हैं यहाँ पे जितनी भी फैक्ट्रीज़ हैं इसके लिए काम करने वाली, बहुत साथ दे रही हैं। जल्दी ऐसा हो जाएगा कि इसकी पूरी इंपोर्ट बंद हो जाएगी और हम यहीं बनाने लगेंगे।
थैंक यू सर। Tarun ji, you have just said कि you have already answered in fact my third question कि जो मेरठ और जलंधर हैं उनके अलावा there could be which areas which can be developed at new cluster, and what do you think could be the common facility centers requirement, and what could be the basic infrastructure required for setting up of these clusters?
अभी जैसे बात की कि टेस्टिंग के लिए बाहर भेजना पड़ता है, टेस्टिंग लैब्स की ज़रूरत है जो कॉमन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में आएंगी, क्लस्टर में होनी चाहिए। R&D की बात हो रही है तो R&D भी हर यूनिट अंदर नहीं कर सकता, तो R&D और टेस्टिंग का अगर सेंटर हर क्लस्टर में हो जाए, दैट विल सर्व एज अ वेरी गुड कॉमन फैसिलिटी सेंटर। इनफैक्ट मेरठ के क्लस्टर में एक काफ़ी पुराना MSME का TDC सेंटर है, टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट सेंटर, उसको मेरे ख्याल पिछले कुछ सालों में काफ़ी अपग्रेड किया है, कुछ नई टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी भी उन्होंने लगाई हैं, कुछ R&D भी कर रहे हैं, और अब वो अपना एक आउटलेट कह लो, एक ब्रांच जलंधर में भी जा रहे हैं खोलने, जिसमें उनको पंजाब गवर्नमेंट ने फ्री लैंड दी है कि यहाँ भी एक पूरा बनाए। तो ये तो एग्जिस्टिंग क्लस्टर्स की बात हो गई। जो नए क्लस्टर्स हैं उसमें ऑलरेडी बिल्ट इन है, जो आएंगे अंडर दी स्कीम ऑफ मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ अफेयर एंड स्पोर्ट्स, कि उसमें कॉमन फैसिलिटी सेंटर के लिए भी एक सेपरेट जगह दी जाएगी, जिसमें विद दी हेल्प ऑफ MSME और एनी मिनिस्ट्री विच गिव्स हेल्प, एक उसमें कॉमन फैसिलिटी सेंटर हो जिसमें कि टेस्टिंग एंड R&D दोनों चीज़ें हों। These two are very critical for the industry to use, क्योंकि इंडिविजुअल आदमी उसको अपने अंदर बिल्ट नहीं कर सकता।
थैंक यू सर। जो बेसिकली अगर हम देखें, जो भी टेक्सटाइल पार्क्स आ रहे हैं अभी, 7 PM मित्रा पार्क्स हैं, those are being set up more than 1,000 acres of land with a common facility for the industries which are coming up. So do you think if something like at a smaller scale comes, जो कि टेक्सटाइल से इंटीग्रेट हो, बिकॉज ज़्यादातर जो रॉ मटेरियल्स हैं वो टेक्सटाइल बेस ही हैं, सो डू यू थिंक दोज कुड ऑल्सो हेल्प टेक्सटाइल स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स?
या डेफिनेटली, इनफैक्ट जो स्कीम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ अफेयर स्पोर्ट्स ला रही है उसमें दे विल, वंस दिस स्कीम इज आउट, इट इज़ फॉर द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स, बिकॉज उसमें कुछ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का स्टेक भी रहेगा, for them to come forward and bid that we want to develop this park. Let us say there is a textile park being developed in UP somewhere, which is maybe not too far from Meerut. So I'm sure a lot of industries from Meerut may like to set up an additional unit, जिसमें उनको टेक्सटाइल की टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल मिल रही है या और कुछ रॉ मटेरियल्स मिल रहे हैं और प्रोडक्शन वहाँ कर सकते हैं. That can be a very good synergy for making the sporting goods which are using textile within the textile park.
I think that coming scheme will help sports good industry a lot.
Yes.
Puneet ji, third last question. SG brand everybody knows, or worldwide everybody knows for cricketing gears. Now you are also trying to fill other sports goods sector also with these from Meerut. आपके हिसाब से R&D और क्वालिटी कंट्रोल में, क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स में, ब्रांडिंग में हम इंटरनेशनल क्वालिटी से ब्रांड से कैसे compete कर सकते हैं?
सबसे पहले तो घूम फिर के फिर R&D पे आता है। जैसे बात कर रहे थे कि मटेरियल्स जो एडिडास नाइकी इस्तेमाल करता है वो अब इंपोर्ट नहीं करने पड़ते हैं। इंडिया में भी अच्छे अच्छे मटेरियल्स आने शुरू हो गए हैं। यहाँ जैसे फोम्स की बात कर रहे हैं, पॉलीमर्स की बात कर रहे हैं। व्हाट वी आर डूइंग अनफॉर्चुनेटली एंड वी नीड टू मूव आउट ऑफ दैट इज़ कि हम लोग नकल मार रहे हैं। यार एडिडास ने बनाया है, बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है, हमको भी ऐसा बनाना चाहिए। या यूनिक्लो आई फाइंड यूनिक्लो एंड अंडर आवर आर टू पीपल पायनियर्स हु आर inventing new materials, inventing new features in their products that they sell. We need to get to that level कि यार अंडर आर्मर ने निकाला था, एडिडास ने पिछले साल निकाला था, अब इस साल हमको इंडिया में भी वो मटेरियल मिलना शुरू हो गया है और हम उस मटेरियल से अपनी टी शर्ट्स बनाना शुरू कर देंगे, या हम जूते बनाने शुरू कर देंगे, या लेगर्ड बनाना शुरू कर देंगे, या ग्लव्स बनाना शुरू कर देंगे। व्हाट वी आर डूइंग इज वी आर ट्राइंग टू एप व्हाट अदर गुड ब्रांड्स आर डूइंग। वी नीड टू बी ओरिजिनल, वी नीड टू बी इन्वेंटिव, वी नीड टू do something for our own, for others to follow, for Nike to follow, for Under Armour to follow, rather doing the other way around. अब एक कलपुट से पढ़ा था, सचिन तेंदुलकर ने एक शू ब्रांड चालू किया है एंड व्हाट ही हैज सजेस्टेड कि जितने भी आपके शू साइजेस चलते हैं या फुट के जो शेप चलती हैं, दे आर ऑल डेवलप्ड ऑन द यूरोपियन और द अमेरिकन और द इंग्लिश फीट स्ट्रक्चर एंड द शू उनकी विड्थ। इंडिया में 65% ऑफ पीपल का जो पैर है इज़ वाइडर देन नॉर्मल यूरोपियंस या अमेरिकन्स का। तो हमें इंडिया के हिसाब से ही रिवर्स इंजीनियर करके जूते की शेप बनानी चाहिए, रादर देन एडिडास नाइकी का बहुत अच्छा जूता था, चलो जी उसकी नकल मार के हम इंडिया में निकाल देते हैं। सो दैट इज़ एन एरिया वेयर वी हैव टू पुश इफ वी वांट टू गो टू दैट 5 बिलियन मार्क। वी कैनॉट कॉपी व्हाट अदर्स आर डूइंग एंड रेप्लिकेट इट। वी नीड टू बी ओरिजिनल and get to that stage where we are able to have very, very strong internal R&D facilities and also manufacturers who can help us develop those materials for R&D and also to use for our production quantities.
Thank you, sir. On this last question to Mr. Shiv, sir, अभी जो Indian sizing की बात हो रही है, Government of India has launched Indian size for garments. So, are you working on Indian sizing of garments for your sportswear brand? Because Government of India ने काफ़ी मेहनत करके मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टेक्सटाइल ने गवर्नमेंट इंडियन बॉडी साइजेस के बेसिस पे बॉडी साइज पे पूरे साइजिंग करी है गारमेंट्स की।
सॉरी, मेरे को ये बात पता नहीं है, मैंने ऐसे सुना नहीं है कहीं पे भी। सर हाँ ओके सर, हम तो वेट एंड मेजरमेंट वालों से वैसे ही परेशान हैं और ये और आ गया तो एक और नई मुसीबत हो जाएगी। वो देखते हैं, हमने ऐसे साइज लिख दिया 40 है और अच्छा चलो अच्छी बात है। अगर ऐसा होगा, देखो हमारा तो अपना एक्सपीरियंस है, हमारा हर एक गेम के हिसाब से और फिजिक के हिसाब से और स्पोर्ट्स के हिसाब से हमारा साइज़ होता है। फॉर एग्जांपल फिट प्लेयर हैं, उनको बिल्कुल फिटिंग के हिसाब से, जैसे अगर उसका मीडियम है तो हमारे इंडियन साइज़ होता है 38, तो उसकी जो बॉडी है वो 38 रहती है। नॉर्मल के लिए हम लोग उसको 2 इंच लूज़ कर देते हैं, 40 बना देते हैं। यूरोपियन वो 42 होता है उनका, तो वो साइज़ तो हमको मालूम है, लेकिन मैन टू मैन डिपेंड करता है। फिट के लिए अलग होता है, नॉर्मल थोड़ा लूज, जैसे थोड़ा फैटी बॉडी है तो उसके लिए थोड़ा सा एक्स्ट्रा साइज़ चाहिए होता है। तो उसी हिसाब से आर्टिकल्स बनते हैं कि थोड़ा सा लूज फिटिंग वाले आर्टिकल्स अलग होंगे, वो सारे बनते हैं। मैं ये अगर आ जाता है तो ठीक है, फॉलो तो करना पड़ेगा जो भी गवर्नमेंट की गाइडलाइंस हैं। बस मेरे को एक यहाँ आने का एक मैं ये रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा, जैसे आपने ये अच्छा ऑर्गेनाइज़ किया है शायद हमारा इंटरेक्शन भी होगा, हमारी टीम का जो लोग इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, हम लोग इंडस्ट्री में आगे काम कर रहे हैं। अगर आप लोग जो भी रिसर्च करते हैं कभी हमें भी साथ में जोड़ लीजिए, तो उससे हमें भी बेनिफिट होगा और हम आपको इमीडिएटली फीडबैक भी दे सकते हैं कि आपका ये जो प्रोडक्ट डेवलप हुआ तो उसमें अच्छे प्लेयर्स के साथ आपका फीडबैक हम फास्ट दे सकते हैं। अरे सो नाइस ऑफ यू, सो नाइस ऑफ यू, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर। नागपाल जी, लास्ट क्वेश्चन बेसिकली वही स्टैंडर्ड्स के बारे में, आई थिंक जिस पे अपना डिस्कशन हो गया है। आपको इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड्स और इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स, सो BIS वाले भी यहाँ हैं, तो आई थिंक बहुत सारी चीज़ें BIS स्टैंडर्ड्स के हिसाब से हम यहाँ बनाते होंगे, सो उनके लिए एनी सजेशंस, एनी डिस्कशन ऑन दैट पॉइंट?
हाँ, अभी स्पोर्ट्स इक्विपमेंट पे BIS स्टैंडर्ड अभी शुरू नहीं हुए हैं, टॉयज़ पे हो गए हैं। कुछ आइटम्स जो हम बनाते हैं वो टॉयज़ कैटेगरी में भी फॉल करती हैं, लाइक रोलर स्केट, स्केट बोर्ड्स, इस तरह के आइटमें टॉय कैटेगरी में, उसमें हमने BIS लिया भी है। जो स्पोर्ट्स इक्विपमेंट में जो स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं, इसको सबसे पहले ब्रिटिश स्टैंडर्ड्स ने इंट्रोड्यूस किया और उसको टाइम के साथ अपग्रेड करते हुए अभी 2013 और फिर 2019 में उसका एक और एडिशन आया है, तो वो इम्प्लीमेंट किया है। तो BIS की जो अभी जो बॉडी है, आप भी उसमें हो, मेरा बेटा भी उसमें काम कर रहा है साथ में, तो सजेशन यही दिया था कि भाई हम भी जो वर्ड पूरा फॉलो कर रहा है हम उसको ही फॉलो करें, हम एक नए स्टैंडर्ड्स बना के लोगों को कंफ्यूज ना करें। तो जो स्टैंडर्ड अगर BSI लेके चल रहा है, अगर हम उसके साथ ही अपने को भी इंटीग्रेट कर लेते हैं, या वही नंबर के जो, क्योंकि वो भी टाइम टू टाइम अपग्रेड कर रहे हैं, जितने भी बाइसिकल हेलमेट हम बनाते हैं, वाटर राफ्टिंग हेलमेट्स बनाते हैं, हॉर्स राइडिंग के लिए बनाते हैं, इन सब के लिए स्टैंडर्ड्स पास कराने पड़ते हैं, उसके बिना वहाँ पे एक पीस भी नहीं बेच सकते आप। अगर हम उसी को फॉलो कर लें तो यहाँ पे वो बहुत जल्दी लागू भी हो जाएंगे, उसके हिसाब से ही जो लैब्स का एक सिस्टम बना हुआ है वही का वही सेट भी हो जाएगा, अलग से कोई क्रिएट करने की उसमें आवश्यकता नहीं है। बाकी कुछ आइटम्स हैं जिसमें अगर क्रिएट करने की आवश्यकता है वो कर ही रहे हैं, उसके ऊपर काम चल ही रहा है, और मुझे लगता है कि शायद 26 में या लेटेस्ट बाई 27 के स्टार्टिंग में ये स्पोर्ट्स इक्विपमेंट में भी लागू हो जाएंगे, और हमारा जो स्टैंडर्ड है वो हम इंटरनेशनल जो स्टैंडर्ड बने हुए हैं उनके साथ एट पार आ जाएंगे।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। सो इन द लास्ट बस एक यही कहना है कि आई थिंक now there's a time to bridge the gap between textile industry and sports good industry, and let's work together to make this one of the most promising export potential area of textile industry only, because सारे raw materials ये textiles के majorly use करते हैं, so I believe let's think that they are the part of textile industry only and try to work together to make happen of $8 billion of textile sports goods export in next 10 years. Thank you very much, sir. I'm not segregating. I'm trying to integrate. अभी तक क्या है सर कि टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री, अगर आप मिनिस्ट्री में भी जाके बात करते हैं तो टेक्सटाइल के जो इनके जो प्रोडक्ट के HS कोड हैं वो टेक्सटाइल वैल्यू चेन में फॉल नहीं करते. दैट इज माई ओनली थिंग इज लेट्स ट्राई टू ब्रिज दैट गैप बिटवीन.
To agree and players. So this is only the kind of exposure we are lacking. One. Secondly, I tell you, unfortunately in our country, sports consciousness is very poor. We are unfortunately very indifferent to sports. These days, if you just move around, you come across lots of people very obese, lots of punch and tummy. We are very unconscious about all these things. Abroad, I find this thing, people are late in the evenings, people are running, parks are full of the people, running all around, taking care of their bodies, gymnastics, doing gymming and all that. So the first and foremost thing is, if you will mix up, sports industry, sports product, with these ordinary textiles or the textile industry, that won't work. This is a special, unique star area. It is to be maintained like that. What we have to do is, we have to create sports consciousness in our country. Once it will develop, lots of business will get within the country itself. As the Ship Singh ji kaha.
No, sir, let me tell you one thing. Some part, what you are saying is absolutely right, but things are changing a lot, especially after COVID. As I told, there is a very, very big market in India itself. There is a lot of potential for the export. Right now, we as a sports goods manufacturer is exporting the total portion of worldwide use. India stands is only 0.05%. That is the only export right now which we are doing. Earlier, I was just talking to Virender. Earlier, we used to meet ministers, sports department, hardly 2 times or 3 times in a year. Now, every month, 3 to 4 meeting is called by the government itself. Now, government wants to increase the export of the sports good of India, for which what the technical fabrics are there, textiles are there, wherever anyone can help for the sports industry is going to help, because the target is 2030 when we have to increase our export about 8 to 10% per year. Government is giving a lot of support, but I know we are dependent on the import of the fabric. As Puneet is saying, lot of material we have to import. So if the research people, our IT people, everybody is there. Nobody has think for the sports development, but if anyone, all of you can help, we are going to take at least 4%, 5% share of the world market. Right now, China is having 48% of the share market for the sports goods. India is 0.05% only. So that is the difference where you have to think, we have to work together. Thank you.
Correct.
मैं स्टाम्प पेपर पे लिख के दे रहा हूँ टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल पे जो आपको बॉडी को जो मेरी हेल्प चाहिए वो दूंगा। बहुत आप जल्दी मिल रहे हैं।
वीरेंद्र सर, आपको जस्ट एक जो स्टैंडर्ड्स की बात हुई, BIS वाले भी यहाँ पे है, तो मैं एक आपको हिंट देना चाहता हूँ कि क्रिटिकल कंपोनेंट इंडिया में बनते नहीं थे पहले, मेडिकल डिवाइस, तो उसके कोई स्टैंडर्ड नहीं थे। तो IS करके एक इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड है 13485। BIS में वही सीधे का सीधा ले लिया, आगे से B लगा दिया। चैप्टर भी वही है, चैप्टर 4.1.2, IS 4.1.2 और BIS 4.1.2 सब सेम है। So in the same way, there is a methodology. So if some standards are there available internationally, we can give to BIS, they can accommodate. And if they resist, you can give this case study 13485.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi Bhushan Arora, for moderating this session, and thank you to all the distinguished panelists for such an engaging and insightful discussion. Your perspectives on innovation, emerging technologies, and the evolving sports ecosystem have highlighted how India's sports manufacturing sector is steadily building a globally competitive and self-reliant future. The ideas shared today have been both inspiring and thought-provoking, and I'm sure our audience has gained valuable insight from this enriching conversation. I now invite Mr. Rakesh Sangrai to felicitate our panelist and the moderator. To begin with, Mr. Ravi Bhushan Arora. Mr. Tarun Diwan. Mr. Puneet Anand. Mr. Shiv P. Singh. And Mr. Virendra Nagpal. I request everyone on the dais for a group photograph. I now invite Mr. Shishir Tyagi, Additional Joint Director, Bull Research Association, to present the key findings and recommendations emerging from today's deliberations.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the last presentation, which is the summing up of all the deliberations that is held today, and putting it into the roadmap which can be submitted to the NTTM, Ministry of Textile. So first of all, I congratulate PHDCCI. I welcome all industry leader, innovators, startups, and my dear colleague. So in throughout conference, we have gained valuable insights that I have compiled in my white paper that I'm going to present today. This paper will also serve as a roadmap which aimed to transform India as a consumer of imported technology into being a creator, innovator, and exporter of this Sportech solution at the globe. So this was already been emphasized by our Honorable Minister for State. So he has emphasized that India is now being creating Khelo India, Fit India movement, also hosting for the CWG, as well as participating for the Olympic Games. So I just want to give a very clear message. As he emphasized on this, it means that India don't see sports merely as a recreational activity, but also as a national development agenda. Every new athlete added, every new infrastructure added, every new building added, or every new sports league added, it means it is creating demand. Now, it depends on India whether this demand will be fulfilled by the imported technologies or India will create them indigenously. In many of the deliberations, it was emphasized that today, India being world largest textile and sports goods manufacturer, we are still import dependent. We import advanced functional sportswear, we import artificial grass, turfs, technologies, high performance fibers, smart sportswear, etc. This means while there is a demand, but the value addition of this demand is being created somewhere else. Now India has to transform itself of being a consumer of imported technology to create a new model where they innovate, create, product developed, validate, and export to the market. So with this and with today's deliberation, WR is proposing a sport framework As our mission director, Shri Ashok Malhotra sir also mentioned that innovation cannot be created into the laboratory. Innovation begins with the understanding the need of athlete, coaches, sports federation and the industry. So then innovation passes through different phases, which is material, product development, testing and validation, and the market. So with this, WRA is giving a national framework to implement which create a complete pathway from idea to market. The framework consists of 5 pillars. So first pillar is sports need identification, which focuses on understanding the requirement of athlete, coaches, sports federation, industry. It will ensure that innovation will be demand-driven rather than the supply-driven. The second pillar of this framework is performance material and technologies, which aims to identify the import items. Currently, India is being imported in terms of its value and volume, and then work onto it to cut down the dependency through product development. The third pillar is open innovation and product dependency, which promote the collaboration among CO Sportech, IITs, NIT, startup, and sports institute. This will help to accelerate the product development and innovation. The fourth pillar is research validation and testing. So it was also deliberated in the last session that there is a need to create world-class testing and certification facility in India itself so that the Indian products meet the global standards. Finally, the fifth pillar is the technology commercialization and transformation, which is a very big need. And this will help to bridge the gap between the laboratory research and the market adoption. WRA also acknowledge that some part of this framework has already been implemented. So it is in the initiation phase, where Ministry of Textile has already taken some stakeholder consultation meeting. But based on the today's deliberation, I have compiled and WRA has compiled this framework. Now this framework has 4 phases to implement. First phase is the foundation phase. So this foundation phase, as it was observed in the sessions, that India lacks a centralized knowledge bank system which understand what we import, why we import it, what our athletes need, and technology gaps exist. So therefore, in first phase, national sport tech knowledge ecosystem is required to create a national repository, an import dependency map, athlete requirement database, and a national sport dashboard under anti-TM guidelines. Once these identification will be addressed, then there is phase 2, where WRA has identified the mission projects under the sportswear, sports gear, and sports accessories, all the category. As in session 3, it was seen that there is still a gap between the technical textile and sports goods to be clubbed together as a one sport tech under a single umbrella. Therefore, WRA has identified these mission projects, where WRA has emphasized for dedicated mission projects. First is functional sport tech indigenization. The number 2 is athlete performance apparel, smarts wearable, and functional fibers and yarn. So these are the domain where the actual product development can be observed after the phase 1 completion. Under the sports gear and sports accessories, WRA proposed dedicated mission program on sports composites, which is a part of sports goods, indigenously turf technologies, sports medical textiles, etc. In the third phase, testing and certification and standardization, a country cannot become a technology leader if it depends on the foreign laboratory to validate its projects. And testing is not a support activity, but a building a strategic capability. Therefore, we propose to create a Sportech testing facility which will cover FIH and FIFA norm compliance. If it is being set up in the India, it will be first of its own kind to be available in the India. Then testing of smart textile, testing of sports composite, testing of protective equipment. So the testing of sports composite and protective equipment was emphasized in session number 3, where it was faced a need to have such kind of laboratory to test the impact resistance of such sports goods. This infrastructure will significantly reduce product development timelines while enhancing global acceptance of our indigenously developed product. The phase 4 is basically commercialization, which is the greatest challenge, that Indian innovation are not been getting commercialized. Many promising technology are successfully completed in the laboratory, but they are failed to reach the market. So to bridge this gap, we propose a National Sport Innovation Fund, pilot manufacturing support, and market validation mechanism. So this is my final slide, and I am concluding this, our white paper. Let me conclude with a simple observation. India has already demonstrated that it can become a global leader in IT, pharmaceutical, space technology. The next frontier can be sport tech. The foundation exists, the big market exists, the talent pool exists, and the policy support from the government is also exists. Now, what is required is a consolidated effort. While the white paper, therefore, is being submitted to the NTTM to adopt the above findings that is deliberated in today's conference, if found suitable. The journey of Make in India and Made in India must begin now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyagi. I request Mr. Rakesh Sangrai to felicitate Mr. Tyagi. Also, I request those who are present from WRA to come on stage for a group photograph. Suman ma'am. As we come close to this insightful conference, I extend my sincere thanks to all the speakers, delegates, exhibitors, knowledge partner, everyone present here. Thank you for joining us, and we look forward to welcome you again. Please join us for networking tea outside the auditorium. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.